kind of race this is. It's Jason with a very big lead, just like what we saw in the heat before. One crew who's just taken a lead of about, well, slightly less, I think 8 to 9 boat lengths here at 1,000 meters. And behind them is this where the battle is fought between the crew from Tromp and the Amstel. Those are now in second and third place, but also Viking and Maas are not to be counted out. They're still there and they're still racing.
Yeah, with such a head sprint of the D.S.R club, I think it's again the second place that we need to keep our eyes on to see who will get that second golden ticket for the A finals later today. Because this is the first heat, it's the second heat of the men's under 17 double scull, and they will be racing for that golden ticket to get a place or a spot in the A finals later today. So can you tell us a bit more about that second place now, Martijn?
Yeah, it's still Tromp. It has a firm lead on the second place. They're in second place and they have a firm lead on the Amstel, but the Amstel's trying to hold on and hold that. Yeah, they're now pushing. They're going for their 500 meters push, bit early, but I think they're going to need it. A bit brave also if they go at this point of the race, I think, for a junior crew. So I hope they can push back a little so they can make it a real tight race.
Yeah, let's see if they are able to rein them back in a little bit. That crew from Viking versus the D.S.R roeiclub combination.
Well, the crew
no, not from Viking. I mean, sorry, from Tromp. Apologies, I had to recalibrate here a little bit. But yeah, early morning, very calm waters here, right? So these boys, they have the perfect conditions this morning to do a little bit of rowing here. And yeah, the promotional codes is first and second to the A finals, as we discussed already. So it's the first two crews that will get their golden tickets for the A finals at the honorary pontoon, and then hopefully one of them another golden ticket for the actual honorary medal ceremony later today.
Yeah, now we see that some of the crews are already entering the last 250 meters of this race, and they will be making up for the end sprint of this first race of the day, of their first race of this day. And not much has changed to see from our ivory tower. It's still the combination from D.S.R and D.S.R that are in first place. They had a head sprint of almost 10 seconds on the second crew, so that's quite a big gap to manage to fill here for the other crews. And then from here, I think it is the Tromp that are still in second place, and they also managed to create a more distance to the other boats. It's the Maas actually that is really putting on the effort here on the end sprint and really coming up for that crew of the Amstel in the higher lanes. But not much has changed here at the front of this race. So at this point, we can definitely say that it's the boat from the D.S.R /D.S.R roeiclub combination that has that first golden ticket in this second heat of the men's under 17 double scull. And as we see now, then that second gold ticket will go to the boys from Tromp, which are Ole Zonneveld and his companion Hendrik White. And then we see here in third place are the boys from Amstel, followed by the Maas, and then it will be the boys from Viking closing off this race. Then while you're slowly turning around, Martijn, we will have a quick look at which race you will be heading, which is again the men's under 17 double scull, the third heat. And if we see the promotion go, then again they will be racing for that 2 golden tickets. And in this race we have a lot of Willem III boats, Willem III 1, 2 and 3. And then they will be racing against a Spaarne Amstel combinatie led by Marnix Bruin, and the Hoop 2, which is led by Olivier Letterie.
Yes, and from what I'm seeing now, I think this is quite a fast race here. 3 crews that are battling for first, second and third place, with one of the crews from Willem III really taking the advantage in the first 1,000 meters. But they're still closely followed by the other crew from Willem III and the Amstel combination, who are doing a big push now. They just had half a boat length, but now it's only half a canvas. So I think they're really going for that second place. And but they took a bit of a crap there from the crew from Amstel, so they're back at a boat length from the Willem III crew, and they have to do that push all over again.
Yeah, a bit of a wasted effort there then Koopman, I'd say. Let's see if they can recover from that small crab that jumped out of the water seemingly out of nowhere. All right?
Yeah. And the crew from Willem III, who was in the middle lanes, they took a bit of gear down, but I think they're going to have to keep that gear up. They realized that just now that the other two crews, they're hunting for them, and they cannot relax yet. It's the race is still another 500 meters, and those two crews are too close behind to.
We can see the field is still quite packed together. They definitely are not in the clear yet, I'd say, these guys. They are now coming a little bit further into our field of vision as well. And it's those boys from Willem III in lane number 4 on the stroke. It's Max Koppens.
A big push now from at the 500 meter mark from the boys from Willem III in the lower lanes. They're really going for that first place now, and they almost closed the gap with their colleagues from Willem III in the middle lane. So they're really going for that first place, and I'm wondering if the Amstel combination crew can pick up the pace and reach those two crews.
Yeah, let's see how that's going to unfold. And as we said before, it's still the promotional code first and second to the A finals. So it's not only the crew that crosses the line here first, it's also the one that crosses the line here second that move into that A final later this afternoon.
Yeah, and if we're looking here at the race, I think it's quite close actually also for the first place. It's still Willem III, the first crew led by Max Koppens, who seem to be in first place, but they are tightly followed by the other Willem III crew, which are in lane 5. No, sorry, they are in... sorry, it's quite difficult to see. I was making a mistake. It's Willem III. Number 3, led by Ketan de Bie, and Willem III 1, led by Max Koppens, which are in quite a tight race for that first place. And I think it is the crew Willem III number 3 that have taken over that first position here in the end phase of this race.
I think you're right, Lara. It indeed seems they've taken over that head position here. The Willem III to make it a little bit more difficult to pronounce here in lane 2 that have got that front position in this wedstrijd. What's that again in English?
Heat.
Heat. Oh yeah, heat in this heat. Exactly. And then followed by Willem III 1 in lane 4. All right. So this is the under 17 men's double sculls finished for the heats, for the first heats, and we're going to change it up a bit to the under 23 men's double sculls. A little bit older, maybe a little bit more experience, a bit more power, and we're going to see who are going to take the lead over there.
Yeah, they will be starting in just a couple of minutes, about 7 minutes before the next race. So maybe we can have a little closer look at the under 17 men's double scull and do a little time analysis, because we know now which 6 crews will be entering that A finals, and maybe we can have a closer look at which times they just showed us on the boards. And then we see here that actually it was the first heat that had the fastest time. It was a combination from Naarden and the Maas, which rode at a time of 7 minutes and 17 seconds. So, which is actually quite fast compared to the second time, which is the time from Jason Asser roeiclub, which rode a time from 7 minutes and 27 seconds. So there's a 10-second difference between the fastest and the second fastest time that we saw here this morning in the under 17 men's double scull. So I think looking forward to that A final, we really need to have a close look at that Naarden-Asser combination rode by Julius Oudegeest and Floris Vergunst to see what they can do and if they can manage to keep that head sprint alive this afternoon as well. And as you said, Boris, the next race will be the men's under 23 double sculls again, and then we will see a different promotion codes. It's the first 3 crews that will be entering the A finals later today, and we also see a lot of international crews.
Exactly, so that must mean there are 2 heats.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if it's more, then we're gonna run into some issues with our promotional codes. But indeed, some only international crews in this first heat. It's gonna be de Antwerpse roeivereniging, Denmark, Antwerpse roeivereniging 2, UTS Haberfield Rowing Club number 2, and Rowvereniging KVIK in lane 6. So they are going to start at around 9:25. 5 minutes to go approximately, let's hope. They've also fixed our audio on the live stream at YouTube. I heard some kind of device was broken. Nonetheless, we also have our own trusty live stream on studiobosbaan.nl or .be. We have some Belgium crews here in the upcoming race. They can surf to our dedicated .be link that we keep in the air just for our Belgian fans, of course. Yeah, lovely day here at the Bosbaan at the moment, right?
Yeah, it's really nice weather, and you see the crowd slowly coming in. They are in the cartwheel or at the bar where you can get some sangria or some tosties. I heard.
Might be a bit early for for a jug of sangria at the moment, but you know, don't threaten me with a good time. I think that's
if you're listening to us and you have something nice to say about your crew member, or if you want to follow us along,
or not something nice to say about your crew member, then also please reach out to us. No.
Yeah, if you want to reach out or you want to get in touch or you want to have something fun to say, you can always reach out to us at our social accounts. It's Instagram Studio Bosbaan, or you can always send us an email. Studio. Yeah, what will we say today?
Info at studiobosbaan.nl. Yeah. Or gossip at studiobosbaan.nl. It's all good. You can bring the juice directly into the studio, and we will discuss it live on air.
Yes, and if we look at the screen, we see that most of the crews are getting ready. The last crew just got their boat in place, being held at the docks before they get that green light to start this first heat of the under 23 men's double scull. And as we said earlier, it will be the first 3 crews that will qualify themselves for that A final later today, and that is again the place where it will go about the prizes.
It's, for the marbles. That's where they will be able to retrieve those big marbles and get
golden
them
coins.
the golden shower coins today. They're all available here today. We got a lovely view from the live video committee of the shrubbery with the jury and the motorboats present there. Of course, the common starting procedure here at the Bosbaan. They're being lined up at the moment, making ready, and then when the go signal is given, then the boats.
Maybe it's nice for the listeners at home to hear some of that. I'm not so sure if we
the start audio.
The start audio. Does it work yet?
We are now opening up the fader. Let's see if we can hear something. You are loud and clear, by the way.
Oh, that's very nice. I'm standing still at the 1,000-meter mark. So
perfect. That seems to be the recipe then.
Might just be standing still here for the rest of the day. Just doing some overviews here at the 1,000 meters.
Yeah, I believe our chief technical officer Joost de Bruin said to us that the starting audio was not fully up and running yet.
Available. Okay. Well,
we have the fader open on almost full, but we're not hearing anything. We're gonna keep it open a little bit more, and then we'll see.
Can you tell me something about the crews we're going to see up next? Only international crews. There was a Belgian crew.
Yeah, you're right. In lane 2, there's a crew from Antwerp, Roederverein RV1. It's led by Emile Berto de Watcher. And then in lane 3, we have a crew from Denmark. And then in lane 4, we have again Antwerp. And in lane 5, we have the UTS Haberfield Rowing Club 2.
Yeah.
And then
from Australia.
And then in the last crew we have Rowvereniging KVIK 2. I think it's also a Scandinavian crew.
Yes. And in the heat after this, we have the Odense Rowing Club Brazil, another UTS Haberfield Rowing Club at the number 1, Rowvereniging KVIK number 1, and Theta. Van de Netherlands.
The only Dutch
Yes.
participant in
Only
this
Dutch
field.
participant. Cas Ploegmakers en Ryan Dent. And let's see if they are able to make a dent in this field in the second heat. But right now we're going to watch the start of this first heat. We're nearing the start moment, the 25-minute mark. We still have our start audio open. We're now being given the sit ready command.
You see all the rowers getting
And we're
ready.
off.
Well, no, not yet, Koopman.
Well, I'm seeing them rowing, so
The stream
I
is a little
don't.
bit behind.
Oh, well,
There they go.
they are off. Okay.
And they're loose.
Well, just to confuse the people on the stream, all of a sudden we've switched to to video of rowers speeding ahead, and they're coming towards your field of vision, Koopman. It seems to be the crew in the lower lane.
I think
in
it's a crew from Denmark.
in the second to lowest lane, that are taking the head position here. It's from Denmark, right? The Danish crew led by Mats Kjeldgaard-Leuber, who are starting quite strong here, quite fiercely. Tempo is really up there. They are really, slicing like a knife through the butter here in their banana yellow Empeger.
Yeah, and you see that they have really trained together because they are performing almost exactly the same stroke. They have a really strong leg drive with also a high tempo. And they took really long for that first couple of strokes for that start. I think it's for almost 300 meters with some extra pushes before they got down to that race pace where they are at now. And you see that they've managed to create a major distance to the rest of the field. If we look a bit further, we see that in second place it's still a bit tight. It's a little bit a compact field, and we'll be reaching out for that 500 meter times to see which crew is in second place. But as we saw earlier, it's the crew from Denmark that is in first place with almost let me see. It's 7 seconds difference to the second place, which is the crew from Antwerpse 1, which are in second place in the lower lanes here. And then we see a UTS Haberfield rowing club from Australia in a third place. And all the crews, apart from Denmark, are within 1 second. So it's really close call, as you will be watching the first 3 crews who will be going to that A final. So
Exactly. Yeah.
pretty exciting to see how this will unfold in the second part of this race.
Maybe the other crews are also thinking, okay, maybe let's not get too ahead of ourselves here in this heat in the morning. We need to also potentially row an A final. That doesn't mean that you should not give it your all, but perhaps it's part of their game plan. Get one of those first 3 positions locked in, and then go into those A finals.
very well, never mind.
Yeah.
Nah.
You're at a loss for words.
Yeah, I've lost for words by seeing the Danish crew being leading by such a big margin here.
Yeah, it seems they are slowing down their pace a little bit, if I'm not mistaken, to coming into that mid part of the race here. Of course, maybe conserving a bit of that power. But as you can see, Koopman, I think...
Powerful surge here, I think, by the crew from Antwerp, who are really going for getting back to those guys from Denmark. I think it's Antwerp, right, with the white and red in the lower lane. Yeah, they really took off from the rest of the field. They were all sort of lined up, and then Denmark with a big lead. But now the crew from Antwerp in the lower lane is really going for it. Here comes the big push, I would say, and they've closed quite a couple of boat lengths actually, which they were behind earlier in the race. So that's good to see. And then we have, let me check.
Yeah, if we look at the times, we see that the difference between the other crews has expanded quite more compared to the first 500 meters, where they were all aligned actually. And now we see that there are some differences between the crews. So it's still Denmark in first place, followed by the Antwerpse RV1 in lane 2, and then we have the UTS Haberfield Rowing Club in lane 5, who are currently in third place. Is that what you're seeing as well, Martijn?
Yeah, we just saw the response from the Danish, and it was very decisive. They took off again from the crew from Antwerp. They were not... they didn't like that they were coming so close, so they closed. They made a couple of boat lengths ahead again, and it's the Australians who are now really fighting for that third place, and they have to fight off the other Danish crew from Rovereniging Kvik, who are pushing them every stroke, but they have a bit of trouble staying in their lane, although they have the largest lane. There's only a line on their right side, but they're staying really close to that line. But the Australians are still in a comfortable third place. I think that they really need to push it every stroke. And the crew from Antwerp, it seems like they slowed down a bit compared to the other crews. They were just really pushing the crew from Denmark at the 1,000-meter mark, but now it's Australia who is knocking on the door for that second place.
Yeah, and as they're crossing that white bridge, right, they're moving into the final meters, final 100 meters of their race. Let's see which three crews are gonna cross the finish line first.
It almost seems like the Rovereniging Kvik have a bit of steering problems, because they're now getting into the lane of the Australians, and with these tight margins, that's actually a problem.
Yeah.
So I hope they can correct themselves and stay in that sixth lane.
Indeed, I see what you're talking about, Koopman. They are really, kissing those balls in the water here, right? With the ball line here. Yeah, it's. I think they're correcting it a little bit. They're moving a bit to the right, so to see. But it's also a difficult boat to steer, right? The men's double sculls. Lots of things to focus on, to keep in mind. But what the guys from Denmark are keeping in mind is that they are leading this race and that they are not going to give this away.
You see, if you look at the crew from Denmark, that their tempo is significantly lower than compared to the start of the race. So I think they had one race plan that was to have a very fast start, and then just managed to keep all the boats a distance from there. And they executed that excellently, since they are now crossing that finish line, and they will be the first one to get that golden tickets in this under 23 men's double scull. And for that third place, it's quite close actually. It's the crew from Rovereniging. It's really pushing for that end sprint. But if we see here, it's the Antwerpse in the lower band, so Antwerpse 1, which got that second golden ticket, and then it's the UTS Haverfield Rowing Club with that third golden ticket. So not much change if you look at the end of this race, but it was quite exciting in the mid part. And then while we turn around, we see that the second heat has already started. It's the second heat of the men's double sculls under 23. And again, we are looking at the promotion codes for the first three rowers, first three crews, I have to say, that will be going to that A finals. And Boris, can you tell us a little bit more about which crews will be racing in this second heat?
Yes, absolutely, and they've already started, Lara, as we can see on our monitor here. In lane 2, it's the Odense Rowing Club, and then lane 3, it's Brazil. Lane 4, UTS Haberfield Rowing Club 1. Lane 5, Rovereniging Kvik in 1, and in lane 6 it's D.S.R from Eindhoven, the Netherlands. And at the moment it seems that the Brazilian crew is leading the race here in lane 3. We have some good images.
We've seen quite a bit of good rowing here on the track from the Brazilian crews.
Yeah.
And this is also what this crew is doing here. The Brazilians are in a firm lead, leading by a large margin. And but it's only the Australians who can still sort of hold on to them, see if they can come alongside. But I think the Brazilian crew is not going to let that happen. I get a hands up from the Brazilian coach. He seems really happy though.
All these
big smile on the coach's face from Brazil, and it's his crew which is in the lead. Really rowing to get a large backswing. I think that's the technique they're going after.
Yeah.
We've seen that with some other crews as well. And the Australians, they're in that second place, and they're not going to give that away also. And then it's D.S.R who might be going for that only Dutch spot in the A finals.
Yeah.
They're now in a close fight with the Odense Roei Club. For that third place and the last spot in the A finals, I think, because it's only 2 heats, right?
Yes, you're correct.
Yes, only two heats.
And Tata now took off. They're now pushing. Here comes the push from Tata. And I'm wondering if the boys from Odense are going to have an answer to that. Because the Tata just, I think in 50 meters they made up for an entire boat length there. So really, really brave push from the boys from Tata. Great job there to getting a bit closer to that spot in the A final. But it's Brazil who is still in a firm lead in this heat.
Yeah, and if we look at the 1,000 meter times, then we see that the gap was only 2 seconds between the UTS Haberfield Rowing Club and Tata, which are racing for that second place. So it's quite exciting to hear, Martijn, that Tata managed to give such a big push and really got ahead of the other crews. I think we will keeping an eye on them during this last part of the race. I think they just crossed the 1,500 meter line. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's true. Although the Brazilians are very close to the 250 meter line already. They're really going for it. Tata's just passing the 500 meter line, and they've continued their push on the Odense Roei Club. So I think they're going to secure that third place there, which allows them to go to the A finals.
Yeah, and might be interesting to do a little time analysis after we finished, because yesterday the Brazilian crew also competed in the A final in the same boat, but then became second. So I think they want to go for a little rematch here and see if they can still acquire one of those.
Was that also under 23, or was that an open field?
Beginners men, so I think that's the open field, but
it should be the open field, but still, if you're a beginner, and most of the time you're still quite young because you have a little less experience.
Bay is also under 23.
Oh, no, well then it's under 23.
Okay.
And while we were discussing this, we will be looking at the end of this race. It's the end of the heat number 2 from the men's double scull under 23. And we see here we have entered the last 50 meters of the race, and it's still Brazil that is really dominating this race. There are still lights between the boats of them, and then we will look a little bit further, and then we see in second place is the crew from the UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, who are in second position here, and then it's a crew from Tata, which is a little bit fighting against the crew here in the lower lanes, Odense. But I think it's pretty clear to see that it's Tata here in third place, and they will be collecting that third golden ticket from this heat number 2.
Yeah. And then it's
Brazil that has really run this race.
Australia, and then there is also a little Dutch representation here in those A finals from Tata. Quite a strong race from them as well.
Okay, and then we'll be looking ahead, because from the men's double we'll be going to the men's pair, also under 23, and they are really aligned now at the start. They have a promotion code of also the first 3 boats who will be going to the A finals, which means we will also have a second heat in this category from the men's pair under 23. And if we have a look at this race, we see a lot of international crews again. We have Rofferingen in the higher lane, which is the crew from Denmark. Then we have Brazil in lane 5. It's Triton in lane 4, so it's a Dutch crew. Then we have Mexico in lane 3 and KCH in lane 2. And I have to look up which country that will be. Maybe Boris can...
KCH rowing, that's a good question. It's the King's School Chester Rowing Club.
That sounds British.
Typically referred to as, indeed. So those are also represented here.
Yeah, and if we look at the screen, then we see that they have just started. They will be crossing the first 100 meter line here. And it's the crew from Brazil. Oh no, it's a crew Rofferingen, I see, that has taken the lead here. It's only half a canvas compared to the rest of the crew, so it's a really tight race here at the start. And I see on my screen that Mexico did not start, so I'm excited to hear what happened there.
Yeah, that's a shame. Mexico really bringing some strong crews today, also showing what they have in store. Yesterday they also took a first position in the men's single, in the men's sweep double. So yeah,
The men's cockless pair.
the
The
yes,
men's pair.
cockless pair. Sorry.
The sweep double.
Yeah.
really nice boat.
I got my own. got my terms mixed up, but they managed to get that first position yesterday, and unfortunately they are not here at the moment. But yeah, that might mean that the golden ticket will go to Brazil here and.
Yeah, I think there was a little switch in the lanes if I look at our screen since Mexico did not start. Maybe Martijn, you can give us a little update later on as we will have a look at the first times coming in. Here,
seems like Brazil is leading by a close margin on the two crews next to it. I don't see. Yeah, they're mixing up the times a bit. I think again. There's all those new blades and colors that some Dutchies have to match to the actual crews. Can be a bit tough. So there's a bit of switching up, but I feel like the Brazilian crew is in the lead and not the KGA school. Yeah.
Yeah, we were just discussing amongst ourselves here because we were a bit confused, but luckily we can use our eyes, so we see Brazil mistakenly in lane 5 here.
Yeah, I think that's also a bit confusing because they should be in lane 4.
Yeah.
But it's definitely the Brazilian colors that are in the lead.
100%. I think it's then Triton in lane 4.
Yes.
Looking at the blade knowledge that we have. Triton in lane 4 chasing.
The crew from Utrecht who is chasing the Brazilians down and who are still in touch with them. Who are knocking on the door or trying to keep track of them. But it's the Brazilians in the lead. I think also with the highest stroke rate here. Very comfortable stroke rate.
Yeah, we can see it on our screens as well. It's Brazil still in the lead. Their stroke seems to be getting a little bit more easier pace, perhaps a little bit more leg driven. And then we will see here at the 1,000 meter mark that it's still Triton in second place, and it's a little bit more exciting for that third place. Even though if the camera is correcting, we see that it's the.
Oh, the crew from Triton is now going for a push at the 1,000 meter mark. They're really going for it. Here they come, but can the Brazilians hold them up? I think it's Triton now who's asking questions, and I'm wondering if the Brazilians can give an answer to it. But so far it seems like they do have an answer to it. It did not do so well for their rowing technique, but in power underwater it does bring them some extra speed to the boat, and that was just enough to hold off the push from Triton.
Yeah, and we see the same happening here at the screen, Martijn. Do you have some updates on the back of this field? Because our dashboard is lagging a little bit behind.
Well, it's I think it's Rowvereniging Kwiek who are in third place, and then the KCH school. But I'm not sure though, because they're mixing up the lanes, so it could also be the other way around. I don't know what their club colors are.
Then I think it will be exciting, and we will be at the end of our seats to see here.
I feel like it's the
line.
KCA high school that is behind.
Okay.
They also have the same lane number on their boat, so that's interesting. But
the same lane number.
All technical things in the margin, because we're actually looking at the crew from Brazil and Triton who are still fighting it out for first and second place.
Yeah.
And it's Triton who does a push again and again. Now also at the 500 meter mark, just like they did at the 1,000 meter mark, big push from Triton. And but it seems like Brazil keeps giving answers to them, keeps on pushing them back. Although the rowing starts to seem like they're getting a little tired here, while the crew from Triton seems very comfortable in what they're doing.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's also still about that third position, Koopman, who are going to get that golden ticket into the A finals. But yeah, very strong feat of rowing here displayed by the Brazilian crew, who wanted to show what they're worth and how they're going to compete in that A final.
Yeah, and if we have a look at the race, where we see that the rowers have just crossed that last 250 marks, they will be entering the last part of their race. It's still the crew from Brazil, which are in front position. They are followed by the crew from Triton, and I can see the bow looking over his shoulder to see if they can catch up with the crew from Brazil. And they're doing excellent work because there is now a contact between the boats, so there's overlap of the canvases, and it seems to be the crew from Triton with a higher boat speed. So it's quite interesting to see what they can do. But I think the forest lane will be a little bit too short for this crew from Triton, as we see the crew from Brazil really responding here in the final strokes. It's
they did manage to reel back in that lead from Brazil right here. So Triton really closing in on that Brazilian crew, really giving it their all in their very strong push here in that first heat. It's the Brazilians though still in the lead, and with some very strong pushes at the end. They took the first position, followed by the Triton crew, who were able to get back in contact with the Brazilian boat. Hands go in the air. Nice display of rowing here. And here we have the boats in lane 2. KCH, King's School of Chester Rowing Club. I think this is going to be it, looking at their club colors, but not 100% sure. So we're going to see what Time Team has to say about this.
Yeah, Time Team is still a little bit confused.
It's also a bit confused. They are also clocking in the wrong. Hands are going into the air over here. There is some form of protest being filed. Yeah, bit of confusion, but we're gonna clean that up later. We're now moving towards the second heat of the under 23 men's pair, and here they have already started. It's Australia in the lead, but here from the lower to the higher lanes, it's Hong Kong China Rowing, Maas Bremer Sportclub combination in lane 3, Liège Gentse Rowing Club in lane 4, and Australia in lane 5. And at the moment,
Australia is in the lead. Again, a bit of the backswing we see here from the Australians. That's how they like it. Strong strokes, very strong.
Who have the number 6 on their boat, but they should be.
They do have the number 6 on their boat, but they should be in lane 5. Yeah, so it's all kind of messed up.
It's been a bit of the cards have been reshuffled. I think at the start. Yeah.
And it's the crew from Belgium, the combination that is now tracking them, trying to hunt them down. But I think the Australians are not going to give that first place away. They're actually making more boat lengths are between them every stroke now. So a big push now also from the Australians. They're not in a mood to give away that first position. So I think it's just going to be Australia first, and then the Belgian crew second. And then if I look back a little, I see that there's an actual fight going on for that third place, which is also relevant, where it is the Dutch crew that is now passing by the crew from Hong Kong. So they're fighting it out for that third place. They now have a slight canvas on the crew from Hong Kong, but I don't feel like the crew from Hong Kong is gonna give this away. They're really putting up the rhythm now. Rhythm is going very high. I think 36, 38 something probably, which is quite high for a pair, and they have to fight for it every stroke now.
Yeah, and we will be looking at them here during their final part of the race again. They have just entered 250 meters, the last 250 meters of the race. And I think it's still the crew in the higher lanes, so the Australians who are in first place. Yeah, and it's still again Time Team who's a little bit confused, but it should be the Australian crew here still comfortably in first place during this final part of the race. They are followed by Liège, de Gentse, who are in second place currently, and behind in the field is a little bit more exciting. It's a really close call between the Maas Bremer combination and Hong Kong. and they are still fighting for something because it will be the first 3 crews who will be entering those A finals. It's the crew from Hong Kong who are currently a bit struggling with the balls in the water. They have to be a bit steering problems, but it's not really a great timing since they are fighting for that last ticket with the Maas-Bremer combination. But it seems to be really paying off because all of the adrenaline is really coming out and they have the higher boat speed at this point.
Yeah.
Who are currently really relaxing is the crew from Brazil who are just rowing out. And,
Australia.
Australia, sorry.
Yes, the Australian crew really low and easy tempo here, taking in that first position. Yeah, that was kind of expected here with the dominance in the first of the field. Also, the second crew had a very controlled tempo. Here to fight for the third position, and it's the crew in lane 4, the Maas-Bremer Sport Club combination, that got that last final golden ticket for the men's pair under 23 final. Yeah, we're
maybe
shifting.
you can tell me something about the next cruise coming up. I see a couple of double skull pairs, double sculls coming up.
Well, you're absolutely right, Koopman. It's the men's double sculls coming our way. They are lining up at the start. They are
already started. It's Australia in second place, I think,
Yes.
and then a Danish crew again in the lower lane.
Yes, and in the middle, in the sandwich, there is a crew from Orca that are rowing. Australia, Hamish Danks and Hamish Allen. Not the brothers Hamish, but the other way around. Here rowing, we also have seen them in the skiff yesterday, right? Tijmen Bomaerts and Niels Schieving from Orca, and Lucas Obel and Magnus Quadde Oddershede from Denmark.
The Danish crew are in a firm lead. Really nice how their technique is so synchronized on the water. It's they have about 2 boat lengths ahead of the Australian crew. The Australian crew, which now does a bit of a push, though they're with the high. I think they have the higher boat speed now. They already made up half a boat length there at the 1250 meter mark, and I think this is also where, this is where the real rowers can make decisive movements, right? I mean, it's before the final sprint, a bit early to really go for it, but if you go for it here, you might surprise your opponents, and I think that's what they're doing right now. The Australians, they're pushing and pushing to close the gap between them and the crew of the Denmark.
Yeah, I think you're quite close to it. At the same time, the second heat of the men's double sculls have started as well. We have some good vision on them here in the live stream. Skadi battling it out with the German crew in lane 3. Skadi in lane 5 versus German crew in lane 3. It's going to be quite exciting because all these crews, except the slowest, are moving into the A final. So most of these guys will be meeting each other in the final again.
Yeah, and
so still something to do there for the crew from Orca, from Utrecht, which are a bit behind on the Australians, but they can still manage to get to that A final if they put up a fast time there.
Yeah, Koopman, I think you are gonna have to do some more commentary because we are eating a delicious ballisto at the moment.
Ah, okay. No,
Yeah,
no.
yeah.
Jullie zijn lekker aan het smikkelen. No, I just left the first heat and I'm speeding towards the second heat. Just left behind the Danish crew in first place, and in second place the Australians, which were trying to get back to the Danish crew in the second half of the race. Which I wonder if they are gonna let that happen. I think the Danish had a lot of energy left to respond in the last 500 meters. So I think that they're just gonna keep that lead. And I wonder if the crew from Orca, they were rowing quite well also. So I think they might be able to put up a fast time and still make it to the A final. But we'll have to see what the second heat does, which I'm almost at, where there's still Skadi battling it out with the German crew
From our perspective, we thought Germany would be in the lead. Is that still the case?
Yeah, it's definitely Germany in the lead, closely followed by the crew from Skadi, and Germany with a very high rhythm here in the boat.
Here in the first heat, it's Denmark crossing the line first, then Australia, and then the Orca crew. First times are coming in. It's a 7:03 from Denmark, a 7:07 from Australia, and a 7:12 from Orca.
So at the 1,000-meter mark, I can see that Germany is no longer leading by a small margin, but actually by a big gap between them and the crew from Skadi. But the crew from Skadi, they're looking over their shoulder, and I think they just decided that they're not going to let this happen so easily. So they're putting up a big, very brave push here now at the 1,000-meter marks. They're actually closed a bit of the gap already, so very brave move from the crew from Rotterdam. They're going for it, and then somewhere there in the back I see another two crews fighting it out for a third and fourth place. And I think if I compare these two races, I think that Orca might have quite a good chance on reaching that A final.
If they are able to keep up this pace, they will definitely be moving into those A finals as well.
So Skadi now actually closed most of the gap that was between them and the German crew. So that push really worked out well for them. And I wonder if they can keep up this pace. It seems like it did make them a little bit tired here, and they are struggling a bit more than they were 250 meters earlier on in the race, but they're still going for it. And I wonder if the German crew is gonna have an answer to this, because they're gonna have to answer now if they want to keep them off.
Yeah, and if they want to fight for that first position, even though it is still the heat, so it's a forward side, so most of these crews will be entering the A finals, even though you do want to show your best rowing and your best race. So I'm excited to hear, Koopman, if they manage to keep that push.
Well, Skadi is almost alongside of the German crew. It's actually very exciting to see this race unfolding this way so far. But now the Germans come with the answer. Finally, it took them 500 meters, but now they are starting to give an answer to this. So they put up their final sprint. They're responding, and I think this is where the push from Skadi might be stranded.
Yeah, and if we look at the times coming in, then we see that indeed the Germans managed to keep their head position with almost 3 seconds difference compared to the Skadi crew, which isn't that much in a double scull. It's a distance which is easy to cross, since it's a very fast number, you can easily respond. But still very excellent performance by the German crew, by and the Skadi crew compared to the rest of the field. So I think it is the German crew and the Skadi crew we will be seeing in the A finals at last. Still, if you look at the first heat, the time to beat is 7:03, so it will be exciting to see what time this German crew or Skadi crew will be delivering to us here in this final part of the race, as they are entering the last 50 meters. Boris, how does it look for you?
How does it look? How does it look? Yeah, it's indeed an exciting closure towards this match, but not really to determine who are going to win this heat, because that's going to be quite clear, I think. But it is going to be interesting who are not moving towards that A final. So we'll keep an eye on that. Here it's the guys in lane 3 from Germany who were able to fend off that attack from Skadi in this second heat, and they have taken over that first position.
Yeah, and we see that they did that with some excellent timing. They managed to give us a time of 6 minutes and 54 seconds, so that's quite a bit faster than we saw during the first heat.
Fastest time.
The fastest time on the board right now, and we're still looking at Time Team to give us more updates about all the other rowings. We'll keep you posted.
They also still have to finish, so.
Well, the second crew is missing.
Second crew is missing,
Skadi.
Yeah, correct. Let's see if the Pulsars are able to get that one back in. Then it's Boksvaart here finishing, and Denmark also.
And we see the time from Boksvaart is 7:34. So they are currently in last position, but Denmark finished afterwards. So it's the Denmark crew, which we won't be seeing in the A finals, which will be held by Denmark number 2, Australia, Orca, Boksvaart, Skadi, and Germany. With currently Germany and Skadi holding the best cards for that marble at the end of the day. And while we were closing of this event number 203, or race number 211, the men's double scull, we'll be turning our heads and looking at the next race, which has already started. It's a men's for under 23. And it's again, there are a lot of international crews. We see here in the higher lane, in lane 6, it's Mexico. Then we have 2 crews from Mercantile Rowing Club in the middle lanes. And then we have Uruguay and a German crew in lane 2. And
combination German crew, right? Marburg, Düsseldorf, Hamburg, Kiel. Yeah. Uruguay leading.
Uruguay leading this race by a half a boat length on the German crew, and there's a really fast racing here. It's a very nice race to see. It's now only a canvas for about 3/4 of a boat length. Actually, that works better for the crew from Uruguay. So they're making a bit more length every stroke. They're almost breaking away from the Germans, and it's the crew from Mexico here in the higher lane who are really pushing it now. Here comes the push from the Mexicans. They really took off at the 1,000-meter mark, and they're fighting themselves back into this race. Although it's first, second, and third place that will go to the 8 finals. I think we can say that will probably be Uruguay, Germany, and Mexico. Although I won't count out the Mercantile Rowing Club with 2 crews. There might be something there if they go now, but. I can hear the Mexican coach really
we can hear him
shouting to his crew that they have to go faster, probably because they're almost alongside the German crew now.
Oh, that's really great to hear, because that the crews managed to give such a great push here in the middle part of the race, since it was way closer if you look at the times of the 1,000 meter. They are currently entering the last 500 meter of the race. So can you give us another update, Koopman, how this is unfolding?
Well, I love the energy from the Mexican coach, and I feel like the crew is really feeling that energy, feeling his hot breath in their neck. Saying that they have to go faster, and they're now on almost past the German crew, so they're moving towards that second. They're now in the second position, and they're going for that first place still. And there's one of the boys from men crews from Mercantile is now pushing also. So I wonder if they can get back into that race in the last 250 meters. But I think we'll be a bit short, and now steering towards each other, the Mercantile crew. So that's kind of.
It's going to be a dangerous situation. Yeah, we're going to take it over from you here, Koopman. I think you need to head back to that next race. We'll keep our eye on it. It's definitely still that crew from Uruguay here leading the race. Really still have a strong position. It's first, second, and third crews that go through the A final for this one. So it is definitely about getting those first 3 positions. Yeah, the Mexican boat really making a strong final sprint here towards the finish line. Yeah, quite exciting. Last part of the match here, Lara.
Yes, and while we are discussing this, we see that it is indeed the crew from Uruguay, which are finishing first here, and they're doing so in a time of 6 minutes and 22 seconds. And then my dashboard crashed, but we see it's it's the crew from Germany. We are in second place, and then in third place we have the crew from Mexico, and
led by Jordi Gutierrez. While we also have our own Jordi from the Bosbaan here in the finish tower, making sure that all of our equipment, gold-plated connectors, are still plugged in correctly. And it looks like it does, because the sound is very crisp today. We got some nice footage coming in from the LVC, so that's also looking great. Except for this monitor, maybe this one we can get a little output on as well.
Yeah, but if we're looking at the right monitor, then we will see that the men's 4 under 23 has started their second heat of the day. And it's again a lot of international crews. It's the Rutherford
There's
and
two
Dattel.
crews that seem to be in each other's lanes already. Lots of disturbance there. I feel like it's the Australians and the Mercantile Rowing Club.
Yeah, they're in lane 6, Mercantile Rowing Club.
The Australians were completely in another lane, and
they
now
should be in lane
and there's,
4.
There's
This
should be in lane 4. Yes, this is not going well.
This
and
is
there's
not going
two
well.
crews who are in the warm-up lane that are now getting out of their way because they see this danger coming up. There's two girls from the Maas who seem a bit afraid. Oh, I hope this is going well. This might end bad.
Maybe they have a broken rudder or something. Nobody knows.
Australia really needs to steer now. There's these girls from the Maas that are in the warm-up lane. They might hit each other. Oh, they just responded on time. Okay, I'm gonna pick up the race, turn around because it's a combination crew, I think, from Mercantile also. Can that be
No,
true?
it's Mercantile Rowing Club 1. Should be in lane 6. And there's a Skull Vidar combination boat in lane 5 that are also competing in this heat. Yeah. How's the
noise,
chaos unfolding over at your end, Koopman?
Yeah, I think it's Denmark again. But it's a bit hard because the crews are mixing up the lanes.
Lane 3. So if it has boat number 3 on there.
Denmark in the lead.
Yeah.
Followed by the crew from Mercantile, and then it's the Skull crew combination. They're all wearing the same suit.
Skull feeder combination is
so that's a bit.
So that might be why they're different suits.
But it's a close race actually. Let's get back to this race. And the Australians, they got back into their lane now and they're really pushing forward. And I don't feel like they're gonna give up yet. So they might be able to get back into the race. But it's the Danish crew, I think that's now in the lead still, followed by that crew from Mercantile. The crews from Mercantile with a lot of backswing there, but they do it very well together. So the boys from the men from Denmark only have a lead by a margin still. They're really they're next to each other, fighting it out, and it seems like the Skull crew is getting a bit more tired. I hope that they can still hang on to them, and they feel the warm breath of the Australian crew, who are, I think, angry at their steering or at themselves. But they put all their energy now, all that angry energy, into rowing, and they almost closed the gap with the crew from Skull for the 3rd position, which is crucial for that last spot in the A final. So the men from Australia now close the gap.
Really giving it their all.
And they're still pushing it. They're really giving it their all to get back into this race after what happened with the steering. I feel like it's the Mercantile crew that might have a small lead now on the crew from Denmark, but it's very close. It's very tight between those two crews, and it's Australia now that has half a boat. They said closed half a boat length on the crew from Skull, so only half a boat length more to go. And I don't think that the crew from Skull is going to have an answer to this. I feel maybe the Australians are even able to manage to secure a 2nd position here.
Yeah.
It's a crazy sprint from the crew from Australia.
And let's not forget, right? They went all the way from lane 6 back to lane 4, where they are supposed to be in. But yeah, here in front of the finish tower, it's all unfolding at the moment. The crowd is going wild. They are shouting on all those different crews coming our way. But I think you're right, Koopman. It's Australia here in a currently 2nd position, still fighting off those other clubs. It's this is insane.
Crazy recovery.
It's a crazy recovery indeed. What's going on here? It's Denmark just crossing the line. Then it's I believe, Mercantile Rowing Club, and then Australia indeed taking in that 3rd position. What a comeback. I hope they have some power left for this A final, because that's gonna bring some heat. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's mentionable to know that the race we just watched, that the first 3 crews, the Denmark and Mercantile and Australia, all finished within 1 second of each other. So it was really tight here at the end. And if we compare their times to the first heat that we saw earlier, then we see that the first heat did go a little bit faster. It was Uruguay there that won that race with a time of 6:22. And here in the second heat we saw that the fastest crew was Denmark, leading with a time from 6:33. But who knows
like
what
if the
Australia can do
Australians,
if we see them later today in these A finals, if they manage to perform this kind of race in this heat with so many technical difficulties. Well, you are turning around, I think, Koopman, and we will be watching the next race here on our screen. It's the lightweight women's single scull we'll be seeing here on the forest lane. It's the first heat, and
let's remember that the single sculls, that's actually what we're looking for at the Koninklijke Holland Beker. It's the main event, right? All the single skull crews, and yesterday we already saw the open fields for the men and women, and now we're going to see the lightweight heats.
Yeah, we will be looking at 3 different heats for this lightweight women's single sculls, but currently we are watching the first heat. It's rowed with Wingyang Winnehung from Hong Kong in lane 2, and then we have Annabelle Mackenzie in lane 3 from UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, and then Romina Cetraro from Uruguay in lane 4, and then Femke van der Vliet in lane 5. She's representing Triton here, and if we are correct here, then it's Femke van der Vliet here in the lead position in this first part of the race.
Indeed, it's Femke van der Vliet leading this race with the national colors on her blades and wearing the Triton suit, I think, if you see it from this far. But she's leading by a lead, quite a big lead, I think. And then it's the crew from Hong Kong in second on the other side of the track. So they're sort of battling this out still, and then a big gap. And then we see the other 2 crews, and if we look at the promotion code, it's only first and second which go directly to the A final.
Yeah,
so
and
it's not the same tournament that the open fields have, where you have to row heats and then semifinals and then finals, but it's only the first and second in the heat go directly to the A finals. But Femke van Vliet still in that lead that she secured so early on in the race. Very dominant performance by her here in this heat.
Go at the Hollandia roeiwedstrijden NK Klein, so the Dutch national for small boats. She became first in the A finals, so in the light women's lead class. So yeah,
so from a perspective of our, this is the crew to watch from the Dutch nationals, and I think we expect a lot from her in the A final. She's really controlling the race now. A bit of a different rowing style, a bit more compact in than you compare to the crew from Hong Kong, which is reaching a lot to get a long stroke. But Femke has more of a compact rowing stroke. And well,
we're trying to. The camera is trying to get all 4 crews into vision, which they are managing to do. But we can see there is a lot.
Kind of feels like I'm looking at 2 races, right?
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say that it's. It looks like it's 2 heats in one happening at the same time. Also notable to say is that the youngest competitor in this field is Annabelle Mackenzie with only 18 years old. So basically still junior rowing versus these more experienced women that are all 27 years old. So quite a difference in the field here.
Yeah, that difference in age might be turning out into a difference in power, but still I think it's quite an exceptional effort from Annabelle Mackenzie to compete here in this older competition. And I can see, if I look at the screen, that it's still Femke van der Vliet leading this race by quite a big distance. And then in second position we should see the rower from Hong Kong, as we are closing in on this last quarter of the race, as they are currently passing the white bridge here next to the forest lane. Koopman, do you have some more updates? Is anything changing, or is it still as we should see?
No, nothing is changing. I've just turned around to take a closer look to that second heat, see if there's more exciting racing to watch there. I think not much going to happen about that result in the first heat, since only the first and second place. Although I have to say that the third and fourth place, that might be that's still undecided.
Yeah, and if we look at the third and fourth place, that should be Romina Cetraro from Uruguay and Annabelle Mackenzie, the younger rower we discussed earlier, which are currently battling it out. And we can see indeed that the difference in time between those two rowers is getting smaller here in that second part of the race. So it's the relatively younger Annabelle Mackenzie closing in on Romina Cetraro here on the back of this race. But as we know, it's the front we have to look at in rowing. So it's still Femke van der Vliet here in first position, and the rower from Hong Kong, Wing-Yan Winnehung, who is leading here, still defending her second position here in this first heat of the lightweight women's single sculls. And we can maybe look ahead a bit and look who are rowing in this second heat of the lightweight women's single sculls.
Yeah.
It's Laura van Kempen from Proteus-Eretes in lane 2. And then we have Sarah Ruger from Skadi in lane 3. I think I remember her name from yesterday, so it might be interesting to see what she performed already. And then in lane 4 we have Eileen Ibarra from Fedemex, so that should be Mexico again. And then Chloe Gorski de la Zari from Brazil in lane 5.
Yes, and it's Brazil that's in the lead here, a bit more tight margin than the earlier race, although the gaps between the boats are still quite big. It's Brazil in the lead, followed by Proteus, then Skadi, and last but not least the crew from Mexico. So Brazil here in the lead, quite a slow rhythm I would say, especially for this headwind that is picking up right now. And she's rowing in a boat of Neerhuis. And she's now picking up her rate, I think, responding a bit to what's happening behind her with the crew from Proteus, although I don't think it's that necessary to respond to anything, because she still has about 5 or 6 boat lengths between the two boats. But still Brazil in the lead, followed by Proteus, and I wonder if the crew from Skadi can get back into this race and make it the crew from Proteus any harder to get into that A final.
While you are updating us on the second heat of this light women's single sculls competition, we just watched the finish line of the first heat, and it is indeed Femke van der Vliet who crossed this finish line first in her race. She did that in a time of 8 minutes and 22 seconds, and she is followed by the rower from Hong Kong. She's
already back in lane 0 to do a little bit of cooling down, whilst the rest of the heat hasn't even finished yet. So I think that that can also tell you a little bit about the class difference here in this first heat.
Yeah, if you compare Femke's time to what we've seen so far from the second heat, then she's also really outperforming the women that I'm now currently looking at. So a lot of expectations for her, I think, for the A finals later today.
Yeah, so she will be the one to watch later on today. And what we are also watching is this second heat of the lightweight women's single scull, which is still unfolding, as they are currently just past the 1,000 meter mark, I think. And we see that it is still the rower from Brazil, Chloe, who is here in first place. And as you told us earlier, Martijn, it's not really that exciting, right?
No, it's still not that exciting. To mix up
Nice little
there.
framed picture of this Australian
on the
crew.
right screen. But still, while we are looking, if we look from our ivory tower, we can see the forest lane bright and clear, and we see that it's the rower in the higher lane, so that should be the rower from Brazil, who is still in his third position. And I think if she does what she's doing right now, then it should be a comfortable win for her in this second heat of the lightweight women's single scull. For that second position, it's also a qualification for those A finals later today, and I think that is the rower from Mexico. No, sorry, it's Laura Kempe from Proteus-Eretes here in second position in this second heat. And we can see that the rower from Skadi, Sarah Ruger, is really trying to catch on with Laura Kempe, but I don't think it's enough when we are crossing here in the last 100 meters of this second heat. And I think, Martijn, you've already turned around towards the third heat and also the last heat of this lightweight women's single scull. And we will be seeing there a couple of rowers, all international crews here. It's Melianne Lézard from Montreal Rowing Club in the lower lane. And then we have Hannah Tippett, also from Australia. We have seen a couple of Australian crews today already. And then we have Isabel Izquierdo Bernier, I hope I said that right, from Montreal. And we have Melissa Marquez from Mexico and Sarah Barrett-Tree.
Well, there's a bit more excitement to be found here in this third heat. It's Montreal and the Australian crew, Australian lightweight rowing. They have, well, a different name for that in Australia apparently. They have two crews. They are battling it out between for the first and the second place, and they're really they're next to each other. And I'm not sure yet if they're really battling it out or if they're just rowing towards the finish together. Seemingly that the rest of the crews are somewhere very, 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 very far behind. But I think there is a bit of a battle going on here, and so there's actually some excitement to be found in this battle between the number 4 and number 5, which are Montreal and Australia, which are in first and second position.
Yes, and while you're looking at that third heat of this lightweight women's single scull, we just saw the finish of the second heat, and it was indeed Chloe Gorski de la Zeri from Brazil who finished here first. And she did that a little bit slower than Femke van der Vliet we saw earlier. There's a difference from of almost 26 seconds, so that's quite a big gap. And also it shows the dominance Femke van der Vliet showed us earlier during that first heat. And well, now all the rowers from the second heat finished, so we see that it's the rower from Brazil and Laura Kempen who will be receiving those 2 golden tickets from the second heat, and we will be seeing them later today during the A finals. Yeah.
And meanwhile, the crew from Montreal had enough of rowing next to each other, so she made a push for it. She made a run for it, and she's now about half a boat length ahead of the crew of Australia. So I wonder if the crew from Australia is going to respond to this. Feels like she does now, actually. She picked up the pace a little, just like her colleague from Montreal was doing earlier on. So now they're actually racing again, and let's see who gets that first position. I mean, first, the second position can still be nice to finish first to get a better position in the lanes later on in the final. So that's what they're battling for right now. But for now on, it's the Montreal crew who is taking a lead, almost 1 boat length ahead of the Australian crew.
Yeah, and if we look here at the event terrain, we can see that the wind is picking up a little bit because we see all the flags wappering.
Yeah, blowing in the air a bit. I just took a look at Windy to do a little bit of weather forecasting, but it's going to stay like this approximately, so not really too much to bother about. It's just a little bit of a headwind, but it's not going to pick up much further, nor is it going to really change probably. But you never know. It can always change, but the forecast is that it should be relatively the same. Yeah, good conditions. How is it there? I mean, here it's almost afraid to say it's almost getting a bit cold in the studio, Lara. How is it outside?
It's nice outside. I do miss the sun now, actually. Although I do prefer the 23 degrees over the 27 that's coming up later today.
Yeah.
But the wind does give some refreshment, especially if you're on an electrical bike cycling along the track.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it does so when you're rowing a match with a headwind, but well,
Who knows?
who knows?
Who knows? And what we do know is that the third heat of this lightweight women's single scull is coming to an end almost. They have crossed the 1250 meter line as we speak. So if we look at the field, we can see that it is still the rower from Montreal Rowing Club in the fourth lane. It's Isabel with the difficult name, who is still in front position, but it is quite close actually with the second rower. It's Hannah Tippett from the Australian Lightweight Rowing Club. Yeah, she's really pushing for it here. I think she wants to show her strength right at the end of this race to maybe get that first position, even though it doesn't really matter for the qualification or for the A finals, but it might matter, as you said, Martijn, earlier, for the lanes in this final.
For the lanes, and also a bit of a psychological fight right here in the closing meters of this match for the A finals.
Yeah, and if we look to our left right now, we see that the girls just finished. It's indeed the rower from Montreal Rowing Club, which came in first here in this race. And then we have Hannah Tippett from Australia, which came in second with a 2 seconds difference compared to each other. And then again, if we do a little time analysis and look at the heats that have already finished before, then we see that it's still Femke van der Vliet, which holds the best cards for later today during this A final. So we will write her down on our notepads to see her later.
I was thinking, well, Hannah Tippett, I recognize that name, but it's because she was here last year as well on the Koninklijke Holland Beker, where she actually came first in the women's pair.
Oh.
Women's double pair.
Okay, and Martijn, I think you were trying to keep us sharp for this next race. But
meanwhile, I'm actually looking
halfway.
at an exciting race. It's Hong Kong in the lead here in the lightman single sculls. Hong Kong always performing well in the lightweight field, so they're a welcome guest to level up those lightweight fields here at the Holland Beker, and there's a big gap between him and the rest of the field, but then it's let's see, it's the two crews in the middle, so the Hope and I think Roofvereniging Kwik, who are now battling it out for a second and third place, which is actually very important for them to get a hold on to that A final. And I think the rower from the Hope won some international event in the lightweight single sculls last weekend or the weekend before. Saw something on their Instagram socials from the big boys. So the big boys also have lightweight boys. Might be interesting to note. But he's now going for that push. The Hope is really going for a push in a decisive moment, because they just passed the 500 meter mark, and this is where they have to battle it out for that second place to get that spot in the A final. He was about a boat length behind on the Roofvereniging Kwik crew, and he's now almost next to him. But there comes the answer from the Danish rower. So I'm really wondering who's going to pick that second place here.
Yeah, and if we look at the time team, I think it's a little bit hustled which time is aligned with which rower, because I think you're totally correct.
Yeah, I think you better believe my eyes than time team right now, because it's all kind of mixed up. But it's definitely the Danish crew and the Hope from Amsterdam who are battling it out for a second position.
Yeah, so you can see that clearly now once they are entering our vision here. It's the rower from Roofvereniging Kwik, which is still in a comfortable first position. And then
it is Hong Kong.
Oh, sorry.
In a comfortable first position.
Here are Yeah, you're right. It's Hong Kong in a comfortable first position, and then behind them, that's indeed still a quite exciting race for that second position. And it's not really determined yet which rower will be getting that last ticket for that 8th final here in this first heat. It's the rower from the Hope that is trying to give it all, and you see that he's really laying off.
He's really now sprinting. He's really turning up the power and see if it's going to be enough. Or was it? Ooh, he stopped rowing a little bit there, so I think he just lost the chance to get his second position there. What a shame to see. Not sure what happened there on board. And here the first and second position indeed. First one for Hong Kong rowing, and the second for Christian from the rowvereniging Kwiek. And Mitch Gerards in a third position. Unfortunately, I think I
think he was quite close. I was betting on him because he had a higher boat speed, but then something must have happened because it fell still completely a couple of minutes before the finish.
We've misidentified someone, perhaps, or no? Ivar Schukken from no,
it was Mitch from the Hope. I think that's true.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, there's another race unfolding. Hey, it's another race unfolding here. For the lightweight men single sculls, it's Queen's University in a Dutch national boat who just passed the Kruisdel ARC, I think a German rowing club, if I'm correct. But they're battling it out for first and second place, and the Queens just moved ahead of Kruisdel with quite a big push actually, because he went from half a boat length behind to almost, in the meanwhile, almost 1.5 boat length in front of him. But it did take a lot of the energy. I think Kruisdel does seem to have a more comfortable pace.
For your information, Clydesdale is from Scotland. Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club from Glasgow, Scotland.
Good to see some Scottish appearance here as well.
Scottish representation, absolutely.
Representation. But he's not giving up on that rower from Queens, because he's now pushing back. So the Scot is really giving it all to stay in contact with the rower from Queens, who took a lead now from boat length, about the boat length. So they're battling it out. And then there's also a rower from Proteus here in third position, and Triton in fourth position, and they're not that far behind. So I wouldn't fully count them out.
Sorry, yeah, we had some little technical things to discuss here at the studio. Sorry, could you recap what you were saying?
So it's Queens in a lead now.
Yes.
for about 1 boat length, and then the Scot, which is second, and they're battling it out for first and second. Queens just passed the Scottish rower, and
yes, we see the change here also. We're taking it over. Let's see, it's in lane 5, Nigel Radhakrishnan from Queen's University with indeed in a Dutch national boat, as you were saying, right? I was thinking how well
in a Dutch national boat. Yes, we're also a bit confused by the colors of the blade.
From, but,
I thought the Dutch national rower was coming this way, but
maybe next time. Who knows? It's he's still in the lead, but there's still quite a battle going on between Ben Parsonage from the Clydesdale ARC and Nigel Radhakrishnan from Queen's University. And here it's the first and second going into those A finals. So the third position in Pieter Jongepier from Proteus-Eretes. Yeah, he is planning an attack, but I think it will not be enough unless something special happens. Here
I felt like he was moving, up ahead
closer,
a bit later on in the race, but it was way too late to actually get back into contact with the first and second position.
All right. And it's Queen's University first position here in this heat, followed by Ben Parsonage from Clydesdale. Then Pieter Jongepier and Brian Paul. All right, we are going to shift our attention to the lightweight men's single sculls heat 3. that should have just crossed you on the 1,000 meter mark.
They did it. And it's Mexico in the lead here, followed by Koninklijke Rowing Center. Koninklijke. Maybe you can give me some information on that rower, because I'm not entirely sure. I think it looks like some national crew also.
Yeah,
Justin
it's,
Schmidt from Koninklijke Rowing Center.
Yeah, and I think it's a national crew actually from. If Mexico is not going to give away that lead so easily. And
match from yesterday. Absolutely, she is really slicing like a hot knife. Quite spread out already. I don't expect a lot of changes to happen here. It's Lauren O'Connor still leading this race quite comfortably, still followed by Christy Wagner. And the German boat is falling further back, really having lost that connection at the moment. Lauren O'Connor, who has been participating at the Olympic Games in the quadruple sculls, and now recently has been focusing more on rowing in the We saw her last year as well here in the ladies' trophy, where she clocked in at a 4th position. So after a year of training, perhaps a bit more experience, changing game plan, perhaps a strong contender for that first position here in the ladies' trophy, and definitely in this semi-final. Christy Wagner is planning an attack. She is upping the tempo a little bit and really closing in that gap. There was first quite a bit more light between the boats. Now I'd say it's about 1 to 1.5 boat lengths between Lauren O'Connor and Christy Wagner.
The final area of this match, and I'm going to hand them over to you in a moment.
Yeah, a lot of expectations also for Christy Wagner as she's moving in now on Lauren O'Connor, and I feel like she's the one with the highest boat speed here at the last 500 meters, but it's still a long way to go to get her boat next to that boat of Lauren O'Connor, who made such a big lead in the first 1500 meters. So I wonder if she can put up a real fight here in the semifinals, but we'll definitely be seeing her in the A finals also.
Yes, and while we are closing in on this final part of the race, not much is really happening. I hope to see in this last couple of 100 meters that there will be some end sprints and some final pushes to really see this effortless technique of this experienced rowers here on this forest lane on the course, which is actually looking quite nice. The water is a mirror, as we would say in Dutch. So here the rowers are coming effortlessly closer towards us, and we see that it is indeed Lauren O'Connor still in first position, followed by Christy Wagner from USCC Boston here in this first semi-final of the ladies' trophy of today.
Yeah, Wagner is really putting some pressure on Lauren O'Connor now. I think it's definitely more than enough for Lauren to stay ahead of her, but it's good to see that she has some competition at the end of this race. And it's a wide gap between these two rowers and the rest of the field. And now I'm looking over the water from the ivory tower, and I think it's the German crew here in lane 5. Alexandra Foster, who is going to take the 3rd position and the last spot in the A final. We don't know so much about her, but she is a crew from Germany, and well, also quite sharp at the catch, I think, and comfortable lead on the 4th position. So we'll definitely be seeing her later on today as well. But it's Wagner and Connor that just finished way ahead of the rest, and they're going to be that's going to be 2 of the crews to watch for the ladies' trophy.
Yeah, and then in 3rd position we have Alexandra Foster who also just qualified for the A finals for later today. And then we have Jen Titterington from Newark.
Yes.
Titterington. She is in third position, so we won't be seeing her in the A finals, but she will be going across this lane another time in the B finals.
Indeed, and well, I'm taking over a little bit here, Lara, because the second semi-finals of the Ladies Trophy are now crossing my field of vision here, and it's Beatriz Cunha Tavares Cardoso from Brazil taking the lead, and as I'm saying that, also upping up the tempo a little bit more. But yeah, there's also quite a fight going on between Noortje Wilms, I believe, from... no, she's not. She's by Virginia Diaz Rivas and Lena Wolke.
Are slowly taking over because you're really knispering down on the line. I don't know how far along you are, but it might be...
I'm closing in again to the safe range, so to say.
That's good to hear. Then we will give from our ivory tower a little update on where we are standing now. Because as you were telling us, it's Beatriz Cunha Tavares Cardoso, the rower from Brazil, that is currently still leading this race, but only a small distance before Lena Wolk from Sportclub Magdeburg. He's currently in second position, followed by Virginia Diaz.
Yes, and that is really exciting at the moment. So it's a fierce battle for that second position. The Spanish coach here also shouting at the top of his lungs to get those motivations toward Virginia, because they are neck and neck at the moment between Virginia and Lena Wolke from Sportclub Magdeburg. It's still Brazil leading this race with about a boat length of difference ahead, and as they're saying that Lena is answering the attacks of Virginia. She is trying to increase the small lead that she has over Virginia at the moment, and trying to build on that, looking to the right a little bit, seeing what she can do, where they are approximately in the race, closing into that iconic mark of the white bridge.
Yeah, and if this is how the race will continue, then we will only be seeing international crews in this A final later today, because it are the two Dutch ladies who are pulling on the shortest strings in this second semi-final.
If Noortje Wilms still has some left in the tank for a strong eindsprint, for a strong finishing sprint, then she might be able to make an attack on Virginia still, because it's not over yet. Here they're closing into that final part of the race. Still Brazil leading the race comfortably with about a boat length of difference ahead. It's the German crew, Lena Wolke, at the second position. She's almost breaking free from Virginia, her boat, and it's the Dutch crews who are lagging behind at the moment.
Yeah, and while they are entering the 1500 meter zone, we will have the first times here ready for all our listeners. And it is indeed the rower from Brazil who's clocked here in a time of 6 minutes and 8 seconds. And if we compare her time with Lauren O'Connor, which we saw in the first semi-final, then we see that there is a 3-second difference favoring the rower from Brazil. So we might be looking at the first significant winner of the Ladies Trophy if I'm not going too fast in my predictions. But it does promise to be quite an exciting A final later on today. And Koopman, what do you see in this last part of the race?
Yeah, we just entered the last 250 meters in this second semi-final of the Ladies Trophy, and still Brazil, which is in a comfortable lead. Very long and efficient strokes by the Brazilian rower. She's really doing very well, and it's the other two international crews behind her that are fighting it out for a second and third position. And it seems like Noortje de Wit is still trying to hold on, but don't think it's going to be enough to get back into this race in the last 250 meters. It's Lena Wolke in a second position, and Virginia Diaz still knocking on the door for in third position right now. So I think they're could be a switch there, but it's definitely the Brazilian who's going to be first in these semi-finals, and we'll be looking for her rowing in the A finals later today, competing against what we saw earlier on. But now Noortje de Wit is really pushing for it. She might still be able to go for a third position because Virginia is slowing down a bit. I think it's not going to be enough for Noortje de Wit, but she is making it a very tight call. Noortje de Wit is really going for it now. Has more boat speed, but it's too late, too little, too late. It's going to be Virginia.
You're confusing Noortje Wilms with Noortje de Wit at the moment.
Noortje Wilms, yeah, Noortje Wilms, yes.
A little
mixing up
faux pas here.
boat, Noortje. But it was Virginia. I don't think she was aware of the danger, of the threat that Noortje Wilms was still so close to her and pushing really hard, but it was eventually it was not necessary also. So
yeah,
it's going to be
when
Beatrix in the first place, Lena in second, and Virginia third.
And when there is a ladies' trophy being rowed, of course there will also be a Holland Beker on the water, and I'm right next to them, and I can say it's a lot closer here in this semi-final. It's currently Brazil leading the race here, but the boats are still packed quite tightly together. It's Proteus-Eretes with Andrew Gaart, who has the second position in hands at the moment, but there's still quite a fight going on between third and fourth position. It's a Sjoerd Scheper from Laga in the fifth lane, battling it out with Tom Granitz from Germany in lane 3. At the moment still Brazil leading, but Andrew Gaart from Proteus is making an attack on in, and he is finding that closure again, or he's finding that connection with the boat from Brazil. Sorry, there was a car coming this way, so I had to pay some attention to the road as well. Yes, so it's Brazil still leading the race. Proteus-Eretes with Andrew Gaart still maintaining that second position. And then it's a fierce battle for the third and fourth position. I'm gonna drop back a little bit to see what the perspective is on those boats.
So Brazil in the lead with Breno, Robert de Ornelas, Felix.
Yes, and it's the German crew steaming up here. It's they are pushing it over the boat of Sjoerd Scheper. It's Tom Granitz at the moment also making an attack on Andrew Gaart from Proteus-Eretes. If he isn't careful, he might lose that second position. But still Brazil in a very not comfortable, but in a strong first position here in the Holland Beker semi-final one.
Tom Granitz, the German rower who's been participating at an international events, also when he was a junior rower, so a lot of experience there on the international playfield, and I wonder if that gives him some advantage over the rest of the rowers to see if he can hold on to this race and really just keep to his strategy to himself and push onto the finish line. I think it's still Brazil in the lead, and Proteus doing really well there in the second lane. Andrew Gaart, I'm not sure if we've paid enough attention to this Dutch rower there, who's also doing so well. He was
he's still maintaining that second position, but he needs to watch out for Tom Granitz, who is closing in on him. At least he was when I left them and turned around.
I think it feels like the German rower is really starting to turn the screws on the rower from Proteus, and it's a fierce battle now, and they're also closing in on the Brazilian rower, and he's also going to have to watch out for the German and the Dutch national as they're battling it out. They're starting to get closer and closer in on the Brazilian rower, and let's not forget about the rower in the far lane. From Laga, who is also still close behind these two rowers. It's Germany now with a big push at towards the finish line.
Yes, and if we look here with our nose right across the finish line, then we will see that it's a tight call between Brazil and Germany, with Germany really picking up the pace and pushing for that first place. But they are finished, and it is still Brazil in first place, directly followed by Germany. And then it is the rower from Proteus here, Andrew Gaart, in third position, and those three rowers will be qualifying.
I think
for
he was
those
quite
A
happy, a bit of shaking, looking to the left. He was close behind two of the international crews. Feels like he was quite happy with this race, and also impressive from him to row along these two international rowers and be so close behind, really putting up a fight.
Yes, and after the first semi-final, we will be turning around to look at the second semi-final in this Holland Beker race. It's oh, there goes my dashboard.
Oh, there goes my dashboard. Well, luckily I've got my eyes on the water, and what we're seeing at the moment is absolutely nothing. There's
they haven't started.
They haven't started yet. I'm chilling here at the 1,000-meter mark, waiting for those crews to be fired away towards me. And who are those crews going to be? Well, I'm going to tell you. Well, in the first lane, it's Jelle Bakker from Egeer. In the second lane, Kuub Kelboer from the Netherlands. The Dutch talent, only 18 years old. Lane 3, it's Lucas Wertheim Ferreira for Brazil. Lane 4, a veteran in the Dutch rowing competitions, right? Amos Keizer representing the Maas. And then it's Cornelis Palsma from Okeanos, also a Dutch crew, a very strong and quite young still rower. And then we have Hamish Harding from the Australian National University Boat Club in lane 6. Well, this is going to be an exciting match. I think if it's going to be just as close as the next one, we'll see. But it is very promising.
Yeah, and as we saw yesterday, I think Cornelis might have the two youngest supporters watching him from home.
Yeah.
As he just recently became a dad of his newly born twin boys. And we saw yesterday on his wife's Instagram that they were already cheering on his dad. And I think they will be the next generation of rowers.
Start them young, and perhaps they can go into the men's pair together once they get a bit older.
Yes, and it will be exciting to see how they will develop. But let's not push them. They are only a couple of weeks old.
They're only a couple of weeks old, yeah, and already the expectations are very high. But the expectations are indeed high in this field, because there are some big names, as we'd say.
Yes, and those names are the names that we just mentioned. It's Jelle Bakker from Egeer in lane 1. Then we have Kuub Kelboer in lane 2. Lucas Wertheim Ferreira from Brazil in lane 3. Amos Keizer from the Maas. And then Cornelis Palsma from Okeanos. Hamish Harding from the Australian National University Boat Club in the highest lane. And we can see on the screen that there are
it takes a bit longer for the lining up. And that's okay, because there's plenty of time after this race. There is 2-3 more races to be rowed before the final, for the break. 1 D final and 2 C finals for the ladies trophy and the men's Holland Beker. But there's also a short gap between this race and those C and D finals. But we're still looking at the Koninklijke Holland Beker, the main event. Second semi-final, the single sculls, and I think it really remains to be the ultimate test for rowers' skills and resilience, getting to compete in this number.
Yes, this is one of the most difficult boats to row in.
I see. I think there's some weeds in the water, and one of the rowers asked the umpire to remove the weeds before the race. So that's what we're waiting for.
Yes,
a little bit of a gardening here at the studio.
We're used to some plowing, but now there's also some
gardening, and we're all here for it. Let's take a couple of more looks at who are in this race. Jelle Bakker representing Egeer. He actually came in second in the men's skiff in the A finals last year. So let's see what he is bringing to the table today. In the previous heat yesterday, he became third. He had the third position, so it's going to be one of the favorites for this match as well.
Yeah, and if we have a small look at the promotion code, then it will be the same as the first semi-final. So we have to look at the first 3 crews that that cross the finish line, because they will be the ones that get their golden ticket for this A final later today. And we will be reaching out over the forest lane to see which crews will be the fastest on the race today. We see that the gardening has stopped a little bit.
Yeah, tensions building up at the start while the rowers wait for their race to actually start.
Actually giving me a chance to look across the recently renovated bosbaan or forest lane at the moment, and I noticed that the pulse hokjes, or the little cabins where the time registration is being done, have a nice blue color with a white white crest around it.
Were they blue?
They were green before, and they were quite dilapidated, I must say. So this is definitely an upgrade. There's also some nice new pontoons along the course itself. So yeah, it's getting somewhere.
And don't forget about the event terrain that is put up here by the organization of the Koninklijke Holland Beker. They had to make some last-minute alterations since we are still renovating here at the Forest Lane for the World Championships. But they did manage to put it all together, and it looks very astonishing. So if you have some time off, go to the chart wheel or
definitely get yourself into that Ferris wheel where you have the best view over the races, and also can enjoy a little cold drink or maybe a smashed burger. I don't know if I want my burgers to be smashed before I eat them, but you can get them here, so no problem at all. Yeah.
Yeah, the theory is if you smash your burger that there's more surface lying on the grill, so you have more flavor coming out.
Ah, thank you for explaining that as well. I didn't know that. Nice.
And when we look at the screen, we see that the gardening is definitely over, and we see that the boats are getting ready for the second semi-final of this Holland Beker Cup. And we can see that everyone is being lined up right now, and that all the rowers get their legs ready to start this race. So it should take only a couple of seconds before we are loose on this next race.
We are loose, yeah, and we're away. I'm trying to zoom in with my eagle eyes towards the start line. I see that they are lined up and they're patiently waiting. Yeah, I think the tension is rising a bit. Maybe Kuub Kelboer looking to his left, then seeing Amos Keizer, probably one of the rowers that he looked up towards when growing up, when been rowing in the last 10 years or so. Must be quite surreal to be now here at the Holland Cup competing against him. Yeah, I think that already is a competition itself, and we are away. I see the umpire emerging from the shrubbery on the left, and the race is away. We Are they still away, or did they stop rowing? No, they're still going. Yes,
still
okay.
going.
No fake news here. They're still on their way. I still see the bow wave of the umpire's boat moving swiftly in this
we can
direction.
see them on the screen as well. What a magnificent sight to see all these experienced rowers lined up and moving away from the starting platoon so fast. They're really sprinting for hell, and the very close margins now. The difference is not yet that much, so they're they're really hanging on to each other.
Yeah, it's a really compact field with all the rowers basically on one line. If you do have to name someone who is in a little advantage compared to the rest of the field, it is Amos Keizer, who have taken only half a boat length difference compared to the rest, followed by Cornelis Palsma, and I think it's the rower from the Nope, that should be from the row from Brazil in third place currently. But as we said earlier, it's a really tight race with both rowers, Cornelis Palsla and the row from Brazil, basically in one line, and only half a boat difference in favor of Amos Keizer currently as they pass the 500-meter mark.
Oh yes, but the Brazilian rower now seems to, I think the Brazilian rower is in the lead at the 1,000-meter mark. With Amos Keizer just behind him, and
Kuip Kelboer now coming in
I
second.
think that was the 500-meter mark, or is it 1,000? I don't think so.
This is a 500-meter mark.
mark.
Yeah. You see that this
Otherwise, that would be
174 for
in my vision already.
1,000 would have been a bit fast.
Yeah, and here we see
even for these rowers.
If we look at the times of the 500-meter marks, it's actually way closer than we already thought based on the screen. It's Lucas Verta Ferreira from Brazil coming in with a time of 1 minute and 47 seconds, with only less than 1 second behind him, Kuip Kelboer. And
it's the Brazilian rower still in the lead, followed by Kuip Kelboer and Amos Keizer. Amos Keizer and Kuip Kelboer are neck to neck. They're really next to each other, and it's the Brazilian rower who tries to break away from these two rowers now, and as he's performing a big push to it's almost light between the boats, and he's just done that. So it's Kuip Kelboer and Amos still neck to neck, and Cornelis is now pushing again. He's been rowing next to Amos in the heat also, where they had a fierce battle for first position, and he's now moving up next to them again. So it's almost 3 boats lining up for the second, third, and fourth position. But it's the Brazilian.
Oh no, and something happened. It's Amos Keizer catching a crab, and he is completely still now on the water.
Indeed, he caught a crab and he is at the back of the field. He is several boat lengths behind of the other rowers, and they must have seen that, and also then considering, okay, what am I going to do? Well, the Brazilian rower is just stomping ahead fiercely still. He is here in the third lane, really pushing that boat quite strongly through the water. Yeah, we said it before, but it's like a knife going through butter. And there it's Kuip Kelboer in the second lane, really breathing fire down the neck of this Brazilian rower as well. He is trying to find back that connection with the boat of the Brazilian rower of Lucas Verta.
But Cornelis just looked to the right and thought, I can still catch that Brazilian rower. I can still catch Kuip.
Yeah, indeed.
And can still go for a second place. And he has to look out for the rower on the other end of the water on the lower lanes, which is Jelle Bakker from Egeer, which is also still fairly much in the race for third position.
It's the Dutch Armada closing in on the Brazilians, but it's the Brazilian crew still leading the race here, still keeping about half a boat length in front of Kuip. But Kuip is now attacking. He's being cheered on here on the side, but he is trying to find that connection again with the Brazilian rower. He is really on his tail, and he's not going to back off. At the same time, Cornelis Palsma still having that third position in hand here, and it's also Jelle Bakker from Egeer, who is in that fierce competition with Cornelis Palsma. It's very close here for third position. At the moment it's Brazil still in the lead, and it's Kuip still in that second position. He is right smack dab in the middle of that, but it's now Jelle Bakker and Cornelis Palsma in a fight with each other.
Yeah, and if we know Cornelis Palsma, we know that he can really push for that end sprint, and he is really known for it, so it will be very interesting to see if he can also manage to do that today in his last 500 meters.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm also cycling this one out a bit further, because this is such a tense match. It's still Brazil in the lead here. Not really much has shifted for the last 5 to 1,000 meters. It's still Coop really pushing that boat along, still maintaining that second position here quite strongly. Now it's Jelle Bakker responding to the attack of Cornelis Palsma. Crews are starting to struggle here at the end, coming into that final part of the race, nearing the spectator area.
Yeah,
it's still the Brazilian crew ahead. Coop Kelber still second position, and it's anyone's guess who is going to take the third position over. Will it be Jelle Bakker or will it be Cornelis Palsma? For right now it's Cornelis Palsma answering with a sprint. He is even reeling in Coop Kelber almost. It's going to be really close at the finish tower. I'm giving it back to you guys.
Stroke for stroke, neither crew is willing to give an inch as they close in on the finish line, and even the Brazilian really has to fight off the other crews now as they're closing in. It's Cornelis Palsma on the left, it's Coop Kelber on the right, but it's still the Brazilian in first place as there's only 50 meters left to go, and I think it's going to be the Brazilian first, but for second place it's still a very tight race between Cornelis Palsma looking over his right shoulder and Coop Kelber, who is keeping his focus straight ahead of him, but it's Coop Kelber closing the gap with the Brazilian, but in second place, and Cornelis in third place. And what an exciting race to watch.
What a race, yeah.
Promising for what we're going to see in the A finals later today.
Yeah, absolutely. What a race, and Cornelis being able to fend off those attacks from Jelle Bakker in the end, quite amazing.
Yeah, and after this exciting race, we're going to turn around again for a D final from the Holland Beker Cup again. And right there we see that they are already crossed the 1,000 meter line. It's the Hong Kong rower Chi-Fung Chang leading in this D final. And he is being followed by Arno Claessens from the Antwerpse on the second position here in this D final. And then we have Lucas Obel from Denmark, who is currently in third position, followed by David Kooijmans from Orca and Hamish Allen, an Australian crew member.
The Australian crew member is miles behind the rest of the field. Not exactly sure what happened there. Maybe he caught a crab or something else here in the water. But it's at the moment it's the rower from China, Chi-Fung Chang, here at the lead, and doing so quite comfortably. I say he has about 2 to 3, maybe starting on 4 boat lengths of light between him and the number 2 and 3. But between number 2 and 3, it's going to be quite exciting. Because it's the rower in lane 5, Arno Claessens from the Antwerpse roeivereniging, who is now taking that second position and really trying to cement himself in there.
Yeah, we're looking at the D final, so there isn't really anything to win here. All the tickets for the A finals have just been given to the rowers from the first and second semi-final. So it will just be a race of class and to show where in the world list you are enlisted.
Yeah.
It's a pretty actually a race of dominance here.
Probably also to gain some experience for future events that they're going to participate in. Might be the World Cup. The last World Cup, I think we still have the third World Cup to go.
Yeah, Lucerne is still coming up.
Lucerne is still coming up, so they might participate there or even at the World Championships. But it's Chi-Fung Chang from Hong Kong still in a firm lead on the rest of their crews. And yeah, you can see he's picking up the boat quite efficiently. And yeah, good boat speed there. But maybe the crew on the far lane can still put a bit of a fight. It's Arno Claessens, who is still a bit close behind, but I don't think the rower from Hong Kong is going to give away this advantage.
Yeah, and they are currently coming into the last 100 meters of this race, and we can see here from our tower that's indeed still the rower from Hong Kong coming in first, and the rower from in the higher lane, so that should be Arno Claessens, who is pushing a bit for that second place in a battle with Lucas Obel here in the lowest lane. But I think it's gonna be the rower from Hong Kong that will be keeping his first place as he is really pushing to.
A lot of effort in the second part of the stroke by the rower from Hong Kong. He's catching and then he's really speeding up
swing,
towards the end of the stroke. It's the rower from Hong Kong who just finishes, and then Arno Claessens from Antwerp who finishes not that far behind actually.
Yeah, and then if we are closing up in this race, we see that the last two rowers are also finishing up here in this D final, and that will be the rower from. Whoops, time team is blocking a bit. Well, you see that it's a rower from Orca here, David Koymans, closing up this race in the D final. And yeah, with that we will be turning around to another final. It's a C final, and this time it will be in the ladies trophy, so there will be women coming our way. And we are looking at multiple international crews again. It's Grace Donabedian from Armenian Federation. And right next to her is Alejandra Alonso Alderete from Paraguay, and Kim Thijhuis from Gias, Grace Sapphire from Australia, and then we have Colette Rijer from Gias as well. And the last rower in this race will be Ursula Fleming from Nottingham Rowing Club. And they have just...
and they are about to cross the 1,000-meter mark, Lara. They are closing in on my position here. It's Alejandra Alonso from Paraguay here at the moment leading this C final. And then it is Grace Cypher in the Australian crew holding on to that second position. In lane 6 it's Ursula Fleming from Nottingham Rowing Club here in the third position, and she is now making an attack on the Australian crew, really reeling that crew in every push that she's making. Very controlled, by the way, not a very long backswing, but quite controlled, and now she's giving it more. She is now taking over that second position from in this C final, taken over from the Australian crew. Still Alejandra Alonso from Paraguay in the comfortable first position here in the second lane. But it's the crew, it's Ursula Fleming from Nottingham RC who is catching in closer. She's really pumping up the power here, closing in towards the final part, towards the White Bridge. But then from there, from the White Bridge to the finals, to the final area, it's quite a long way. And will she be able to keep that going? Will she be able to maybe even perhaps catch Alejandra Alonso still here in the second lane? Who's to say? She still has that first position, Alejandra Alonso from Paraguay, and Ursula Fleming is really building on that lead in the second position. Quite impressive to see.
Yeah, we will keep an eye out over here to see how the rest of this race will unfold. And as you are telling us, Boris, I think it's still the rower from Paraguay, Alejandra Alonso Alderete, that we can see here on the screen in first position, and still followed by Grace Sapphire in second position. But I'm really excited to see where this battle between Grace Sapphire and Ursula Fleming will end in. Do you have that?
Well, that's a good question. It is at the moment it's Grace Cypher from Australia. Indeed, she's falling back a little bit. It's Colette Rijer from Gias who is taking the initiative here to, as they are coming into the finals area, and I think she has just taken over the position from Grace Cypher. Also still Ursula Fleming almost finding back that connection again with Alejandra Alonso. It's really going to depend on the final sprint in the final meters of this race for that first, but also maybe even for that second position. So I'm going to turn back and give him to you guys.
Yeah, really exciting to hear that even in a C final these rowers are giving it them all to to really show some strength there, and maybe, as Martijn Koopman said earlier, have a good practice before the World Cups and World Championships that are also coming up this summer. We are closing in this race. It is the C final from the Ladies Trophy for anyone that is just tuning in on our live stream, and here we see that it is still the rower from Paraguay, Alejandra Alonso Alderete. She is rowing in lane 2. She is holding that first position very well, and behind her there we see is the rower in the higher lanes. I think it's at this point maybe Ursula Fleming that is taking over from Colette Ruiter.
Yeah.
And then where do we have Grace, which we talked about earlier?
Yeah,
I
she was in the middle lane,
yes,
lane 4, I believe.
I believe she has fallen behind quite a bit, as she is now in 4th position and even going for that 5th position. So I don't know what happened there. It might be given too much in the first part of the race. But it is still the rower from Paraguay here in 1st position, as she is closing up this race with actually quite a nice end sprint from Ursula Fleming here in lane 6, making it a little bit difficult for the rower from Paraguay. But it wasn't enough, since we are hearing the bell and it's official. It's Alejandra Alonso here winning this C final from the Ladies Trophy.
I'm here cycling along at a brisk 17 kilometers an hour next to Olle van Bohemen from Teta, who is leading this C final of the Holland Beker at the moment. He came here, of course, this weekend to show what he's got for that Holland Beker, then placing himself here in a very respectable C final and showing that he knows what to do. He is still in front. I think he's been leading the race the whole way so far, and on his heels is Hamish Danks from Australia in the 2nd lane. Hamish is planning an attack. We have crossed the White Bridge already, and we are now coming into the finals area. It's Hamish Danks actually putting on the fire. He's really steaming up now. He's attacking on Olle van Bohemen quite rapidly. He is now pushing his bow ball just in front of Olle van Bohemen himself. Olle has to respond, otherwise he is going to lose his first position to Hamish Danks, the Australian rower. And as I'm saying that is actually happening right now. Hamish sprinting towards the final area here, taking over that first position. Olle looking to the right, seeing that he is now being bested by Hamish Danks from Australia, still giving it all that he's got here towards that finish line. But it's Hamish Danks from Australia, the up and the over, as you would say in Dutch. He is now taking that lead over quite strong from Olle, as we're moving towards that finish line closer and closer.
Yeah, and I see, if I look here at the times, that Olle actually started in the 4th position, then in 2nd position, so it might be that he has
There were lots of changes,
There were lots of changes, and that he lost all his powers during this first part of the race, and that now Hamish Danks really has taken over. It is actually quite close, but you are right, Boris. It is Hamish Danks coming in first here in the C final of the Holland Beker, followed by Olle van Bohemen from Teta in the 2nd position here in this C final. And if we look at the end of the race, we see here in lane 1 it's Leander Callison from Denmark coming in 3rd, followed by the rower Isaac Steen from Aegir in a 4th position, and then the last rower in this race will be Privo Hinkati from Benin, who I actually lost. Oh no, there he is. He is currently closing in also on the finish line and closing this C final from the Holland Beker.
Yeah, and with that finish, it concludes the morning part of the Holland Beker here today. Temperatures are rising not only here on the side at the Bosbaan itself, but also on the water, as these fights are being battled out here in the first semi-finals of the Holland Beker. Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, and be careful.
I had to cross somebody, but people are sometimes biking here a bit unpredictably. Anyhow, closing off that morning part here of the Holland Beker. What a great rowing we've seen so far. We are going to have a little break ourselves as well, and we'll be back at a later moment.
Yeah, we will be back at just 5 minutes for 1 o'clock to see the A final from the men's double sculls under 70. But come here to the event terrain at the 1:45 to sing the national Dutch anthem with us and to celebrate all rowers and international crews being present here today. Then we will be back on the live stream just a couple minutes before 1 o'clock.
You can see that the Brazil crew is trying to push, and you can hear the coach screaming from the side, really trying to coach his crew to close the gap in on these girls from Gias, but it's still them in first position, and there doesn't seem to change anything. It's still a bow overlap between the boats, so I think it really comes down to the last 500 meters and the end sprint of this race to see who will be winning this A final from the women's pair. But at this point of the race, just closing on the 1500 meter, it's still Gias, and they, I think they heard us because they are now really pushing through, and the tempo is picking up, and they are really making an end sprint here, and it's wonderful to see how they pick up the pace and just trying to get home as soon as possible, I think.
Yeah, there'll be yearning for this victory, because yesterday they came in second, just behind that Brazilian crew, and now again in the front of this race it is Gias from Groningen taking it up.
I think it's a good time for everyone at the VIP lounge to take a look at the water, look over their left or right shoulder and see what's happening on the water here, because it's a very close race unfolding here between the Groningse roeiers from Gias and the crew from Brazil. And I think especially the rowers from Gias, they're really holding their form here in the last 200 or 300 meters to go. It's especially good rowing there from the student rowers from Gias, who are in a boat length lead still of the Brazil crew.
Yeah, it's a boat length, but it isn't getting any bigger, that lead advantage for the crew from Groningen. The Brazilian crew is picking up the pace there, and you can once again see that from that bow seat, actually, the initiative is coming. In a pair, you can actually try and do that because the stroke seat can feel what you're doing, but you do see that it is leading them to lose each other a little bit. So I think that it was
bit of nodding here from some of the Gias participants who are watching the race. They're happy about the upcoming result, because it's definitely going to be Gias in first place with some very composed rowing here towards the finish line.
Happy as they should, because as you say, Martijn, this is very, very composed, very long strokes until the end of that race. They really feel each other underwater. Very strong victory here for that crew from Groningen. The Brazilian pair actually lost each other a little bit towards the end of the race there, where they were able to keep it together much better yesterday. Still very strong race from both crews, urging each other to get out as much as is in there speed-wise. We're going on to the next race.
There's still some crews from Denmark. There's a student crew from Denmark and a crew from, I think, the Danish national team that are finishing now. And last but not least is one of the Inspire Sport crews that are closing the fence for us, and then we'll move on to the next race.
Yeah, and as the fence is closed, we're looking at another crew from Brazil and a crew from Australia who are in the lead of this men's pair. The men's under 23 is what we are watching now. It is currently Australia in the lead. Just very close behind is Brazil. Our reporter on the bike is urging or making her way over to this race. I'll take you through the other crews that are in this. In third position currently is a crew from Ghent in Belgium, and then we have the KCH from London, I believe, taking it up with Utrecht, and a combination sport of German and Dutch crew.
Yeah, so far it's the Australian crew with quite a big lead after only the first 500 meters. Crew with Henry Blackwell and Benjamin Scott, who've also been performing at on the under 23 international regattas. And I saw online that Benjamin Scott's also a rower at Harvard, has been doing that already for 3 years. He has been doing that from freshman all the way up to a senior. So quite a bit of a long rowing career, and not surprising that they're performing so well so far in this final.
Yeah, we're getting some really nice images from that Australian pair here. Looking very, very relaxed, very long strokes. Lara, I think you're close, aren't you?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I'm currently aligning with the boats in this race, and it is indeed the Australian crew that is dominating this race with almost 2 boat lengths lead regarding to the rest of the field. In the second position right now, it's the Brazil team. Here really pushing off and trying to catch along with this Australian crew into first position. And then on this third position we have the Liège, the Gentse rowing club that is now in third position, and they are really catching on with this Brazil team, so it's a bit more exciting here who is going to be second in this race. But if the Australian crew manages to keep this pace up, then it will be no doubt that they will be winning this race. I hear a lot of coaches shouting around me, but as one coach really relaxed filming on his bike, and that's the coach from the Australian team here, having all the confidence in his rowers at this point, and I think that is absolutely correct. Then behind that we have the Brazilian crew. They are really putting on all their effort now and really pushing through. I think they just found some extra energy in their battery to give that final push and maybe see how far they can go and still catch along with the Australian team. At this point I think the distance is too big, and I can see the Australian team really responding to this push from the Brazilian equipe. And I don't think it's enough. It's still the Australian crew leading here, followed by the Brazilians, and then in third position we have the Gentse rowing club, who is also catching along, but I don't think it will be enough to overcross and overcome this great distance head sprint that has been created by the Australian crew.
Yeah, yesterday they won that men's pair, the crew from Brazil, but now the Aussies have left the 4 and are in the lead in the men's pair. Again, a very relaxed rhythm there. You can see that they are really pushing. They're a little bit behind their work, as I would call it in Dutch, a little bit behind their body mass, but they have a very strong leg drive, which is actually a little bit of an advantage if you use your backswing a little bit early, just to maybe elongate that push that you can drive your legs. You can use your legs to drive the boat with.
And in the meantime, the boys from the Maas-Naarden-combinatie just picked up their medals at their short medal ceremony here, which is located at the event terrain, not at the regular place where we used to do it. So they just picked up their medals, first medal ceremony of the day, and there's plenty more to come for everyone to watch. And everyone can also watch the rowing right now on the water, where it's still the Australian crew who are in the lead, followed by the Brazilian crew. And what a performance here by the Australian crew, really moving beautifully together on the water. They're in the lead by about 3 boat lengths, I think, and this is where they also start to push their final sprint, and they're not gonna let them take away that first place. It's in the meantime, it's actually not Brazil which is in the second place anymore, but it's the crew in the far lane from the public area.
Yeah, so that must be the crew from Ghent, because I think they were in second place a little bit ago, or in third place a little bit ago still. They are moving quite fast too, indeed, Martijn. They are moving through that crew from Brazil, as we are seeing now. They'll come in second place. First position, they're actually the fastest boat moving on the water right now, but the forest lane is a little bit too short once again for the sprint to be worth enough to go home with the victory. It is Australia that takes home the gold in this
impressive final sprint there from the men from Belgium. I mean, they made up quite a lot of seconds. They were behind on the Australian crew. Definitely the fastest moving boat in the last 500 meters.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a very strong end, and also the composure, again, very valuable asset in those last few hundred meters of a race. Quite difficult to stay together, as we just saw in both of these A finals of the men and women's pair. We're staying with the pairs because now we have the women's under 23 A finals. Which we have 3 Dutch crews competing against each other. No international entries in this field. We may switch to Dutch for a little bit. Lara, hoe ziet het eruit?
Ja, ik sta nog net iets te ver om te kunnen zeggen, met zekerheid te kunnen zeggen dat alles op één lijn ligt. Maar het lijkt in dit geval een race te zijn in het voordeel van de lage banen. Dus dat zou dan het team van de ploeg van Egeer zijn die hier dan aan de leiding gaat. En gevolgd door de ploeg van Skadi onder leiding van Fleur van der Velde. Die daar dan een tweede plek op dit moment hebben weten te bemachtigen. En het lijkt ook eigenlijk al een race te zijn tussen deze twee boten, waarvan het er vanaf hier ontzettend spannend uitziet. En dat het eigenlijk nog niet echt geschild is, dat appeltje, om naar te kijken welke boot hier met de winst vandoor zal gaan. Met toch bijna 1000 meter lijn in het vizier is het nog best wel een spannende race. En ik zie dat de ploeg van Skadi op dit moment al enorme stuurproblemen heeft. Zij belanden bijna in baan 6, waarbij de bladen ook even achter de balletjes haken die hier zo mooi zijn opgelijnd hier in het water. Dus dat is toch een voordeel wat de ploeg van Egeer dan zou kunnen gebruiken. En ja, ik denk dat ze dat ook doen, want zij weten op dit moment toch een kleine voorsprong te pakken op die ploeg van Skadi. Het zijn de dames van Egeer die dus nu denk ik een half bootlengte hebben weten te pakken op de ploeg van Skadi in baan 5. En daarmee bouwen zij toch wel aan die voorsprong hier, terwijl zij de 1000 meter bereiken. Het is een klein nummer en een klein nummer staat eigenlijk aan gelijk dat je makkelijk nog aan kan zetten, dan wel snelheid kan verliezen. Dus er kan nog veel gebeuren in dit tweede deel van deze race. Maar zoals het er nu uitziet zijn het de dames van Egeer die hier aan de leiding gaan.
Ja, en terwijl we aan het wachten zijn op deze twee zonders die zo deze kant op komen, onderschep ik hier ondertussen de jongens die zojuist als eerste van hebben. Jongens, mag ik een korte vraag aan jullie stellen? Vinden jullie dat leuk? Ja, heel goed. Jullie, fantastische race allereerst natuurlijk. Ruime voorsprong. Hadden jullie verwacht dat jullie zo ruim zouden winnen?
Nee, echt helemaal niet zelfs. We moesten tegen gasten roeien en die hebben we eigenlijk nog nooit eerder gepakt. En het hele doel van dit seizoen is die twee jongens pakken. Dat was wat we moesten doen en het is gelukt.
We werden eigenlijk voorheen alleen maar tweede en nu zijn we hartstikke blij dat we die eerste plek hebben kunnen pakken.
Ja, dat zijn natuurlijk de mooiste overwinningen, de meest onverwachte. Staan er nog mooie races op het programma dit seizoen?
Ja, we gaan nog de D.S.R doen samen, ook hier op de bosbaan. En we gaan ik ga de Noordwave nog skiffen.
Ja, daar zullen wij ook bij zijn, dus we zien jullie nog vast nog op het water. Dank jullie wel om deze vraag even te beantwoorden en veel succes nog dit seizoen.
Ja, met deze mooie woorden pak ik hem weer even op bij de race. Ontzettend mooi om te horen dat er ook zoveel, zo'n doel dan weer behaald is tijdens deze zondag van de Holland Beker. En ondertussen kijken wij naar de race van de vrouwen onder 23 2 zonder. Waarbij het is nog steeds de ploeg van Egeer is die aan de leiding gaat. En hoewel zij net hun voorsprong eigenlijk best wel flink hadden weten uit te breiden, is het de ploeg van Skadi die nu echt alle adrenaline aangesproken heeft. En nu heel veel contact weet te maken met de boot. Ze hadden wederom wat stuurproblemen, maar zij hebben nu absoluut de hogere bootsnelheid. En het is nog maar een half tafje verschil wat de ploeg van Egeer hier als voorsprong heeft op die twee zonder van Skadi. En ik zei het net al even, het is een klein nummer, er kan veel verschil gemaakt worden. En dat hebben die dames van Skadi nu absoluut besloten te doen. Want zij hebben hier de voorsprong zojuist weten te bemachtigen. Terwijl zij hun puntje nu ongeveer over die 500 meter lijn duwen. En zij gaan daarmee dus de koppositie weten over te nemen van die Egeer 2 zonder. En ik ben benieuwd of die Egeer 2 zonder daar nog op gaat reageren. Het ziet er nu eerder een beetje uit alsof zij de kopjes laten hangen. Ik zie het bladwerk van de boeg ook iets minder scherp dat water raken. Dus het is denk ik toch die ploeg van Skadi die hier voor het juiste raceplan heeft ingestoken. En in ieder geval die kopjes niet heeft laten hangen vanaf die achtergestelde positie die zij eerst hadden.
Ja, het is inderdaad die ploeg van Skadi die nu duidelijk opkomend is. We zagen het een tijdje terug op die beelden eigenlijk al wel gebeuren. Toen zaten zij een beetje te klooien met in welke baan ze eigenlijk moesten roeien. En dat zorgde ervoor dat ze een hoop kracht moesten inleveren onder water. Maar hun ritme is wel echt duidelijk superieur aan dat van de ploeg uit Groningen. Heel slordig in de keerpunten achterin eigenlijk, die twee daar. Terwijl bij Skadi dat een stuk frisser blijft. Onder water mist het af en toe nog een beetje wel in die ploeg uit Rotterdam. Maar dat lijken ze nu toch wel echt beter gevonden te hebben nu ze gewoon lekker rechtdoor gaan. Ja, dus mooi om te zien hoe dat zich zo uitbouwt naar een kleine voorsprong van de ploeg uit Rotterdam. Ze moeten dat wel nog eventjes gaan vasthouden om ook daadwerkelijk met dat felbegeerde Holland Beker blik naar huis te gaan. En te kunnen pronken daar in Rotterdam. Het is, ja, toch, ze hebben nog een klein beetje overlap. Bijna een bootlengte zit ertussen. En ze moeten nu gaan opbouwen richting een klein sprintje om dat goud te verzilveren.
Ja, dat zullen ze wel moeten gaan doen.
Ja, want, en dat zit er wel lekker in, denk ik.
Het zit er zeker lekker in, hoor. Maar ja, het is nog niet voorbij. En we hebben wel andere gekkere dingen gezien hier op de bosbaan in de slotfase van zo'n wedstrijd. Alleen, nou, het begint echt nog best wel close te worden hier, Tij. Het zijn nog steeds de dames van Skadi die hier aan de leiding gaan, maar nog maar nipt.
Ja, het is zeker een nipte overwinning. Je ziet echt ook wel dat ze toch wat krachten onder water lijken te verliezen. Ja, ze hebben het gewoon wat minder dan die ploeg uit Groningen. Maar ze weten het toch echt een stuk beter bij elkaar te houden boven water. En dat legt ze geen wintereieren. Nee. Met een tafje voor komen ze als eerste over de finish.
Zij gaan hier met de knikkers naar Rotterdam toe.
Ik vind het mooi dat elke keer als die finishlijn wordt ingetekend op de livestream, dat hij dan elke keer net iets meer naar rechts of naar links staat.
Iedere keer opnieuw ingetekend?
Ja, dat denk ik wel. Daar lijkt het wel op.
Wij zouden het nog kunnen saboteren hier door de camera te verplaatsen.
Ja, kunnen met paint kunnen we dat ding er nog in tekenen, denk ik. Wij gaan hier weer de voetjes in het water. Het is, als het eenmaal gebeurt, dan is het natuurlijk helemaal het hek van de schuur, of niet, Boris?
En ook nog eens van de Dam.
En ook nog van de Dam. We're moving on to the next race. We are in the women's double sculls. The A-finals, we'll be looking at a crew from Denmark, the Inspire Institute of Sport from India, Argo Student Club from the Netherlands, FedMX from Mexico, and another combination crew from the Netherlands.
Triton Laak, yes.
Triton Laak, yeah.
If I remember correctly, they were quite fast last time. No, yeah, it's a kind of fourth position. So they.
Right. Yeah, it's the Inspire Institute of Sport that is inspiring us again
to do better.
To do better, yeah. Which they are. They are moving really quick in that women's double, looking smooth. Also, the rhythm here that we see on this live stream is really quite solid. The blade work is a little bit late at points, but not lacking at all. And they're moving really well through the water here. The crew from India. As they are currently, I think, in second position. And as you said, Boris, it's that combination crew that was quite strong earlier from Triton and Laak, who are leading the pack in this A-final. And also very smooth rhythm, as we've discussed many times before during this weekend. Almost no use of that backswing, only to support the leg drive. Their center of mass is quite in front of the hips for as long as they can manage to really smear out that leg drive. And yeah, look at that from the back. Very solid work.
They look to be like almost at one with the boat itself in these movements.
They do actually, and their hand movements are very synchronized, and as is their blade work, which was a little bit more sloppy in the crew from the Inspire Institute of Sport, and that might just make that little bit of a difference that we're seeing on the water right now. On the asphalt next to the water is the fastest cyclist on Earth. She's really moving past the forest lane like a rocket on her mechanically assisted Oma fiets. And Lara, how's it looking there on the water?
Well, thanks for this magnificent, how do you call it, introduction of me on the bike. But I think you gave an excellent representation of how this race is unfolding. It's still the combination of Triton Laag here dominating quite easily this race, I must say. It's the A finals of the women's double sculls, and they have managed to create a distance of almost 4 boat lengths head start of compared to the Inspiration Institute of India. So yeah, I think a lot of it can still happen. Of course, we know in the last couple of 100 meters, but at this point it's still the combination of Triton Laag who are almost passing across the event terrain. Martijn, do you have them in vision already?
Well, Martin is leaving us for a little chat with his mom on the event terrain, so we will take it over from him. For this, it's very important. We all say hi, of course.
Friend of the show.
Friend of the show, Monique. Yeah, absolutely. So, but yeah, these rowers, as we said, very composed. They're really extracting every bit of energy from their strokes here into the water. It's almost looking at a machine, right? It's just they haven't done anything wrong so far in their rowing, in their strokes up until this moment, their half-day time.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying looking at these blades moving. They're very synchronized. It's every little movement that they make is exactly at the same time, which compensates for each other and then makes it very predictable what you need to do. And if you then also feel the other person's movement underwater, then you can really make it click in a double like this. Which is an exceptionally sensitive type of boat for having rowers that are synchronized. Maybe even more so than the pair, which allows for a little bit more of asymmetry sometimes. But here in the doubles, it really needs to work exactly together, and they're really making that. Look easy, this combination crew.
Very
from
elegant,
the Netherlands.
I'd almost say. Yeah.
As they take a very sovereign victory here in the women's doubles A finals. They'll be taking home the gold on the Holland Cup. Silver, the second place, will be going to the Indian Institute, Inspire Institute for Sport.
Yeah, with their very recognizable orange hats. Which we like.
And fun zooties. So yeah, it's on to the men's doubles. I'm actually quite enjoying this very predictable assignment of rowing.
Rowing, yes.
Yeah.
Women's doubles.
I have to say that
yeah, exactly.
Usually it's a bit more random.
No heats. No weird.
Nothing's going on.
Weird intermediary stuff. No. So this is all going rather predictably. Well, let's see if we can do a little prediction on who's going to win this heat. We see Australia here also with Hamish Danks, who actually just came out of the skiff only about 1.5 hours earlier, because that's when I was on the bike very close to him. I think he was in the
and these guys finals. I think got struck by a little bit of bad luck yesterday.
Yeah.
Because I think that they were taken out of their victory by some weeds. Very unfortunate. They came in second in their own heat this morning, which means that we have other fast crews to be looking out for, and especially that crew from Germany who already broke that magical 7-minute mark.
Yeah, by quite a margin.
The boys from Rotterdam, the Scotty crew. Scotty is a bit like a medium-sized, maybe a little bit smaller student club from the Netherlands. But they have in the past few years, I think they've really prioritized the sculling, which I think, especially in the doubles, we've been seeing a lot of very fast crews from them. So that is an interesting entry here. I think they're in third position now, looking from judging from this the images that are coming through here, and it must be the crew from Germany in the lead with a more than a boat length of water between these crews.
Yes, I have to do a small correction there. It's this race being dominated by the middle lanes. So it is indeed the crew from Germany here on top of this race. They are in first position, followed by the crew from Denmark, who have taken over a very sovereign second position. And the third position is actually a close call between the Australian crew you mentioned earlier and the crew from Skadi. And they're doing very excellent, with Skadi given just an extra push right now, and they have taken over the third position while just crossing the 1,000-meter mark. The race is being dominated by the crew from Germany, who are really strong strokes again. It's excellent rowing as we've seen earlier today, but also this German crew really knows what they are doing, and they have about I think 3 boat lengths ahead for the second crew in this race, which is the crew from Denmark. And Denmark is giving it their all. They are really pushing and they are picking up the pace and picking up the tempo, really to see how close they can get to that German crew. I don't think it's enough because the German crew really knows how to respond and also has a really fast pace at this point. And they are only expanding their head start compared to the crew from Denmark, but it's really, really excellent to see how all those crews are fighting for their life, we might say, fighting for that golden coin that is at the end of this race. And it's still Germany here in lead position, followed by the crew from Denmark, and then it's Skadi at this point taking over third place from the Australian crew, currently in fourth position, while we are entering the last quarter of this race.
Yeah, they're reining in towards the last 500 meters, and this is where basically every stroke is going to make a difference, right? So can they keep up the power? Can they keep up the rhythm? Actually, even emptying the tank a little bit further towards that home line here at the finish tower.
Yeah,
and as they are crossing the 500-meter mark, it's still the crew from Germany in first position, followed by Denmark, and this Skadi really taking over the third position and pushing away from the Australian crew here still in fourth position, and Orca closing the ranges here.
And the Australian head coach has really asked themselves the question, can there be enough Hamishes in one event? And the answer has been no.
No. We'll
absolutely not. We'll take 3. We'll take them all.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, here the 2 Hamishes in fourth position still. This race being headed by a German crew. They are being represented currently by Timo Strache and Til Schindelauer. And they are racing up to the finish line. The last 250 meters of this race have begun for them, and they are urging their boat forward, really making strong movements. Quite a height difference in that crew from Germany, but the pace is murderous.
They're going to have to dig deep here towards the end to be able to carry that momentum and bring it home, so to say. They need to keep up the rhythm and bring it towards the finish line. But they're able to do that. It looks very controlled. They're even increasing the tempo here. It looks like it.
Yeah, and only legs. It's also nice.
Only
we've
legs.
been talking about how to synchronize a double like that, and they've really made that work, even despite a little bit of a height difference. They are really moving very well together. Hand movements also exceptionally tight. So very well-deserved victory by Germany in the men's double here at the Royal Holland Cup. Second position there by the Danes, and then Skadi in third from the Netherlands. We're moving on and then to the next race, because we've got a lot to do today still. It's the women's under-23 fours, the coxless fours, and we only have 3 entries because the St. Edward school withdrew. Perhaps they had to go home early. We've seen a lot of very, very fast rowing from that school yesterday, so I think that the other crews are quite happy to see them to not have to compete against them.
And maybe also worth to note is that the men's double that the double sculls just won. Germany, they win the double scull elite cup, actually handed out by Jan van der Bij.
Friend of the show.
Friend of the show as
well. Would you rather win a cup or a plaquette?
I'd rather win a cup.
Yeah?
I think. Yeah, I mean, you can maybe drink something out of it. Also nice.
Maybe it's still useful.
It was provided.
You are one to actually use a
I
cup.
did it
You would
once.
win.
Yeah,
that doesn't surprise me
It
at all.
didn't have the same significance like these cups do.
Completely ungloved handling of a silver cup. The gloves are also off on the water because we are looking at that. I think it'll be the Mercantile Rowing Club, but I have to. That is in lane 3. No, I think I'm just mistaken. I think it's the other Danish crew that is in the lead in lane 5.
You're right. It's the Danish crew 3, led by Victoria Callison-Root in lane 5, that has taken the lead here in this A final of the women's for under 23. And it's actually the other Danish crew currently in 2nd position, and it's Mercantile closing this race here as they pass the 1,000-meter mark. It's the women's 4 from Denmark 3, who have currently 1 boat length advantage of the other crew from Denmark, and then there is still some overlap with the crew from Mercantile. It's really Denmark 3 here giving a big push. I think there was one from the race plan, 1,000 meters, so really refresh those minds to keep the focus here for the second part of the race, and it's really paying off. They have managed to create even a greater distance with the other crew from Denmark, which is being led by Amalie Tang here in lane 6. And I'm really excited to see if this is how we will see it at the finish, or that there's going to change something. It's the crew from Mercantile that is picking here the shortest straw, and they're really falling behind compared to the other 2 crews.
They've got them in the tongue, you would say.
Yeah, you could say that.
They are moving very well, this Danish 4. Also, the blade work is pretty well synchronized. Clean at the catch. And then moving that boat forward, and thank you for the zoom actually there, cameraman, because that has been a camera person. I'm sorry, I just saw actually.
You don't know.
I just met him.
all right.
But you are very right. Could not assume. But we saw that second position there, which was quite a distance in between. But this Danish crew really moving well on the water. Lane 5 currently leading this race for Denmark in the women's under 23 coxless 4s.
They are really getting ahead of themselves. This distance is only growing and growing between the 2 Danish crews, still in favor of the crew in lane 5 here in 1st position, and with every stroke they are creating an even greater distance in regards to the 3rd Danish crew here in lane 6. So it's nice to see how these sharp catches are really paying off for Denmark 3 here in lane 5.
Yeah, it's really clean there. Not too much water being displaced by their entry into the water with the blade. And
you can see the puddles coming from the boat, right? From the oars being very consistent as well. Very little disturbance.
Trying to set your blade fixed in the water so you move as much boat and as little water as possible. And that is really paying off in that Danish crew.
And we're also looking at the preparation to the start of the women's 4, which the winner of that women's 4 starting at 2 o'clock will be taking home the Jubileum Beker. So Martijn Koopman must be close by if there's a Jubilee Cup to be handed out. Of course, presented by the wedstrijdorganisatie of the ARB, Bart Peters. Yeah, quite an impressive cup from 1927, Victorian era.
Heard it here first.
You heard it here first.
What we're also hearing first is that Danish victory that is coming our way, because it's quite well consolidated for the Denmark 3 crew.
They forgot their uniform rowing clothing.
They did actually. They're wearing all different types of zooties, probably from their own clubs, representing also in a foreign country, which is nice to see that love for the club goes beyond borders. They are pushing a little bit more towards the end of the race, just about 50 meters to go, and Denmark in a very well consolidated lead here. Another crew from Denmark just behind them, about 4 lengths, I would say. Some overlap in those uniforms there, so maybe betwixt these crews we have some uniformity to be found. Denmark crosses the finish line and wins the women's under-23 coxless fours.
As expected, I would say, yeah, very nice. Betwixt or bemarshed, it doesn't matter, whatever you want to say. We've also have Anne Person here into the studio, and she's going to
a person
head on a person. We have a person here in the studio. For the listeners at home, they will recognize her sweet voice. She's going to join Martin Koopman in the spectators area. I hope you brought some sunscreen because the sun is beating down.
It's relentless.
So,
it's relentless. Please be careful out there in the sun. Protect yourself from those UV rays.
I even burned my arms while sitting inside yesterday, so that was also great.
How did you do that?
I don't know. So
That's an exceptional play from your part. We are looking at some beautiful images here of the another women's coxless four, which is the over 23 A finals. It's Germany in the lead with, as Boris Lamp will probably be very happy to see some uniformity of the unis in this boat. Lane 4 leading by about half a boat length on the other German crew in lane 2. The other competitors in this race are the Mexican crew FedMX. Then the Inspire Institute of Sport is being represented once again. Hong Kong is in this race too in lane 5, and then lane 6 it's the Mercantile Rowing Club. Currently in the lead is the crew from Berlin. They're really pushing their boat just ahead of the other crews, and they are being joined by their club members, or fellow club members, I must say, from also from Berlin in lane 2, and both of these crews are moving on the water very well. They're still. It's still very much looking like a sprint at the start of this race. We have about 500 meters. They've written off about 500 meters of this race as of yet. So they're still really pushing to see if they can find a little bit of calm in front of the rest. And it seems like this German crew that we're looking at right now in lane 4, who have been rigged on block, which is a free speed move.
Free speed move, indeed.
And they are really using that lead advantage that they have to see what happens in the field behind them and to really settle into a rhythm that they can find some relaxation in, so they can keep pushing towards the end without overplaying their hands too early on. In this crew we have some experienced rowers, and this morning actually we saw that they were also, we saw them I think yesterday in the women's fours too, and then they also beat that 7:40 or 6:45 mark, which is
it's quite fast.
Yeah, that is fast.
Of course, that bucket rigging is bringing them buckets of free speed in this case, and that's how you get to those fast times. Of course,
we haven't really seen many of those welding mask-like sunglasses, which are also a free speed move.
It seems like that trend is a bit phased out.
Maybe it is. Maybe
we'll start seeing more classical methods of shading against the sun. But indeed, the welders
bring back the aviators.
Bring back the aviators.
The stroke seat of the men's 8, of the Dutch men's 8, actually classically wears aviators. The current one.
Yeah.
So maybe he can bring back the trend.
Maybe that's the sponsor deal from Ray-Ban.
Yeah, it does have that. Yeah.
Hello there.
Hey.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Oh, someone who's actually Martijn. You are one not to hope for the comeback of the aviator trend, I think.
Yes. I know. I don't. That would be very unfortunate if that would happen.
That would hurt.
I prefer other styles of sunglasses.
To all the commentators, there's still a race going on here on the forest lane. It's still the crew from the Bundesstützpunkt Berlin, and then the one that is being named Push, that are here in the lead, and they've actually managed to create an even greater distance compared to the other to their teammates. I think or the other crew from Berlin, who are in lane 2, and then they are still being followed by the Mexican crew here over in lane 1, and then there's some great distance before we see the rest of the field. So it's really a German dance here on top of this field, with the crew in lane 4 leading while they are entering the last quarter of this 2,000 meter race, and they seem still very relaxed. They have the block here in the middle of the boat.
Bucket rigging.
What?
Bucket, as in an emmer. A bucket.
Yeah, bucket rigging.
That's what it's called.
Because it looks like a bucket.
Yeah.
Bucket rigging.
From the side.
In the
From the side.
meantime,
rigged down
there's
block,
also
I think, is
almost
better.
coming up two very interesting medal ceremonies for the women's and the men pair. So we'll keep a close eye on that as well.
Maybe we can get some words in from them because they.
Yeah, I see the Australian crew is already in the area to pick up their medal anytime soon. So
all freshened up.
all freshened up, still in their rowing suits, but we'll get back to that race on the water right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I just had to get, but it's still the German crew, the Bundesstützpunkt Berlin push, which is in the lead here, quite a big lead still, like Lara told us before, followed by their companions of the same rowing crew, and then in third place is probably Mercantile rowing crew here on no, it's not, it's the Fatmex, the Mexicans in a third place. And I think it's well, it's all said and done for that first place. Actually, it's going to be the Germans. But for that second and that third place, it might still be an exciting race. I think it's going to be the Mexicans are now moving past the Germans with quite a fierce final sprint, and that's going to give them that second place, firm consolidation on that second place. Not really much of a reaction of that other crew from Germany, but they'll be having to take enough with the third place there.
A lot of bravado in the final sprints here from the Mexican crews we've seen this weekend. We saw that bow seat yesterday in the men's pair, I think, or men's double that really went for it, which paid off with a very strong victory. Here the victory goes to Germany. The crew from Berlin has a very sovereign lead from the start of this race and have managed to hold on to it until the end. Legs go in the water, which means victory for Germany.
And while I'm turning around, we're slowly turning our heads towards the next race. It's also an A final from the men's Cockless 4, and we have 6 crews, 6 international crews lining up here in this upcoming race. It's the crew from Australia in the lane 6, and then it's followed by the Mercantile Rowing Club, and then in the middle lanes we will see Denmark and Uruguay. And in the right there is a combination German crew alongside the last crew in this race, which will be the Mexican crew in lane 1, and they are still a bit far from me away to say how this field is unfolding.
Speaking of Australian crews, it's the Australian men pair who are now picking up the Lemming Beker, a cup which is handed out by Lex van Droge. It's quite an old cup actually. It exists since 1927, so quite a long history. Lex is explaining the history of the cup himself right now, and I'm going to check whether I can get some words out from the Australian crew in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, and another Australian crew is what we're looking at on the water now. They are in the lead, about a boat length out of this field. This 4 is moving very well, again with the very relaxed rhythm that we've seen from these Australian crews all weekend through. This is a bit of a race to keep attention to the lane numbers, because we have 2 crews that are competing in the under-23s field. One is mixed actually, the Uruguayan team I think has both over and under 23s in one crew. I'm not sure how that works actually, but the Danes are a crew that is filled with rowers that are under the age of 23, whereas all the other crews are not competing in that field. They're in the open class of the men's Cockless 4s. Australia moving very well on the water here. the four of them have really found a nice rhythm, which seems to be paired with a bit of relaxation. And then we see all the other crews coming through. Uruguay in second place right now, also rowing very well. We've seen them row quite fast this weekend through. A lot of arm swing actually from the stroke seat there.
Go to check if I can get some words out from the Australian crew, which just picked up their medals, guys. I think you've had a long weekend of racing, also participating yesterday in the 4, if I'm correct. How was it racing on the Bosbaan?
Yeah, we really enjoyed it. It's different conditions to what we're used to back in Australia, but it's been a really exciting regatta and we had a lot of fun today.
What are the upcoming events that you're preparing for?
So next weekend we'll be racing in the World Cup in Lucerne. So another day of training here on the Bosbaan. Looking forward to it, and then we'll head off to Switzerland on Tuesday.
All right, very exciting, and also maybe some participation at Henley, maybe, or is it back to Australia after the World Cup?
Unfortunately, no Henley for us this year. It'll be back to Varese and training with the Australian team there for a while.
And will you be back here at World Championships?
We hope so. We've got some trialling in the next few weeks, and so we hope to be back here in the World Champs.
All right, good luck with the trial, and hopefully we'll see you here in the late summer at the World Championships. Thank you.
Yeah, it'd be excellent news to see the rowers come back for the World Championships later this summer here on the Bosbaan in Amsterdam. Who we might also be seeing is the rest of this Australian crew training in Italy then for the rest of this summer, which is an excellent move on their part, I must say. Important to take care of yourself food-wise too. And I think that Varese is a very excellent place to do that. We have this Australian crew really moving very fast on the water, but Uruguay is hanging on to that second position. They still have a little bit of overlap on the boats, don't they, Lara?
Sorry, I've already turned around since they have gone way into the last quarter of this race. So I think Martijn should be the one almost having them in his vision field.
Yeah, and he's running from the victory area to the water side to see that for himself.
My nose is directed to the water, and the margin is growing by the Australian crew. I think they're performing a very well final sprint to hold off that Uruguayan crew who are holding on to the Australians, and I don't think they're able to put their boat next to them in the last 100 meters. It's definitely going to be the Australians.
I was just chatting about some logistics here with the rest of the studio, who have opened up some refreshments. The crew from Australia is probably also going to need a lot of freshening up after this major sprinting that they've been doing, this men's coxswain 4. And I have to say, it was actually necessary to keep off that crew from Uruguay, who came in with a very hot sprint towards the end. A lot of speed in both of these crews. Just in third position is that crew from Denmark, from the combination crew from Germany that came in with a time of 6:30. The Australian crew finishing in 6:23.96, a very strong victory for that men's coxswain 4. I hope to hear something from them after they've received their honorary medal. We're moving on to the next race, and we have a fully Dutch keep here in the men's coxswain 4s. They are probably preparing for Henley. We'll be talking about them in Dutch for a little bit, so for our international listeners and viewers, we'll be maybe there's an automatic translate option and on YouTube that if you're still interested in watching all these Dutch crews row against each other, then you can follow us through. Welkom terug in het Nederlands. We kijken naar de hoop, de 4 met die we gisteren ook hebben zien winnen. Een hele sterke ploeg die zichzelf aan het voorbereiden is om naar Henley te gaan. De Big Boys United, vrienden van de show, die ook alomtegenwoordig zijn op het roeien hier, of met het roeien hier op de Bosbaan. We kijken ook naar een ploeg van Triton die daar nog een beetje in de buurt blijft, Boris.
Ja, klopt helemaal. We hebben ze al vaker de baan over
vliegen hier op de Holland Beker. De Big Boys Uniteit. Zelfs in de skiff hebben ze een afvaardiging meegestuurd. Maar ja, hier gaan ze nu voor dat gekke nummer. Wat we gisteren ook voorbij hebben zien komen. Hè, de gestuurde 4. Toch weer wat extra gewicht mee wat je moet meezeulen. Maar ja, zij zijn daar beproefd, bepokt en gemazeld in, om het zo eigenlijk maar te zeggen.
Ze hebben een paar citroenen mee in de boot om de scheurbuiken te voorkomen. Maar deze dubloenruikende piraten hebben het ruime sop gekozen. En daarmee, dat legt ze geen windeieren hoor. Want wat een strak ritme hier in die ploeg van De Hoop. Leggen hun 4 met lekker snel weg. Gisteren hadden zij een bloedstollende tijd neergezet in die 4 met. Namelijk 6:07. Ja, dat is echt wel heel rap in zo'n ontzettend bakbeest van een nummer die gevulde koelkast die ze hier de bosbaan overtrekken.
Is niks vergeleken met onze gevulde koelkast die we hier in de studio
hebben staan. Wat absoluut geen tafelmodel is, ondanks die zeer misleidende marktplaatsreclame die we voorbij zagen komen.
Ja, het heeft niks met tafels te maken dit.
Nee, behalve als je weer... Ja, misschien dat staketsel waarmee ze de finishcamera bij de WAP hadden opgehangen. Ja, dat is denk ik sterk genoeg om die koelkast te dragen.
Dat denk ik ook, ja.
Nou ja, en wie in ieder geval geen praatjes aan het verkopen zijn de mannen hier van de Big Boys Uniteit, oftewel De Hoop. Die hebben echt een enorme voorsprong weten te bemachtigen op de rest van het veld. Ik denk dat er zo'n 5 boten uit handen geven. En ik denk dat ze zich dat ook realiseren. Want van een eindsprint kan ik hier niet spreken. Er wordt gewoon keurig geroeid. En ik denk dat zij daarmee ook een gentleman's karakter alvast aan het trainen zijn voor die Henley Royal Regatta. En dan kunnen zij met een gerust hartje straks hun muntjes op gaan halen hier bij de Koninklijke Holland Beker.
Natuurlijk wel een extra zoete overwinning.
Ja, dat zal het zeker zijn. Martijn, jij zou er zelfs van gaan smikkelen, denk ik. Zo zoet zal die victorie hier smaken voor De Hoop. Met toch wel 15 lengtes licht tussen hen en de nummer 2 Triton komen zij over de finish straks. Ze hebben nog echt even flink aangezet om die tijd van gisteren misschien nog wel te verscherpen. We gaan kijken of dat gelukt is. Ze komen in ieder geval wel in de buurt. Ja, 6:24. Het is in ieder geval niet zo'n moordende tijd als gisteren. Er staat ook wel echt een zuchtje minder wind dan toen. Maar dit zijn goede kaarten voor die jongens om die Henley Royal Regatta eens even flink ervan langs te gaan geven daar. Dus wij zullen zeker aan de buis gekluisterd zijn tegen die tijd. We blijven even in het Nederlands hangen. Want we kijken gewoon weer naar het Nederlandse studentenroeien dat je van ons gewend bent. We kijken namelijk naar een lage argo-combinatie. Skull gecombineerd met Vidar. En Focus ligt ook nog in dit veld. In de lichte vrouwen. November dubbel 4. Waar staat het nog voor in dit discipline gebeuren? Dat is mijn nieuwelingen overgangs?
Novice. Nieuwelingen novice. Yes.
Ja. Winst alom. Novice. Zij komen hierheen en met een flinke voorsprong nu al is die lage argo-combinatie in die dubbel 4 onze kant op aan het snellen. We gaan eens even kijken wat ze daarvan aan het bakken zijn. We krijgen wat beelden door hier op... Vooral van wat riet. Dus misschien dat Lara ons kan verblijden met wat inzicht vanaf de kant.
Ja, ik heb mijn elektrische fiets even in de vierderversnelling gezet om deze ploegen in te halen. En dan heb je inderdaad gelijk tijd. Het is de boot van Laga Argo-combinatie die hier aan de leiding gaat. Gevolgd door de boot van Focus in baan 5. Die hier een tweede positie in handen hebben. En dan is het op dit moment Skull-Vidar combinatie die dan achteraan ligt. Het is, het ziet er eigenlijk wel gewoon gedegen uit. Het is de boot van die Argo-Laga-combinatie die hier dus aan kop gaat. Waar we eigenlijk nog weinig spannend zien. Ik denk dat zij ook van zelfvertrouwen mogen spreken. Omdat zij al een comfortabele voorsprong hebben weten te bemachtigen. Nog voor de eerste 1000 meter van deze race eigenlijk verroeid is. Dus dat zal ze geen windeieren leggen. En dat betaalt voor op dit moment goed uit voor deze combinatieploeg die hier aan de leiding gaat. Ondertussen zie ik dat er een klein snoekje geslagen wordt bij de Skull-Vidar combinatie achterin. Daar zit het ook wat minder samen. Je ziet toch dat er wat verschil is in haalbeeld tussen de twee verenigingen die hier samen in de boot zitten. En het betaalt zich op dit moment ook uit in een lagere bootsnelheid. En ik denk niet dat we deze ploeg nog op het erevlot terug zullen gaan zien vandaag bij de prijsuitreiking. En wie we daar wellicht wel gaan zien is de combinatie van Laga Argo die toch met redelijk weinig moeite best wel wat bootsnelheid hier weten te creëren. En die redelijk makkelijk hier door het water gaan. En jullie hadden het net al even over het noviceveld, maar ik vraag me dus af, Zijn dit dan nog de lichte dames
Ja.
die eventueel een klassement ook starten?
Ja, het zijn de novice is denk ik echt het beginnerveld. Dus,
Nieuwelingen.
want zij zijn, er wordt hier wel veel nieuwelingen naar mij geroepen. Omdat het ook zo is volgens Joost. Nou, dan geloof ik het ook meteen. Maar ik denk wel dat dit zo'n dubbel 4 met, dat is vaak wel de eerstejaars dubbel 4 metten. Maar die zullen dan de beginnerstatus wel verloren zijn. Het is best wel laag tempo. En het beweegt wel redelijk die combinatie ploeg. Maar ze hebben vooral ook niet al te veel tegenstand van die twee andere ploegen hier.
Nee, veel tegenstand is er zeker niet. Het is nog steeds de boot van Focus op een tweede plek. Maar ja, een tweede plek zeg ik, er zit zeker wel zo'n 5 lichtjaar tussen deze twee boten in. Met lage Argo hier soeverein aan de leiding. En dan Focus op een tweede plek, wat er op zich ook heel erg netjes uitziet. Dus ik denk dat dat dan toch puur een krachtmeting is die wij hier ten tonele zien verschijnen. Waarbij het in het nadeel is van de ploeg van Focus, die hier in baan 6 nog steeds op een tweede plek ligt. Gevolgd door de D.S.R combinatie die nu achteraan ligt met een afstand zo groot dat ze die ook niet meer gaan overbruggen in die laatste 500 meter van deze race die nu aangebroken is. In ieder geval voor de lage Argo combinatie die hier nog steeds met hele relaxte kopjes en ik denk gewoon heel veel zelfvertrouwen aan de leiding gaan in deze race. Het is race nummer 250 van de dag, vond ik toch een mooi nummer om nog even te benoemen.
Moest nog even gezegd worden, ja.
En dan denk ik dat jullie het zo langzaam van mij over kunnen nemen als ik mij omgedraai naar de volgende race.
Jawel, we krijgen schitterende beelden door hier van die dubbel 4 met van Laga en Argo. Die met een heel relaxed haaltje onze kant opkomen. Bewegen best wel lekker door de boot samen. Hebben in ieder geval echt absoluut geen haast om deze race snel tot een einde te brengen. Voelen zich zeer zelfverzekerd in de overwinning die hen aanstaande is. Zij komen straks langs de VIP-tent van de Tropics. Waarbij waarbij iedereen zich kan laven aan het dubbel 4 roeien dat hier voorbij gaat komen. En Martijn Koopman staat daar tussen alle very important persons.
Ja, ik sta even polshoogte te nemen. Ik dacht heel even dat de ploeg van Skadi de Rotterdamse prijs had gewonnen. Dat leek mij wel mooi, maar dat is helaas de volgende beker. Dus dat ging niet op, dus ik kom zo weer even kijken. Wat ik hier ondertussen zie is een Argo-Laga combinatie. Die 4 aan de leiding gaan nog steeds. Ja, jullie zullen dat vast al uitgebreid besproken hebben. Maar daar is geen twijfel over mogelijk dat die dit veld hier gaan winnen. Er wordt wel even wat water geschept nog zo mooi richting het einde. Maar ze hebben hun ritme weer volledig weten te herpakken. Om nog even een mooi staaltje schoonroeien te laten zien voor het publiek.
Ja, het lijkt er zeker op alsof die dames van Laga en die dames van Argo beide normaal samen in de boot zitten. En dat pakt erg goed voor hen uit hoor. De boot glijdt mooi onderdoor en ze zullen bijna over die finishlijn zijn nog een aantal halen te gaan. En dan hebben ze een zeer geslaagde race hier neergezet.
Ja, absoluut. En ze proberen er nog een beetje dat tempo uit te persen zo richting het einde van de race. Om inderdaad het publiek te geven waarvoor ze gekomen hebben. Waarvoor ze ook die dure dagtickets hebben gekocht hier op de Holland Beker. Waar onze rijksdaaldersalaris van betaald worden. We blijven even in dat nieuwelingenveld. Want we gaan naar de vrouwen 4 metten. 2 ploegen van Okeanos zijn daar net van start gegaan. En die worden daar ook vergezeld door Saurus, Orca, Vidar en Laga. En dat roeigeweld gaat onze kant op komen. Weer een hoop, een vrij lomp nummer om voor te bewegen. Maar dat belooft zeker niet minder spektakel te zijn. Hier nog de beelden van die winnende Laga-Argo combinatie. En daar zijn die 4 metten hier in beeld. Het ligt best wel dicht bij elkaar. Aan de leiding is Triton in baan 2. Daar vlak achter is het Laga en ook Okeanos in baan 5.
Ondertussen is er nog een beker uitgereikt. Niets minder dan de Rotterdamprijs door Pieter van den Burg. Een zilveren beker uit 1966. En die is gewonnen door, is het even te kijken, Triton en de Laak. Als ik mij niet vergis, er wordt ondertussen al lekker een verfrissend biertje gedronken. Al valt hij niet helemaal goed en gelijk ook wat gegeten. Kijk even naar links, als ik nog een vraag kan stellen aan deze dames. Een getwijfelde blik krijg ik.
Susanna, ik denk dat het ligt.
Ja, er worden snel nog even wat happen weggewerkt, dames. Jullie hebben een mooie race gevaren. Hoe voelt het om vandaag hier te winnen op de bosbaan op de Koninklijke Holland Beker?
Ja, warm denk ik. Het was echt heel warm. Ja, ik
heb vaak op de bosbaan geraced en ik heb eigenlijk mijn PR hier op deze baan. Dus het is altijd superleuk om op een zo snelle baan te roeien. Maar altijd een beetje zonde dat er af en toe een beetje weer komt onder de palen en zo.
Ondanks het weer toch tevreden met jullie tijd?
Ja, ik heb de tijd nog niet gezien. Ik weet niet of jij hem uit je hoofd weet. Maar...
Ja, die weet ik niet uit mijn hoofd helaas. Misschien dat de heren in de toren ons nog even snel kunnen helpen. En staan er nog andere races op het programma samen?
Misschien slotwedstrijden nog en verder moeten we even kijken hoe het gaat.
Het is een hele nieuwe combinatie. We hebben voor het allereerst vorige week kennis gemaakt en dan Blijf gestart.
Dan is gelijk wel een hele succesvolle combinatie. En dat is natuurlijk uiteindelijk waar het om gaat. Dankjewel dat jullie ons even te woord willen staan en geniet van jullie overwinning en de heerlijke burger.
Nou top, dan schakelen we weer terug naar de wedstrijd. Die zal bijna bij jou in de buurt zijn, Lara, gok ik.
Zeker.
Die komt jouw bliksveld binnengeschoven inmiddels.
Ja, ik zie ze al langzaam de boot inderdaad op mij afkomen. Van, nou ja, langzaam, dat komt omdat ik stilsta en niet omdat deze boten niet hard aan het roeien zijn. En dan lijkt het op dit moment dat de boten in de lage banen daar toch in het voordeel zijn. Dat zij in ieder geval de hardste halen hier aan het neerzetten zijn. Waarbij het nu de ploeg van Laga is die denk ik de eerste positie heeft overgenomen van de ploeg van D.S.R in baan 2. Het is Laga die in ieder geval enorm wat kracht inderdaad in dit toch wel zware nummer aan het pompen is. Het zie genoeg water om hen heen sparten. Maar het legt ze op dit moment geen windeieren. Want zij hebben inderdaad, kan ik nu met zekerheid zeggen, de eerste positie overgenomen van D.S.R als zij zometeen die 1000 meter onderdoor gaan. En dan op een derde plek moeten we hier even kijken naar de hoge banen. Want dan zien we dat Okenos 2 in baan 5 dan nog steeds op een derde plek zit. Maar die hebben op dit moment wel een hogere bootsnelheid te pakken, lijkt het, dan de dames van D.S.R. Dus ik ben benieuwd of zij in de volgende kwart van deze race misschien nog een kleine inhaalsprint zouden kunnen maken. En daarmee de dames van D.S.R toch nog moeilijk zouden kunnen maken. Ik geef hem even over, want ik word hier opgezogen in een tsunami van supporters.
En van een motorfiets.
Ja, en van een motorfiets. Pas je wel op. Ik weet niet of dat een soort nieuwe neerhuisgadget is die de checkscooters achter gelaten hebben en ingeruild hebben voor een nieuwe tweetakt buitenboordmotor die ze op hun Van Moof hebben geslingerd.
Ja, mannen, ik ben er weer. Ik sta nog op de fiets en ik neem er even terug, want het is hier ontzettend spannend aan het worden. Er is namelijk een enorm mooie verschuiving plaats aan het vinden van inderdaad de ploeg van Okenos die hier met een opmars bezig is ten opzichte van die ploeg van D.S.R. En ik kan op dit moment zeggen dat er alweer een halve boot overlap is tussen deze twee ploegen. En ja, de dames van Okenos weten dat verschil nog kleiner te maken met elke haal die ze op dit moment neerleggen hier in het water. En ik zie nog weinig reactie van de dames van D.S.R die eigenlijk nog steeds met hetzelfde ritme aan het varen zijn als dat zij hiervoor ook deden. En dus dat betekent veel goeds voor de dames van Okenos, want het is nog maar een half tafje verschil wat zij hier hebben ten opzichte van de ploeg van Okenos. En klinkt natuurlijk ontzettend enthousiast, maar het gaat uiteindelijk om een tweede plek hier, want het zijn nog steeds de dames van Laga die hier aan de leiding gaan. Maar ik zijn me niks van bazen als die het ook nog wel eens moeilijk gaan krijgen met deze Okenos-ploeg. Ik denk dat er wat kwartjes zijn gevallen hier in het tweede deel van deze race, want zij hebben een enorme bootsnelheid te pakken gekregen ten opzichte van dat eerste deel. En zij zijn op dit moment officieel D.S.R voorbij. En zeker met een taft liggen zij nu voor de boot van D.S.R. En wordt het verschil met Laga die hier nu op kop ligt ook steeds kleiner. Dus ik ben benieuwd of het genoeg gaat zijn. Het is natuurlijk een ontzettend zwaar nummer, dus lastig worden gaat het zeker. Maar ik wil niet zeggen dat het op dit moment al een gelopen race is.
Nee, het is, Laga zal wel wat steken moeten laten vallen. En als je kijkt naar het ritme, dan zou me het wel verbazen als we dat opeens zouden gaan doen. Ook netjes in blok geriggerd. Geheel volgens studiovoorschriften hebben zij hun bootje opgeriggerd. Maar het ritme ziet er bij het Laga ook best wel ontspannen uit. Zo in die 4 met. Bij Okenos toch wel wat slordigheid, fouten erin. Die boot die lijkt zich ook wel een beetje door het water heen te worstelen. En bij die ploeg, ik denk dat dat dan D.S.R geweest moet zijn. Ik had in mijn hoofd dat het Triton was, maar daar zat een boeg toch wel echt enorm te rijken bij de catch. En dat vertraagt wel enorm als je je boot eigenlijk wil doorversnellen. Laga hier aan kop met ruim 8 seconden voorsprong op Okenos. Een duidelijk superieur ritme als je het vergelijkt nu ook met deze ploeg die we hier zien van D.S.R dat zich vermopt lijkt te hebben als een soort Triton-uniform. Dat lustrum is een beetje vergelijkbaar als wat Orca met Njord gedaan heeft. Wij worden hier in de studio in ieder geval gepiepeld door alle kleuren combinaties. Maar het scharlakenrood van Laga, dat komt als eerste deze kant op in die vrouwen dubbel 4.
Ja, ik sprak net al even met een paar Lagaaiers en die vroegen zich al af, waar moet je dan eigenlijk heen als je gewonnen hebt? En dat vroegen ze voor hun ploeggenoten. Nou, die ploeggenoten, die kunnen ze hier nu keihard aanmoedigen richting dat blik vandaag. En dan mogen zij zich zo naar het noodvlot begeven om daar dat felbegeerde voucher op te halen waarmee je straks je blik kan ophalen. Want het is nog steeds Laga wat hier aan de leiding gaat, gevolgd door Okeanos. Maar die voorsprong die gaan de dames uit Delft echt niet meer weggeven.
Nee, dat is zeer onwaarschijnlijk. De voorsprong is dusdanig royaal van de dames van de DSRV Laga dat ik daar niets meer aan zie gebeuren in die laatste meters richting de finish. Het ziet er gedegen en gecontroleerd uit en deze dames zijn alleszins zeker van een prestatiepunt en een mooie blik hier op de Koninklijke Holland Beker die ze bij mogen schrijven. In de verte, daar kijk ik alvast eventjes zo vooruit, zie ik de eerstvolgende A-finale aan het middaggloren van de bosbaan verschijnen. Dat zijn de mannelingen gestuurde 4 metten die daar aankomen. Gestuurde 4 metten, dat is natuurlijk een, hoe noem je dat, een conterminatie of iets van die orde. Maar ze zijn gestuurd, ze zijn met z'n 5 in de boot. Met de stuurman of vrouw voorop aan het werk om hier net als die vrouwen het onderling uit te maken wie er met dat Holland Bekerblik vandoor gaat. We hebben nog, we krijgen nu de eerste tussentijden daarvan binnen. Het is daar wederom bij de mannen Laga aan de leiding bij dat veld. Dat betekent dat Laga zich wellicht mag opmaken voor een dubbelklapper hier op de zondagmiddag. Dat is nog wel 1500 meter te gaan. En als ik het zo eventjes zie, dan is dat veld nog helemaal nog niet uitgemaakt. Het ligt redelijk dicht bij elkaar. Dus ik kijk er ook naar uit dat ze zometeen bij jou in het blikveld schuiven, Lara.
Nou,
en jij iets meer daarover kan vertellen.
Neus bovenop, want we gaan hier al de 1000 meter onderdoor. En je hebt helemaal gelijk. Het is Laga die hier vrij relaxed aan de leiding gaat met zo'n 3 bootlengtes verschil ten opzichte van de rest van het veld. Maar daarachter is het inderdaad een stuk spannender. Want dan zien we daar een strijd zich ontvouwen tussen Vidar hier nu op een tweede plek met ongeveer een halve boot voorsprong op de mannen van Triton. En daarachter liggen dan eigenlijk Laga en Skull nagenoeg met elkaar op één lijn. En dan heb ik het over Laga 1, dus het Laga in baan 6. Wat er in ieder geval zeker is dat er één ploeg is die het niet meer uit handen gaat geven als zij deze lijn van machtsvertoon door weten te zetten tot de finish. En dat is de ploeg van Laga 2 in baan 3 die hier nog steeds aan de leiding gaan. En eigenlijk ook geen centimeter weggeven aan de andere ploegen die ontzettend hard hun best doen om toch wat dichterbij te kunnen komen bij deze duidelijk overmachtige Laga 2 ploeg. Er vindt echter weinig verschuiving plaats. Dus ik denk dat er toch nog wat meer pushes hier en daar gegeven zullen moeten worden om hier onderscheid te kunnen maken. Het is nog steeds Vidar die met een boegballetje verschil op dit moment op een tweede plek zit. Gevolgd door Triton die nu toch wel echt aan moet gaan zetten, zou ik zeggen, mannen, om erop en erover te gaan. Want dit kaas wil je niet van je brood laten eten. Maar aan de knikkers gaat het in ieder geval niet meer. Want dat is nog steeds de ploeg van Laga hier die duidelijk aan de leiding gaat en die dat eigenlijk heel gedegen doet.
Ja, ik dacht dat het de rook van de burgers was hier op het terrein. Maar het is de ploeg van Laga in baan 3 die deze kant op komt stomen. En het gaat er hard aan toe, hoor. Ze laten de boten echt achter zich. En het zijn hele gedegen halen die zij hier neerzetten. Dat is een goed staaltje roeien wat zij hier vertonen op de Koninklijke Holland Beker. Dus ik denk dat het niet voor niks is dat zij hier aan de leiding gaan en zo meteen dat blik zullen bemachtigen. Het is daar achterin nog wel wat spannend, Lara. Ik weet niet of jij daar nog wat meer over kan zeggen voor verschuivingen.
Zeker, er is een kleine verschuiving plaatsgevonden. Het zijn inderdaad de mannen van Triton die nu de mannen van Vidar hebben ingehaald en daarmee op een tweede positie hebben. En ook nog wat hoge bootsnelheid uit hebben weten mee te slepen. Dus die hebben nu een halve boot voorsprong op de mannen van Vidar. Maar goed, zoals jij ook al zei, Anne, het is de stoomboot van Laga die hier nog steeds ontzettend hard aan de leiding gaat. En ik denk niet meer dat ze dat weg zullen geven, terwijl zij nu richting het bezoekersterrein varen en zij daar hun ereronde mogen gaan doen en hun mooiste halen mogen gaan neerzetten in dit machtsvertoon.
Ja, echt wel bijna 10 seconden voorsprong van Laga hier ten opzichte van de nummer 2 Triton. Ook wederom die Laga-ploeg met echt een superieur ritme ten opzichte van de rest van het veld. Veel relaxter ziet het eruit dan bij die andere ploegen. Die onwennigheid die je vaak in zo'n 4 met aan het begin zeker ziet. Dat is hier echt wel minder aanwezig dan bij die andere ploegen. En dat betaalt zich uit in een hele soevereine voorsprong.
Nee, zeker geen onwennigheid bij die heren van Laga. Best wel wat lengte in die 4 zonder haal in deze Novite 4 zonder. Dus dat is echt toch wel een knap staaltje roeien voor deze nog relatief onervaren roeiers. En er wordt een flinke gealelagaaid hier. En dat is ook al ter verdienste van deze roeiers. Want wat een voorsprong hebben zij ook gebouwd ten opzichte van de rest van het veld. De rest van het veld wat nog daadwerkelijk met elkaar aan het racen is. En waar Triton nog angstvallig vasthoudt aan die tweede plek. Maar het is alle ogen wederom op Laga in deze race.
De stoomboot van Laga, voorgeslagen door Thijs van IJzerlo als Sinterklaas himself. Die hier als eerste over de finish gaat komen. Hier op de Koninklijke Holland Beker 2026 stellen zij een prestatiepunt voor zichzelf veilig. En pakken ze natuurlijk ook dat blik. Ja, dat is voor die tweede plaats iets spannender. Maar ook daar lijkt het dat de blik naar de tweede positie bedoel ik, naar het Utrechtse gaat. De USR Triton die uiteindelijk die tweede plaats vast heeft weten te houden. Wat je al zei, Martijn, de achterin werd echt nog geraced. Maar het was Laga soeverein erop en erover hier in deze mannen nieuwelingen 4 metten. We gaan door naar de lichte mannen achten. De lichte mannen nieuwelingen achten. Dat zijn dus achten met maximaal 1 prestatiepunt op zak volgens het Nederlandse systeem. En het is daar een bonte verzameling van combinaties en focus die zichzelf tot 2 keer toe het water op waagt. 1 keer een combinatie met Argo, de andere keer een volledige focus 8. Verder
ook nog meegesmokkeld in die andere Argo, Vidar, Okeanos, Proteus-Eretes, weet ik het allemaal, ploeg.
De kansen voor focus lijken dan goed te liggen.
Ja, dat denk ik ook wel. Focus gaat misschien wel... Ze zitten in 4 alle ploegen.
Nou, dan is in ieder geval
100% overwinningskans voor Focus.
Ja, dat is uniek in een lichte mannen achterrace. Dat je 100% kans hebt op de winst. Het is voorlopig de Argo, Vidar, Euros, Okeanos, Focus combinatie aan de leiding. Maar die worden achterna gezeten door een andere combinatie. De Orca, Acepos, Theta, Focus, Boreas, Skadi combinatie.
Kunnen ze allemaal afkorten tot Focus combinatie.
Ja, dat is in feite wat we zouden kunnen doen.
Blijft onduidelijk wat er is gebeurd tot het einde.
Ja, en mannen, ik sta er ondertussen angstvallig dichtbij. En het is eigenlijk heel erg spannend. Want ik denk dat het op dit moment bijna niet vanaf deze afstand zelfs te zeggen is welke boot er nou aan de leiding gaat. Het is echt boegballetje wisselen tussen de boot in baan 6 en de boot in baan 4. Die hier met elkaar in een hevige lichte strijd verwikkeld zijn voor die koppositie hier in het lichte mannen achterveld. Het is nu de boot van Argo die een push aan het inzetten is hier op die 1000 meter. En daarmee toch een voorsprong weet te bemachtigen. Omdat het de boot van de Orca combinatie in baan 4 eigenlijk te laat reageert op deze toch wel harde push. En dat legt ze zeker geen windeieren. Want nu met elke haal wordt er een poppetje geschoven hier vanuit de boot van Argo. En dan zie je dat de stuurvrouw toch eigenlijk al ter hoogte van de boegbal ligt. Dat is echt in een moordend tempo is deze 8 opeens over de baan verplaatst hier in het derde kwart van deze 2000 meter race. En dan zien we dat Argo nu toch wel echt een voorsprong heeft weten te bemachtigen met enkel nog een boegballetje overlap tussen de boot van Argo en dan de boot van de Orca Regenboog hier in baan 4. Met ondertussen nu licht tussen de boten. Het is echt een licht kanon. Want hier is afgeschoten hier in baan 6. Ik denk dat Argo opeens het licht heeft gezien en heeft bedacht dit is hoe we moeten roeien en dat maar zijn gaan doen. En dat gaat ontzettend goed hier in baan 6. Zij hebben nog meer afstand weten te creëren. Ik wil bijna willen zeggen dat er lichtjaren nu gezien kunnen worden. En ik heb mezelf denk ik nog nooit zo vaak het woord licht in de afgelopen 3 minuten horen zeggen.
Ja, daar zullen deze lichte mannen helemaal niet verdrietig om zijn hoor. Want die Eveline Duister die lijkt inderdaad lichtelijk sneller de finish heen te sturen. Want het zijn de mannen inderdaad van de Argo, Vidar, Euros, Okeanos, Focus combinatie die hier zeker aan de leiding gaan. En volgens mij nog steeds los liggen van de andere boten.
Ja, en wel kek allemaal het Argo-pakje aangetrokken om toch uniform aan de start te verschijnen. Ook een pakje waar ik zelf eigenlijk altijd wel een keer in zou hebben willen roeien. Jij misschien ook wel, Joost?
Ja, zeker. Als Wageninger, geboren en getogen Wageninger, had ik natuurlijk heel graag een Argo-pakje aangedaan. Maar het heeft nooit zo mogen zijn.
Het kan altijd nog, hè?
Ik had in deze lichte achter wellicht kunnen instappen, mits ik had kunnen inwegen. Maar niets is minder waar. Het is die Argo 8 die inmiddels het ruime sop lijkt te kiezen in deze race. En zichzelf los weten te trekken van die andere lichte achten. Die weliswaar nog in het kielzog liggen. Maar het verschil begint langzaam maar zeker groter te worden. De snelheid is op orde bij deze Argo 8. En jullie daar op het toeschouwersterrein zitten inmiddels bovenop die race.
Ja, het toeschouwersterrein richt alle ogen weer even op de baan. Want er komt inderdaad, die race komt nu bij ons voorbij. En dan zijn het nog steeds de heren van Argo die ruim aan de leiding gaat. Gevolgd door die bontgekleurde mix 8 daarachter. Maar het is Argo aan de leiding die onder luid toegejuich van hun clubgenoten hier als eerste voorbij het erevlot komt. En die zo direct dat blik in ontvangst gaan nemen.
Ja, soevereine leiding inmiddels voor die Argo-combinatie. Of de Focus-combinatie zou ik eigenlijk moeten zeggen. Die het opneemt tegen 3 andere Focus-combinaties. Hier is het met zo'n 4 lengtes licht in dat achterveld. Komen die lichte mannen. Daarmee stuiven zij af op een klinkende overwinning. En straks met blikken, maar zonder blozen, zullen zij zich naar het Victory Pontoon begeven. Waar Gary Aris hen staat op te wachten waarschijnlijk. Op de tweede positie is het nog een Focus-combinatie. En in de derde positie is het de Focus-combinatie. En dan als vierde en laatste hekkensluiters komt dan die Focus-combinatie over de finish. We gaan door naar de volgende race. We hebben weer wat dingen meegemaakt hier in het Novietenveld. Maar we blijven bij de Novieten, namelijk de vrouwen Novieten achten. A-finale. Een Focus-combinatie ligt daar aan de start, Joost.
Dat is genieten geblazen voor Focus. Weer kansen op een blik in de 8. Ja, het Novietenveld zijn we het inmiddels gaan noemen. Het zijn natuurlijk gewoon de nieuwelingen. Wellicht dat we een kleine HR-wijziging kunnen
ja, nieuwelingen, maar waarom staat er dan NOV?
Ja, het statutenvoorstel ligt al bij de KNRB. Dus, ik denk
het is volgens mij, het is niet nieuwelingen. We hebben het hier gewoon.
Nou, ik heb dat even opgesnort hoor. In het KNRB-inschrijfprogramma, Martijn. En daar staat gewoon,
het is toch gewoon de open inschrijving voor de eerstejaasploegen?
Nee, er staat daar gewoon het nieuwelingenveld in het KNRB-inschrijfprogramma. Dus dat zal dan wel kloppen.
Ik ga even ergens polshoogte nemen. Want
Ga jij het even navragen?
Ga het eens even navragen.
Ja, maar ik denk dat jij nog vast zit geroest in wat oude taferelen. Waarbij vroeger inderdaad de beste 6 van het eerstejaarsklassement konden deelnemen op uitnodiging. En mijn vermoeden is op basis van de reglementen die ik vanmiddag even heb doorgenomen, lijkt dat niet meer het geval is. Maar dat dit dus gewoon nieuwelingenvelden zijn. Wat mij wel intrigeerde is dat er wel steeds maar maximaal 6 deelnemers zijn. Dus Martijn, mocht je dat voor mij kunnen ophelderen, vind ik dat natuurlijk zeer interessant. Maar vooralsnog ga ik ervan uit dat het gewoon nieuwelingenvelden zijn. En dat hier dus prestatiepunten verdiend kunnen worden. En dat lijkt vooralsnog te gaan gebeuren voor Skull. Althans, dat is op basis van de beelden die ik zie. En ook op basis van de tijden die geklokt worden, is het de ploeg van Skull, voorgeslagen door Nienke Steensma, die aan de leiding gaat. Maar het is zeker geen gelopen race. De Focus-Argo-combinatie zit ze op de hielen en lijkt langzaam maar zeker zichzelf voor in dat veld proberen te werken. Dus ik hoop dat we snel contact kunnen leggen met onze reporter op de fiets, die dat helemaal vanuit het juiste perspectief kan duiden. Want het is altijd lastig vanuit zo'n meerijdende auto of je daadwerkelijk op de juiste lijn zit mee te kijken. Of dat je een beetje zit te hallucineren met wat er daadwerkelijk gebeurt. Maar ja, Tij, als ik het zo zie, dan heeft Focus de leiding wel echt overgenomen.
Ja, van hallucineren is er inderdaad geen sprake. Joost, het is een tafje voor van die Focus-combinatieploeg. Gevolgd door Triton Skull Willem 3. Die zich in Triton-kleuren gehuld hebben.
Ja, en mannen, ik ga het hier van jullie overnemen, want jullie hebben de soep al heel erg heet opgediend. En,
zo doen we dat.
Terecht. De soep is ook nog eens goed opgediend met de juiste lepels aan de juiste kant van het bord. Het is inderdaad de Focus-Argo-combinatie hier in baan 2 die als eerste straks de 1000 meterlijn zullen passeren. En ze hebben best wel een flinke voorsprong weten te bemachtigen. Er is nog geen licht tussen de boten. Ik denk dat er nog een boegballetje overlap is met dan de boot van Skull op een tweede plaats. En dan zien we daarnaast dan de Triton Willem 3 Skull combinatie die dan nu op een derde plek gaan. En voor die tweede plek is het echt nog ontzettend spannend. Er is maar een half tapje ongeveer verschil tussen die twee boten. En we weten van een nieuwelingenveld toch dicht dicht bij het beginnelingenveld. Daar kan echt nog van alles gebeuren. Mocht er in zo'n tweede helft van de race nou het nog uit elkaar vallen, dan kan er nog veel verschuiving plaats gaan vinden tussen deze toch wat vaak onervaren roeiers nog in zo'n veld. En we zien dat er ook nog meer aan het verschuiven is, want het is op dit moment de boot van de Triton Willem III Skull combinatie die hier de tweede plek hebben overgenomen van die volledige skullboot. En dan is het toch ook nog wel Argo focus combinatie die hier op moet gaan letten en over een rechter schouder moet gaan kijken, want er is ondertussen overlap tussen die combinatieboot van Skull en ik kan het even sorry, neem het alsjeblieft
Skull,
even over.
Willem III en Triton. Ja, je moet er echt uitkijken, Laar. Je bent al een paar keer bijna verongelukt. En we moeten anders met gillende sirenes naar het asfalt langs de bosbaan spoeden om jou weer eventjes op te lappen.
Ja, die zich ook spoeden, dat is die boot van die Triton Willem III Skull combinatie hoor. Want het lijkt erop alsof zij nog steeds in goede strijd zijn met die Focus Argo combinatie.
Dat is een lekker applausje op de achtergrond, zeg. Daar klonk wel het enthousiasme, dat spatte daar vanaf.
Ja, zeker. Wat er ook aan het spatten zijn, dat zijn die boten die hier mijn kant op komen hoor. En voor als mijn zicht mij niet bedriegt, dan is het de Triton Willem III Skull combinatie die hier aan de leiding gaat. En
nou, Anne, dan is het wel jouw gezicht dat zich bedriegt, want het is op dit moment nog steeds een Focus Argo combinatie die hier aan de leiding gaat. Maar je hebt er wel gelijk in dat het ontzettend spannend aan het worden is. En dan zien we toch wat we al een beetje voorspeld hebben, dat er van alles kan gebeuren in zo'n nieuwelingenveld. Want in een elitegeveld had ik gezegd, nou zo'n voorsprong als Focus Argo hebben weten bemachtigen, dat geven ze niet meer weg. Maar het wordt hier toch echt nog wel heel erg spannend met ruim overlap tussen deze twee boten. Enerzijds de Focus Argo combinatie in baan 2 en anderzijds de Triton Willem III Skull combinatie. En zij zullen langzaam het evenemententerrein passeren. En dan kunnen jullie ons vast meer uitsluitsel geven over deze spannende ontknoping van deze nieuwelingen dames achten. Ja, beide achten best een lekker ritme hebben zij ook hier aan boord van die boten. Wel wat strubbelingen af en toe met het blad dat een beetje het water in gefrommeld wordt hier bij die Focus combinatie. En dat kan je toch net een paar belangrijke seconden schelen. Omdat je daarmee de boot toch aanzienlijk afremt. Het ritme bij die Tritonezen, dat wordt ook wel flink opgevoerd hoor. Zo richting die laatste 250 meter van deze race. Dat helpt ze om overlap te houden met die ploeg van Focus. Maar in zo'n achterrace is er nog maar heel weinig bosbaan over om het verschil dat er nog steeds bestaat van bijna een hele bootlengte nog goed te gaan maken.
Ja, het is nu echt die Argo Focus combinatie die aan de leiding gaat door en zich los weet te trekken van die Triton combinatie met Willem III en Skull. Het is denk ik geen hallucinatie meer en misschien hebben ze wel een grootheidswaan en die zou dan terecht zijn hoor, want ze gaan flink aan de leiding en ik denk dat zij als eerste over de finish zullen komen bij jullie mannen.
Ja, dat verwacht ik ook inderdaad, Anne. Ze hebben nog een bootlengte voor nog steeds op die boot van Triton en Skull. Ja, ze komen wel echt in de buurt hoor, die combinatieploeg Utrecht en Amsterdam. Maar zoals we al hadden bedacht is die bosbaan echt een stuk te kort. Met uiteindelijk slechts een halve lengte verschil wint de Focus Argo combinatie in het vrouwen achter een novietenveld. Ik blijf het toch het novietenveld.
De handjes gaan in ieder geval in de lucht. Enthousiasme alom bij deze
dat is genieten hè, in die nieuwelingen. Ja, ik weet niet. Het is toch, dat voelt gewoon anders. En het wordt echt anders beleefd. Dat zie je altijd wel in die ploegen.
Pak hem even van je overtij, want ik heb hier voor mij. I'm going to switch to English. In front of me is the German crew, which won the men's double sculls. They had some good racing today after a bit of a disappointing race yesterday. So how was it to have your revenge today?
Today we got some more luck with not getting weed on the fin, but we took the chance and get rowing, and we finished quite well with together rowing, and yeah.
Yeah, and we're very new combinations, so this was fun getting together and getting better over the races.
So a good practice. Two of you after a short period being together in the boat. Is there any upcoming races for you guys?
We're going to Henley with the double together. In 2 weeks. And hope we can do some.
And after that we're going to the FISA World University Games in Canada.
So many more races we can watch. We're definitely going to keep a close eye on you. And Ari, is there any chance we're going to see you next year?
Of course. maybe with some less sweet.
That's a resolute answer. I hope so too. Okay, good luck and thanks for coming out to the KHB and enjoy your medal.
Ja, en dan gaan wij ons langzaam opmaken voor deze laatste race. Dit is de laatste race voordat we straks een mini-pauze hebben van ongeveer 10 minuutjes. En dan heb ik het natuurlijk over de race van de nieuwelingen mannen 8. Want zoals we al eerder hebben besproken zijn er weinig verrassingen in deze wedstrijdbepalingen. Het is vrouwen, mannen. En dan ook nog eens met overeenkomende nummers. Dus we hebben net een A-finale gehad van de vrouwen. Dat betekent dat we nu gaan kijken naar een A-finale van de mannen nieuwelingen. En in die race zullen 5 ploegen met elkaar aan de strijd gaan. Dat zijn de Okenos EJZ is dat in baan 2. Met daarnaast dan Orca en Theta, Skull en dan weer een Focus-Skull combinatie. Dus wederom een Focus combinatie hier in dit mannen-nieuwelingenveld. En ik weet niet, mannen in de toren, of jullie al wat informatie hebben over zo'n eerstejaarsklassement. Of daar wat informatie misschien voor het oprapen ligt over wat deze boten nou eerder teweeg hebben gebracht.
Ja, wij gaan dat natuurlijk even opzoeken als dat ons gevraagd wordt. Want zo zijn we dan ook wel. Dus daar komen we in een kleine tijdsperiode op terug. Zodra Joost, die is echt een verwoede poging. Ja, dat doet om hier alle papieren rollen af te stoffen. Het valt hier met bakken tegelijkertijd uit de kast. Joost,
ik zat even te kijken naar die Focus-Skull combinatie. Dit zijn mannen die we eerder dit seizoen in de development 4 zonders hebben gezien. Dus die deelnemen aan het development klassement. En hier dus vandaag in een 8 gaan starten in het nieuwelingenveld. In ieder geval dat heb ik steekproefsgewijs vastgesteld bij deze mannen. Dus daar zal die 8 zal verder aangevuld zijn met wat andere talenten uit het Nijmeegse. En terwijl we toch even moeten wachten op de start van deze race. Want die lijkt iets vertraagd te zijn. De luisteraar op de stream heeft het wellicht ook gemerkt dat het commentaar met enige vertraging onder de beelden wordt gezet. Dat heeft te maken met een aantal technische mankementen hier op de bosbaan die nog in verbouwing is. Waardoor onze commentaar met enige vertraging uiteindelijk onder de stream belandt. Dat is helaas even wat het is. En daar kunnen we volgens mij niets aan doen. Er zijn al verwoede pogingen gedaan door de live videocommissie om dat in orde te maken. Maar dit is even hoe het werkt vanmiddag. En dan weet u dat als u denkt, wat normaal zit er altijd zo bovenop en nu lijkt er wat vertraging te zijn. Nou, dan klopt dat. Wij kijken nog steeds naar een prachtige plaat van de bosbaan met eroverheen de startlijst. En het is beelden, hè? Ja, het is wachten geblazen tot er daadwerkelijk wat gaat gebeuren.
Nou, het wachten is beloond, mannen, want ik kan zien dat de boten ondertussen van start zijn gegaan en dat zij al zeker de eerste 100 meter gehad hebben. Ze zijn nu op dat nieuw geverfde blauwe huisje van de 500 meter aan het afstevenen. En het is vanaf hier absoluut niet te zien welke boot er aan kop gaat, maar we kunnen in ieder geval garanderen dat we gaan start zijn. Dus ik ben benieuwd.
Wij zien ze inmiddels achter de infographic langsvaren. Ik weet niet of de regie die infographic misschien even weg kan halen. Dan kunnen wij het roeien wat beter zien. Maar die mannen die trekken langs. Inmiddels dus het baanhok van de 500 meterlijn gepasseerd. En dat betekent dat wij ook ons kunnen verheugen op wat tussentijden. En dan hopelijk wat meer kunnen vertellen over deze race.
Ja, Lara, waar ik wel benieuwd naar was dat ik net de dames achter hier met op nummer 7 en 6 zag ik een blok bij de dames van Sculls zitten. En dat was best wel voor mij verrassend, want daar op die plek heb ik dat nog nooit eerder gezien. En ik was benieuwd, zijn die mannen daardoor geïnspireerd? Doen zij dat ook, die mannen van Skull hier? Of zijn zij wel in een normalere opstelling de baan over aan het racen?
Nou, dat is niet helemaal te zien vanaf hier. Ik zou een blok of 6, 7 op zich vind ik dat niet zo heel erg verrassend als het lijkt. Dus op de 6 is natuurlijk wel bij uitstek de positie om dat ritme van de slagen door te geven. En wanneer doe je dat beter dan wanneer jij precies gealigneerd zit achter de nummer 7 en jij deze dus uitstekend kan volgen. Ik kan me alleen maar voorstellen dat er winst uit behaald wordt in het doorgeven van die exacte roeihaal van de slagen naar de rest van de boot. Wat ik wel met zekerheid kan zeggen is dat de mannen achter een enorme snelheid hebben bereikt en steeds meer in ons vizier komen. Waarbij het in tegenstelling tot de tijden van Time Team lijkt dat het dus de Orca 8 is in baan 3 die hier aan de leiding gaat. Maar het is een race die zeker nog niet gelopen is, want het zijn de combinatie van Focus Skull hier in de hoge baan die ook nog zeker meedoet. Maar ook die 8 van Theta kan je eigenlijk nog helemaal niet uitvlakken. En ook Okenos en Skull, nou eigenlijk iedereen heeft nog overlap met elkaar. Dus het is een ontzettend spannende race hier met de eerste 1000 meter nu net gehad. Maar die wel nog onder leiding van Orca hier Die komen hier nu in ieder geval als eerste onder de lijn door met ongeveer een half tafje verschil ten opzichte van Theta. En is het de skill-focus combinatie die daar dan weer de meeste overlap mee heeft. En ik zou op dit moment oprecht nog niet durven zeggen hoe deze race gaat eindigen. Het is ontzettend spannend. Het is de focus-skill combinatie die hier een beetje moet bijsturen. Want die gaan hier richting baan 5. Dus dat zal ze toch wel een secondje hebben gekost. Maar het is boegballetje wisselen met maar liefst 3 boten. Het is Orca, dan is het Theta, dan is het toch weer die combinatie van focus skill. Het is ongelooflijk knap hoe deze mannen zich niet gek laten maken en gewoon alles blijven leggen. Want de bootsnelheid van alle 3 de boten... Oh, ik word even ingehaald door een hond. De bootsnelheid van alle 3 de boten gaat hier ontzettend snel omhoog. En het is op dit moment een combinatie van focus skill die dat het allerbeste doet. Met daarnaast dan de boot van Theta die nu op de 2e positie zit. En dan Orca die ook zeker zichzelf nog niet gek heeft laten maken daar in die 3e positie. En ik zeg 3e positie, maar er is nog minder dan een tafverschil tussen deze 3 boten. Terwijl we al richting de slotfase van deze race gaan. Dus het kan niet anders dan dat hier een zinderende ontknoping straks aan gaat zitten. Want het ligt zo dicht bij elkaar dat ik denk tijd dat jullie de fotofinish al wel kunnen gaan afstoffen. En die alvast aan mogen gaan zetten. Want het is op dit moment niet te zeggen welke van deze 3 boten er überhaupt voor ligt. Laat staan straks dat douchemuntje op mag gaan halen. Het is een minimaal voordeel nog steeds voor de focus skillboot, gevolgd voor de Theta die nu op de 2e positie. Maar met iedere haal is het ook weer Orca die wat dichterbij kruipt hier. Ik kan het echt niet zeggen. We gaan nu de eerste tijden zien. Want met ongeveer 2 halen en nog 1 haal gaan ze nu over die 1500 meter lijn. Dus ik verwacht niet wachten tot we die update in ieder geval krijgen. Want het is met mijn ogen hier langs de lijn niet te zien welke boot hier aan kop gaat. Orca lijkt nu iets erachter te vallen met hun boegballetje nu ter hoogte van de nummer 3 van Theta. Dus ik denk dat zij dan toch net iets te vroeg die kopjes hebben laten hangen in deze 3-mansstrijd. Het is nu focus skill die minimaal boegballetje weet te pakken op Theta. Maar ik durf het gewoon niet te zeggen wat voor zinderens hier zich aan het ontvouwen is. Ik denk we gaan langzaam, ik fiets even mee tot het einde van deze race. Terwijl we ons richting het bezoekersterrein gaan opmaken en het publiek hier om me heen wordt ook ontzettend wild. Het is focus skill, die nu toch wel, dit is waanzinnig om te zien. Ze zetten hier een eindsprint in van Jan Wels en dat doen ze echt ontzettend knap. Want die halen zijn zo strak vanaf die catch en volledig onder water gedreven. En dat legt ze geen windeieren, want ze hebben hier een tafje voorsprong weten te pakken op die Theta ploeg die nu toch aan het kortste eind lijkt te trekken en hier op een 2e positie ligt. Het is waanzinnig. Terwijl we hier vol het eergevuld langs gaan. Ik denk, man in de toren, ik geef hem over aan jullie, want jullie zitten er natuurlijk bovenop.
We durven je bijna niet te onderbreken, Laar. Dit is volgens mij de spannendste race die jij dit weekend hier hebt meegemaakt. En we kunnen het ook wel zeggen hoor, het ligt ontzettend dicht bij elkaar. Het is die ploeg van Orca die het inmiddels heeft opgegeven hier in die laatste meters. Maar voorin is het echt nog spannend. De focus skull versus Theta. Waarbij het vooralsnog lijkt dat het de focus skull combinatie is die aan het langste eind trekt. En
dat is snelheid in die beide ploegen ook.
Zeker.
Ja, ik snap het enthousiasme van Lara helemaal. Ja, Joost en ik hebben hier met open mond naar jou zitten luisteren. Maar wat een sensationele race hebben we net gezien.
Ontzettend.
Met die focus combinatie hier weer opnieuw vertegenwoordigd trouwens. Maar echt een heel vlotte ploeg daar. En daarmee winnen zij het Noviteveld in de mannenachten. En dan schakelen we even door naar een ander stukje pauze. Dan kunt u eventjes luisteren naar wat schaamteloze zelfpromotie van de studio. En misschien nog wat diepte-interviews, een aantal pauzenummers. Kom ook even lekker naar die prachtige circus tent om een kleine versnapering te nuttigen. Of draai een rondje in het reuzenrad. Want de pret die kan niet op hier bij de Koninklijke Holland Beker. Wij zijn zometeen bij jullie terug. We gaan er misschien wel eventjes uit voor een klein stukje rechtenvrije muziek, Joost.
Dat gaan we zeker even doen.
Het
festivalterrein heeft volgens mij al een rapje rechtenvrije muziek. Dus op de stream zullen we eventjes stilvallen. We zijn terug met een minuut of 10 à 15. En dan gaan we richting de hoofdnummers van dit weekend. Dus dat is zeker de moeite waard om nog even blijven te hangen. We spreken u zometeen weer.
Zijn we in de lucht?
Yes.
Kijk,
We're back.
We're back.
I had the feeling that the gates were opened again, so it's good. We're back.
Yeah, we're back with the under-19 men's single sculls B final,
My favorite,
Boris. And
my
you're
favorite.
on your way to the race, I guess. They
Yes.
are currently, at least I don't see them started in time team, but I see them on the live stream, and they are nearly at the 500-meter mark. So we will know at least within a few seconds how they are doing it right now. It looks like the rower from D.S.R is currently leading this race, Thomas Hartman, but I'm not really sure the lines from the camera are
I will be able to
not
tell
that
you
straight,
in a moment. I have cranked up the electric support on our electric studio boss bike, and with a swift 25.7 kilometers an hour, I'm closing in on the race.
Yes.
And then I'll see if it is indeed that characteristic the gains orange opened again, and so black, or is it it's good. We're not sure. Tenue from the crew of D.S.R whether they are up front.
Yes, it's Thomas Hartman leading this race currently. Second place for Naarden, Jelle Honing. And they are pacing up towards the 1000-meter mark in the under-19 men's single sculls. It's difficult for me to see the rowing very good at this moment, because the views we're getting here are really far away. So I hope you are approaching the race very soon, Boris, and then we know much more about how they are doing it.
Absolutely. I'm now coming into our middle station. I would call it our middle place here at the 1000-meter mark, safely secured behind a slagboom. That's a word that I keep forgetting in English. Very interesting. A barrier. Basically a movable barrier. That's where we can hide from the big armada of bikes that are coming our way, because it will not be due to a lack of support even for this B final here in the under-19s men's single sculls. It is unmistakably D.S.R at the moment that are in the lead of this race, and that is Thomas Hartman, as you said before, currently leading. However, it is still very close for all of the other positions here in this race, and it's Jelle Honing from Naarden who is currently still clinging on to that second position. But if any of the other three rowers, Willem, Koen or Sebastian, do some form of a challenge or an attack, they will be able to take over that second position.
Yeah, Thomas still really young, just 15 years old, for the youngest guy in this race. A very talented guy as well. We saw him many times earlier this year in the men's 16 in the national regattas. So it's not surprisingly he is in first position at the 1000-meter mark as well. And I don't think he will give it away, Boris.
No, if he will continue to do what he's doing at the moment, and he will definitely take home that victory here in the B final. It is very close. Wait.
Yeah, very
at the rest of the field still. Rower number in lane number 4. That's Sebastian from the Torrance Rome Club is falling behind a bit. He is losing the connection with the rest of the pack. At the moment it's Thomas Hartman still with, I'd say, about 2 boat lengths in front of the boat from Naarden, which is Jelle Honing.
Yeah, very good start of a very young career here at the Koninklijke Holland Beker. He already rode for several years, but this is a major event where he take the first place at the B final. So that might become very good for his future. Yeah, looking forward, Boris. There's always an A final when there's a B final, and
Absolutely.
I see the A final already started. So I'm very curious what happens there.
Then I might turn around. I am nearing onto the characteristic white bridge. And for the people that have been listening all day, that will know that's the moment where the cyclist, the commentator on the bike will turn around and go back to that 1,000 meter mark. And if I'm looking ahead towards the A final, there's the rower from Vada, Florian van der Veen, who had a marvelous win, I think, last time in the heat. I need to be careful that I do not get run into here.
But at this moment he is not in the first place. He is in the last place of the A final. The first place is for Kimo Knuisting. He is in the first place from Rick. So we will see a lot more from him later. Still looking at the B final, that's where we get a main picture of, and it's still the rower from Delight leading that race.
For his 15 years old, it's quite a presentation he's showing us. It's nice, simple strokes, and single sculling remains the ultimate test for rower skill and resilience, and he's doing that incredibly well for his age. But for now, we're going to look at the A final. Boris, are you already there?
I try to move as fast as these scullers can go, but I am closing in on their position. Are all the volume levels equally on your monitor? Because you sound a bit soft to me, Anne, but that can be just me.
Yeah, I just increased the levels a bit, Boris, so that might be improved from now. Not that many changes in the B final still. It is still the rower from Delight leading the race. The rower from Naarden, Willem van Drunen, is also participating well in the third place. And the second place still Jelle Honing from Naarden in the B final. And I'm very curious to the A final. That's where the medals are.
The medals and the marbles in our case, right? So in lane number 4, it's Kimo Knuisting from the Roeicentrum Ignatius College. He is fending off an attack from lane number 2, and that's Luca Wilson from the Lijkelen Rowing Club. He is rowing in one of our Dutch national boats, and he is challenging Kimo Knuisting quite fiercely at the moment. Kimo still maintaining that first position, but it is quite close. I think it's about half a canvas of difference between these two contenders for the top position.
And the B final just had their finish here at the Bosbaan Koninklijke Holland Beker. No surprise, Thomas Hartman in first position in that B final, visible on the screen right now. And then the A final past the 1,000 meter mark. It's still Kimo Knuisting in the lead.
Yes, it is. Not much has changed at the moment. Kimo still fending off that attack from Luca Wilson in lane number 2. There is. He's sticking to his game plan. He's looking to the left every now and then, Kimo, but the attack is coming from his right-hand side, but he doesn't seem to be bothered by that, just keeping his head down and trying to push that boat more and more away. Yes, he's now seeing that the guy, Luca, is on his right-hand side, and he's trying to pick up the pace a bit more to fend off that attack, because they are still challenging each other for that first position. We are now crossing almost that white bridge mark where we're right now, and the spectators, the coaches here next to me are screaming at the top of their lungs. It's still Kimo Knuisting at the lead, but it's only about a canvas of lead that he has, and as they're approaching that final part of the race, this is where a display of power and control in the boat is really going to have its effect.
Yeah, he keeps looking to the right to his other opponent, Luca Wilson from Lijkelen Rowing Club. And at the camera, it looks like he maybe is doing an attack on Kimo Knuisting, but I'm not sure if he is anytime close to for coming for the first place.
Yeah, Kimo Knuisting still fending off that attack, I think. He's been doing that for the last 1,000 meters or more. How does it look like for there from the spectators area?
Well, on the spectators area, we are still missing some commentators, but they are on their way, so they will be there soon. So we have people
full
on the terrain
coverage.
and full coverage. Right now we did get the times, and it's indeed Kimo Knuisting with a 5:55 that he went under to the 1500s. But from the finish tower we see them coming very close to us, and it's still Kimo Knuisting that's in the lead here. And we'll see if Luca Wilson will be able to get that first position from Lichard Rowing Club. This rower, he is doing incredibly well, but will it be enough? I do not think so, because it's the Kimo Knuisting from Rick that is doing the really last push here, picking up that rate, and he's doing that incredibly well, and I think it will be enough for him to be the first one across the finish line here in this A final of the match.
Yeah, Timo Knuising, dus, so he's a good lead here at the final sprint for the A final for the young men single sculls, and he's going home with that medal. Obviously, he can make himself ready for the podium. He's very enthusiastic at his victory.
Very excited.
In the air, he's laying down his boat, a scream of victory deep from within him. But what a victory it was.
Yes, and we're moving to the under 19 women's single sculls here, and the crews you were seeing there, or the rows you were seeing there, Boris, are Marie-Lies Schmidt from the Lingebief, de Noord de Wit van de Hunse, Mali Yama Charnou van the Inspire Institute of Sports, who have we seen been great rowers from, Meike de Heide van Nautilus, Tira Elsinga van Viking, and Kato Oosterhof van Rick.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen these ladies competing this morning as well. And I can remember that Noordewit and Malemi Yaima from India are the ones that had the fastest times. And as a result, it's also not very surprising that they together are leading this race. I couldn't tell you who's in the lead at the moment. I think it's Noordewit by maybe a couple of inches, to be honest. It's not much more than that. This is going to be a fierce battle for that first position. I'm cranking up the bike and getting a good view on them.
Yeah, for now
we've seen a lot of these two rowers earlier this morning. It was Noorderwit with quite a bit slower time in her heat, and maybe it was just that she really didn't need to go as fast, that she was saving some energy for her race this afternoon. But now that it's actually about the medals, she's next to her competitor from Malemaya Shanu.
Maybe she needs to listen a bit more to what you're saying, Koopman, because just as we're talking about it, the rower from India is getting ahead by about one canvas of lead and picking up the pace a little bit. Bit more backswing compared to the rower of the Netherlands. Really making those long strokes there. Malemi Yaima Chanu from the Inspire Institute of Sports. Gaining on that lead at the moment, actually. She is building on that first position that she just dominantly secured compared to Noordewit.
Yeah, we see very nice long strokes of her, and from Noordewit also. I think it's fun to race against this rower of the Inspire institution, because she has been leading the junior races this year. She has won first place several times at the Hollandia voorjaarsregatta, and also the raceroei regatta. She took a first place, so I think it's very nice for her to get some really great competition.
Yes,
competition, yeah, absolutely.
Doesn't seem to have so much competition here in the Netherlands, but this is quite a bit of competition here from India, because it's a decisive push through the middle of the course.
Yes, the Indian rower is gaining more and more on in her lead position. She's gaining more on Noortje de Wit and really building on that first position. Very controlled and again easy to recognize with that bright yellow cap on. If I am going to do a prediction, I'm saying that She is going to build even further on this lead as we are closing into the final part of the race. Noortje de Wit really needs to start answering that challenge from the Indian rower.
We know that Noortje de Wit is able to perform remarkably well under pressure, but today she's really being pushed away by the rower from India with that push through the middle. What a distance she has gained from the Dutch rower, and I'm wondering if she can actually bring something into the game in the last, 300 meters left to go, and if she can get back into contact with that Indian rower.
Yeah, it's a wonderful, efficient sculling style she has, and I'm very curious if she will pick up the rate as they are imposing the Fontaine platoon. How do I say it again?
Huh? The honorary pontoon or the victory pontoon.
Yes,
that's where they can get their golden ticket for the medal ceremony. Of course, a slightly different setup than what we're used to. So the B final of the ladies trophy has just started. I'm almost back at my 1000 meter mark, so I'll hand over the commentary for the finish of the women's single sculls under 19 to you guys.
Yes, they're just passing the enclosure, and I think everybody's watching this game as this very impressive match being rowed by the Indian rower here on the Koninklijke Holland Beker. And as we're approaching the finish line, one more push here from Noortje de Wit trying to get back to her, but I don't think it's going to be enough because she's going to need a very large final sprint to make up for those 2 boat lengths that she's lacking behind. No, it's the Indian rower which is just gaining and gaining on Noortje de Wit, and she will definitely be taking home this cup here at the Holland Beker. So impressive performance, commanding performance here in the closing stage also by the Indian crew.
Yes, in the rows you will be seeing Boris in the Ladies Trophy B final are in lane 1, Paige Wheeler from the Crestbury Green Racing Project 1, Jen Titterington from Newark Rowing Club, Noortje Wilms from the Netherlands, and Frederik Pals from Okeanos.
So good to note that they're passing the finish line. So it's the Inspire Institute of Sport, the crew from India in a first place, followed by Noortje de Wit from Hunse. And in a third place, we have from Lyngby, from Denmark, a crew. Let me check her name for you very quickly. It's Marie Schmidt, I think, who got in third place. But what a race here. A lot more excitement here for this race than what we had in the heats this morning. Yeah, amazing to watch these young rowers perform so well.
Yeah, up next the Ladies Trophy B final and then the A final, where we are looking for the successor of Roos de Jong, who won the Ladies Trophy last year. But first the B final, Boris, I don't know if you are already in the neighborhood of that B final.
Joost, I'm not only in the neighborhood, they are right down my street, I could be saying. Yeah, so it's, let me take a quick look. It's number 4, Noortje Wilms, Netherlands 2 here at the moment in the lead, fending off that attack from Paige Wheeler as well. Right now, Noortje Wilms still keeping that lead. I believe in the last heat, she also set a very respectable time. Not enough to get into that A final, but enough to lead here during that B final on the Koninklijke Holland Beker for the Ladies Trophy. Yes, Noortje Wilms still at the front, managing to break contact from Jen Titterington. From Paige Wheeler. Apologies there. From Paige Wheeler in lane number 2. Building on that advantage that she now has. But we've seen what the closing stages, the final stages of these matches in the single scullers can do. We have seen some very surprising final pushes in that end, but sometimes we also see that the forest lane is simply not long enough to capitalize on that. At the moment, Noortje Wilms keeps gaining and gaining on Paige Wheeler, and further extending on that lead. Really composed again, as we have seen today. Very compact strokes, right? Not so much backswing. Mainly focused on the legs and on the drive of the legs, whereas the rower Paige Wheeler has a significantly more longer strokes compared to the Dutch crew.
Yeah, I think it's very typical for a rower from the USA to have these more longer strokes with a bit more backswing, and for the Dutch to have this more composed stroke. Nobody really decided what's better, but I think we can say that the Dutch technique does show significant performances.
In this case, it is not
on
laying
the
any
international playing field. I'm seeing that it's also the Ladies Trophy A final, which just started.
So I am
quite impressive to see these ladies race here so well. But let's look back at the final stage of the B final, where it's where we just went into the last few hundred meters, and still very much a race, although Noortje, yeah, I shouldn't get these two Noortjes.
Noortje Wilms, don't confuse Noortje de Wit with Noortje Wilms again. You already did that last time.
Yeah, Wilms still in the lead, but it's still very much a race also. So I hope everyone at the enclosure is moving towards the side of the field to take a good look at what these women are performing here. Even though it's a B final, still very impressive. Noortje Wilms still in the lead, followed there by Paige Wheeler from USA, Jen Titterington, a veteran in the sculling.
And Martijn, here we can see Noortje Wilms closing in into our vision, as she has still some very relaxed strokes here at the end of her race. She's really calm and collected and composed, as you said earlier. And we can see that the distance compared to the rest of the field is only growing here in this final part of the race. And it is still in second position. It's then Jen Titterington here. Oh no, I think it's Paige Wheeler actually who've taken over second position here.
Yeah, Paige Wheeler was in second position the whole race pretty much. It was Noortje Wilms leading this race, and I expect her to still do so.
Yeah, I don't think we can count out the rower from Okeanos, another Dutch participant who is really fighting in the last few hundred meters to get back into this race. She was lagging behind a bit on the second and third place. Ooh, but she catches a crab right at this decisive moment. And in the meantime, it's Noortje de Wilms finishing in first place in this B final. I think she can be very proud on her performance here today. And we'll look back to the second and third position, as it's still the rower from Okeanos with the most boat speed, and I think it's going to be Okeanos just ahead of Paige Wheeler, but I'm not really sure.
Quite impressive still, yeah.
It has to be a photo finish for that second position.
Photo finish, that's going to be one of the first ones today then, yeah.
I'll see what time team tells me. There's not
what's also quite exciting and thrilling here going on is the E final of the Ladies Trophy, because this is rowing of the very highest order.
Yeah, I'm sorry for interrupting there, and it's a final, but no, it's they are closing in on my vision, and this is very exciting. This is what the spectators here in the spectator area have been coming to see here today at the Koninklijke Holland Beker. The front of the field is still packed together. This is still going to be quite exciting. They're closing in on the 1,000-meter mark, so almost halfway down to this race, and I will be able to tell you who is in the lead. But yeah, looking at the times, what I expected already is that Lauren O'Connor back again at the Koninklijke Holland Beker, fighting for that first position, was currently leading the race, but at the moment she is not. It's the lady from Germany who currently has taken over the lead. Yes.
Christy Wagner, indeed, who has just been taken over the lead.
Alexandra Forrester, sorry.
Forrester, okay. another German rower, and I think also the rower from Brazil, Virginia Diaz.
Absolutely,
also
absolutely.
in the race for that first place there.
Brazil now challenging Lauren O'Connor, and if Lauren doesn't watch out, she will lose her second position to Brazil as well. At the moment, it's Germany with Alexandra really steaming up ahead here at the front of the field. Based on the earlier results, I would have expected that Lauren perhaps would have taken his first position, but here is Alexandra from Germany leading the pack here, leading the field in the ladies' trophy. It's very, very exciting here in this race,
yeah,
and she keeps on building.
She was definitely not the one we expected to be rowing in front to take the lead in this A final of the ladies' trophy.
That was her strategy all along, saving some power for later on the day. It's hot here, it's hot outside. It takes a toll on you. They've been going on to this course for a couple of times already this weekend, and it's still Alexandra Fuster who is building on that lead. Lauren O'Connor maintaining that second position. Brazil is falling back a little bit, and she will have to fend off an attack from lane number 2 from Christy Wagner. And we have seen Christy Wagner do some pretty impressive final sprints before today, all the way into the finish area. So that is going to be anybody's guess. Perhaps she can still take over that second position, but Alexandra just keeps on building her lead here in the ladies' trophy. I'm going to turn around and I'm going to give them back to you.
Very brave move there from Alexandra Forster, who went so early in the race for an extra push and has actually been keeping on doing that push for almost the entire second half of the race, really down to determination and her endurance here, and so well performed. And I almost hope now that she can keep up this pace and outperform the other rowers because of what she's showing us here today. But it's still a very close margin. She's leading by a close margin. I think the reporters on the enclosure have a better look at the race now.
Yeah, it's still close, Martijn, but her chances are very good in this last stage of rowing here. She's still leading here from Germany all the way here at the Bosbaan. We are looking for the successor of Roos de Jong, last year's winner of the Ladies' Trophy. And there will be a new winner of the Ladies' Trophy very soon, within a minute. And that might be Alexandra.
Yeah, it seems almost like Alexandra has found an extra gear after she made that remarkable push at the 1,000 meters. I thought she might crack down a little towards the end, but there's another, I think there's a 7th gear here with Alexandra Forster. What a surprise.
It's
like a duveltje uit de doosje, like you would say in the Netherlands. Very impressive match here from her, and in the second place it's still
very controlled, very strong rowing here in the end.
It's Christy Wagner that is has went up to second position.
That's
so
what I said. That's what
the
I predicted.
cards get shuffled throughout the race. It's amazing to watch, but it's definitely Alexandra Forster that is going to take the gold medal here. What a remarkable race rowed by her.
And then Christy Wagner, she is a phenomenal sprinter in the end. Was she able to consolidate that second position?
Firm second position. At least
Very
1.5
impressive.
boat length ahead of the third position, which was Laura Connor.
Yeah. Not, perhaps not the result that she was hoping for coming back this year to the Ladies' Trophy, but nonetheless, very impressive feat of rowing, and especially by Alexandra here. I think she judged this race to absolute perfection.
I'm really looking forward to hearing from her how it felt racing here today, and especially with the result that we didn't expect so much earlier on. I'm wondering what she's going to tell us about it, but we'll hear from her in about an hour.
Yes, and after this Sittering A final, we will make a turn, and we start with the B final from the men's single sculls. It's the Holland Beker coming up, and in this race, we will see a couple of rowers. In the second lane, it's James Dodd from Aarhuis Rowing Club, and then we have another Hamish Harding from the Australian crew. He's in lane 3, and then we have Sjoerd Scheper from Laga and Jelle Bakker from Egier, and Matthias Thoring, Maynard Larsen from Denmark in the 6th lane.
Absolutely, Lara, and I can tell you right now who are in front. Would you like to take a guess who is leading the race at the moment?
Based on the 500 meter times, I would say Jelle Bakker, but I think there has been a little switch if I hear your voice.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been some changes. It is still a red bib here that's leading the race, but it's Sjoerd Scheper from Laga, from lustrerend Laga, as we would say, controlling the race here at the front. He is leading the race. He is taking over and building on that lead at the moment. It's quite close for the 2nd and 3rd position. It's Jelle Bakker from Egier that seems to be in the 3rd position at the moment, fending off attacks from Matthias and from Hamish Harding. Hamish currently at that 2nd position with about a boat length difference on Sjoerd Scheper.
Jelle Bakker, who missed out on the A final by quite a close margin, who probably wants some revenge here today, although he's now in.
Yeah, he'd have to go a bit faster to get his revenge in, because I'd say he's about 6-7 boat lengths behind on Sjoerd Scheper.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sjoerd Scheper, continental champion. We see here echt really a powerhouse athlete. He recently took gold in the men's double scull at the Olympic Coastal Rowing Championships. So maybe that will be very beneficial for him here in this B final of the Holland Cup.
Perhaps where that endurance comes in, right? Coastal rowing is more asking for the endurance kind of mindset, and every race that you do has impact on the energy that you can deliver the next time. But here, Sjoerd Scheper keeps on building on his lead here in the B final of the Holland Cup. There's about two and a half boat lengths. Then it's Hamish Harding. Then it's about half a boat, and it's now Jelle Bakker coming into that final stages of the match. He will have to fend off attacks from the Danish crew, from Matthias Thoring, because otherwise he is going to lose his 3rd position.
Indeed, and I think you'll probably be speeding towards that A final.
Yes,
the A
I
final
just turned around.
we're all waiting for here. Massive crowd has come together at the enclosure to look at the A final of the Holland Cup, of the Holland Beker.
I think the crowds are ecstatic, and they are going wild if I hear them in the background.
And we're off for the A final, but in the meantime, what we're looking at here at the enclosure is the B final, also a very exciting race with a lot of Dutch rowers participating. It's Sjoerd Scheper still in the lead. A very commanding performance, I would say, in the closing stage, as he's making the gap between him and the rowers behind him bigger and bigger. Quite a final sprint. He's putting in a little show. He's putting a little show up for the crowd, and another good performance by Laga here today, a rowing club which we have seen quite a lot of magnificent rowing.
Yeah, there's a good final sprint from the rower here in lane 3, Hamish Harding, but I don't think the lane is long enough for him to catch up with Sjoerd in such kind of way that he will make any chance to win this B final. But it's a very strong finish for him, and Sjoerd from the D.S.R Laga will finish this B final as first. Over to the A final, the main event we are all coming for today. They already have started, Boris?
Yes, they have. They just crossed the first 250 meters, I'd say, and they're closing in on that first 500 meters. So we should be seeing times soon. From the perspective where I'm standing, always at that good old 1,000 meter mark, it's difficult to say. The perspective to me, I think it's a rower in the middle lane. Perhaps Brazil, but there are two rowers from Brazil here in the middle lanes. I remember Lucas Ferreira really putting in some blistering speed.
Taking the lead together in this race.
Yeah, if it's a Brazilian 1-2, that can definitely be the case here today. Of course, a strong contender also, Kuub Kelboer, right? Our Dutch young talent, also participating here amongst these older, more experienced single scullers. But yeah, I can say with quite some confidence right now that it is Lucas Ferreira who is taking the lead here in that Holland Cup and starting to build on some of that lead together with his colleague from Brazil, Breno Robert de Ornelas Felix. Yes, so they are coming at me at quite some speed for single scullers.
Yeah, what a leap from the Brazilian rowers here at the start in the first 500 meters. What a way to start a match, and I think they're really going to need it also. It's quite a competitive field here today at the Holland Cup, but the gap is growing wider and wider.
Absolutely, it's getting more and more decisive here from Lucas Ferreira. He is leading the field here, and he is doing so with quite some confidence. Really pushing that boat through the water like a hot knife through the butter, and they're about to cross that 1,000 meter marks in a couple of strokes.
Yeah, it's a very, very nice rowing of this Lucas Ferreira, this Olympic rower here, already raced in Tokyo 2020, Paris 2024, and we have also recently seen him race at the World Cup 2026, but he's doing quite well here again at the Holland Cup.
Yeah, maybe it's not the most composed rowing from the Brazilian rowers here. It's quite a bit of a catch at the arms, but we've seen some world stage rowers who have the same
with
technique there. So
every
the
stroke,
only thing that matters is going fast enough, and that's definitely something which the Brazilians are doing here.
Definitely going fast enough, Lucas here. Every stroke that he's making, he's pushing the bow of his little skiff deeper into the water, and as I've been saying that, it almost looks like he's heard me, because he's starting to build more and more onto a sprint, whilst there is still quite some distance to cover, to be honest. And he
maybe you can give us a picture also of what's happening in the back of
I
the
was
field.
just about to say, because it's Tom Granitz from Germany who is fending off attacks left, right and center. But Tom is consolidating that second place that he is taking right now, and he's trying to break contact from Proteus-Eretes, from Andrew Gard. But Andrew manages to keep the connection to Tom Granitz, actually answering that attack, now gaining on Tom Granitz. Andrew finding the speed again in his boat, finding the rhythm, shorter, longer strokes here right now at the moment, and gaining on that crew of Germany. Tom Granitz really having to fend off this attack from Proteus-Eretes. Every stroke he's making, he's gaining a little bit on him. And now we are crossing the White Bridge. So this is the moment we are getting closer to the final stages of the match, and I'm going to cycle the full route with this one, because this is very tense. Call. Yeah, absolutely. At the moment still Lucas Ferreira leading the pack here with a couple of boat lengths, but it's Proteus still attacking that German crew. At the moment Tom manages to fend off the attack from Andrew. All the way in the back, there's also a fight going between Kuub Kelboer and Breno Felix from Brazil. Kuub manages to hold on to the fourth position at the moment, but there is still a fierce battle going for that second place here. We're now moving into a vision of the spectators area, and Proteus falling back a little bit. Tom answering with a sprint right now, moving into the last 100 to 250 meters of the race. Tom building on that momentum that he has, really pushing his boat further and further, trying to break free from that boat of Proteus-Eretes.
I think it's going to be one final sprint for glory for Lucas from Brazil. You can already smell his victory as he's passing by the spectator stage. And everybody can see the rower of Brazil in a firm lead, but it's the two rowers on his left, so he has to watch out for them.
Look at Tom Granite really building on that final sprint towards the home stretch here, crossing that line in just a moment, even gaining on Lucas again. Lucas from Brazil losing his momentum a bit, almost at the end.
Definitely losing his momentum. It's going to be a very tight race towards the end. With Tom Granite getting so close, he's looking to the right, but I don't think it's just not going to be enough. Only a small canvas between them. But it's Lucas who could stay in the lead, but what a surprising final sprint from Tom Granite.
Yeah, it's Lucas Ferreira winning the Royal Holland Cup. The hands are up in the air. Very, very nice racing we have seen here today.
And also maybe good to notice the performance from Andrew Gaard, who had a decent tournament, but came out very well in this A final. But all congratulations go to Lucas Ferreira, who just won the Holland Beker. And we'll be definitely speaking to him later on today when we go to the medal ceremony.
Maybe we can also catch Tom and ask him what he has had for lunch, because that final sprint in the end was very, very impressive.
Yes, it was only a difference of 0.7 seconds between Lucas and Tom, so very nice final charge.
Yeah, the coach here on the side from Tom also asked who won. I said Brazil. I said but also very commending rowing here.
Yeah, the crowd was thrown off their feet at the enclosure. They are now sort of settling back into their positions, catching their breath.
Getting another jug of sangria, probably maybe taking a ride in the Ferris wheel, because maybe the people on the tower can enlighten me with some information on what's up next.
Now, what's next is the women's 8, and that's a combined race. We also have two crews were under 19. Or I think under 23. There are
under 23.
Under 23. In a combined race, currently it's the crew from Australia leading the race with a far amount of seconds ahead of the rest of the race. But I don't have any sight on the race from my position here at the terrain.
Actually, I do, and I was thrown off a bit because I don't see their times coming in on Time Team. So I was pedaling back a little bit, but no, nonetheless, I've cranked up the amps on the Studio Boss bike, and we're trying to catch up with those 8s again. Almost getting run over by a fat bike, but that's also Amsterdam 2026. Okay, it's the crew in the lowest lane.
It's Australia.
Yeah.
Australia leading this race with, I think a very big amount of space between them and the rest of the race.
Yes, I had to do a little turn. I can't do 5 things at once, but it is indeed Australia with a very, very decisive lead at the moment. These women are putting in a display of very controlled rowing, and you immediately notice, maybe you also notice my breath having to pick up a bit more, because these 8s, they are really blazing here over the forest lane. 22 kilometers an hour at the moment here that I can clock them on.
Yeah, very powerful race from the Australians. I think there's quite a chance we're going to see them at the World Cup in Lucerne. Also, they're in a big lead here on the forest lane. And is there a bit of race still going on there in the back?
They are in a class of their own here, the Australians. And then, who else is in this match? It's the Melbourne UBC in lane 4 that are taking the 2nd position. And it's the crew in lane 6, St. Edward's School, led by Rosie Reynolds, that are having the 3rd position in hand. And the gates are going to be closed by Denmark in lane 2.
Yeah, and St. Edward's is under 23, so they are having their own event. So I think they getting medals as well. I'm not sure, but I think so.
Training medals.
Maybe
yes,
there
if
is
they
a
compete,
special
if they
cup or
outcompete
something.
The crew from Denmark, which seems to be the case, then they are also invited to the medal ceremony later on today, because it's 2 races being raced here.
It looked like easy rowing for the Australians here. They are very condensed and they are very strong here in the last final meters. But it looks as an easy race because they are very much in front of this race.
Yeah, the Cox is probably telling them one more final sprint in front of the enclosure to put off a little show, and that's exactly what we're seeing here from the Australian crew as they're approaching the finish line. What a dominant race here, and I hope we're going to see a lot more from this crew in international events this summer.
Yeah, such supreme rowing of this Australian crew here. What an extraordinary race they put on for us. And they crossed the finish line right now. An excellent time they put on of 6:31.
And we're looking back at the second race, which is actually taking part here. And I think it's, although St. Andrews is in 3rd position, they only have to beat the Danish crew to also end up on the medal ceremony, because that's for the women's under 23. Good race also from this young woman as they're finishing next to the crew from Melbourne, which is a bit more experienced crew. Only half a boat length ahead is the crew from Melbourne. So some very mature racing here also from the ladies from St. Edward's.
Yeah, and while the music starts playing here, we also have the men's 8 on the water.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think you are already seeing them.
I am seeing them. They just crossed the 750 meter mark approximately, and they are coming closer into my vision here at the 1000 meter marks.
Yeah, a lot of Dutch crews here in the men's 8 final. I've heard that it's actually quite a special cup. Yeah, the Amstel Beker,
yes,
which has been lost for quite some time and was found. It was Laga had it, or it was. It hasn't been.
A very nice present from Laga this year, right? Also, there
it was fully
recommissioned. It was recommissioned. It's a fully silver cup, I believe. It's from somewhere late 1800s.
Late 1800s, and it's originally given by my own rowing club, the Amstel. So
always a nice little connection
touch.
to some kind of jubilee here with Mr. Koopman himself.
What's also nice is the rowing of the Egeer guys here.
Absolutely.
We see on the screen, at first Asepos de Vliet was in front, but for now it looks like Egeer is taking the lead here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Anne. It was was Asepos de Vliet, but it is now Egeer taking over that head position, and I think the supporters from Egeer have to shout a little bit harder if they want to get back that position. Same for Asepos. Asepos falling back a little bit. It's the guys from Egeer that have set up a little sprint here, intermediary sprint, because we're nowhere near the finish yet. Is it part of the race plan? Perhaps it is. Fending off those attacks from Asepos.
Even though Asepos had a very strong and powerful opening statement, it's Egeer now asking the questions, and I'm wondering if Asepos has an answer, because they're falling behind further and further every stroke.
Well, yes and no. I think they are also kind of keeping that connection. The Cox of Asepos is seeing that they're falling back a little bit, but also making sure to keep that connection. But as I said, that Egeer now even pumping up the tempo a little bit more and getting really on it, breaking loose from that Asepos crew. At the back of the field, there's a fight going for 3rd position as well, and that's between the Insa Lyon crew, who actually also has displayed some really strong rowing yesterday. But it's Proteus-Eretes there in the far outside lane, still keeping clinging on to that third position. Meanwhile, at the front of the race, it's Egir building on their head position, currently half a boat length, really breaking free from that challenging attack of Asopos. Asopos falling back further into the pack.
Yeah, the marches are getting bigger and bigger, and the leader is really pushing away from the rest of the crews in this 8, and a very composed rowing here by the Groningse rowers from Egir.
We see big smiles on the faces of the Groningen supporters here along the water, coming out here to take that Amstel Cup, long lost Amstel Cup, back home to the north of the Netherlands, where it might get lost for another 100 years, who knows. But here today at the Holland Beker, they are the ones that are showing their dominance and building on that lead even further, more like 1.5, 2 boats almost, gaining on Asopos. But here's Proteus in the final moments of the race, working on a final push, on a final sprint, getting back close with that boat from Asopos.
Indeed, but one last effort from the exhausted rowers, but it won't be enough to get back to that crew from Egir. Nope. What a dominant performance here by the Groningse roeiers. Well done, gents, on winning that Amstel Cup. And there in the back, it's Asopos who could still hold on to that second place. Proteus will have to do with a third place, but they really put some fire to it at the last 200 meters. And we're moving on to the next race, Boris. If you still have...
Well, yeah, I need to cycle back a little bit.
I can tell you can slow down a little. We're going to look at the lightweight women.
Perfect. Then I will dial back a gear.
Yeah, and they will start
back a little bit.
They start within 2 minutes, Boris, so you have time enough to
get to the 1,000 meters.
My team said they started the lightweight women's single sculls, and I see them the rowing on the screen. So they started maybe a little bit early, but that's all right with me. They're rowing very nice to see right now. The crews or the girls you will be seeing,
I'm thinking, what did we see this morning? I think the one to watch is probably Femke van de Vliet.
Yes,
who we expect a lot from rowing with the Dutch national colors. She is in the lower lanes, but right now she's definitely not in the lead. It is, I think, the crew in the 5th lane, which is Wing-Yan Wine Hung from Hong Kong, which is out and about there at the start of the race. A very big push from her from start to the 500 meters. And a powerful opening statement by Hong Kong, and she will probably need that to stay ahead. I thought she had a bit slower race in the heat, but maybe she has a lot more energy to bring in this A-final.
Yes, I remember correctly from this morning, Femke van de Vliet had a head sprint of almost 26 seconds compared to the rest of the field, so it was quite a big difference. So it's, I think, a bit surprising to see that she's not in front of this race yet.
Well, sometimes it's good to surprise your enemies, especially if they expect less from you, to shake them off their feet. And hope that they will be having a hard time reacting to such a strong opening statement.
And while you're saying that, I can see that the first times are rolling in here on Time Team, and it's indeed a rower from Hong Kong coming in first with only 0.2 seconds difference to the rower from Montreal Rowing Club in lane 4, so that's pretty close here at the top of this race. And then in the third we have Chloe D.S.R from Brazil, which is only 1 second behind the first 2 rowers, so I can only imagine that it's very, very exciting there on the water, or not, Boris?
Yes, it is. Am I still in range? I think I am.
Yes.
All right, good. It's the rower in lane 5, Wing-Yan Wine from the Hong Kong Rowing Association Club here into our lead, and I'm just parking up right now at the 1,000 meter mark to analyze what's going on here. Indeed, still Wing-Yan Wine here winning at the moment this race. But she has to fend off an attack from the lower lanes. Actually, not from Femke van de Vliet, but from
Hannah Tippet?
No.
Isabel?
Netherlands is Laura Kempen
Yeah.
from
Laura Kempen, I think,
Proteus-Eretes.
yes, from Proteus-Eretes. No, I'm wrong. It is Femke van der Vliet in lane 2.
All
Apologies. I was wrong. Yes, it's very much a fight between Femke van der Vliet and Wine Hung.
From Hong Kong, China, yes.
Yes, I had to
still-
climb on the bike again. The margins are not that great. It's still very much open for debate on who is going to take this final position, because as you said as well before, we've seen the immense gap that Femke was able to get on the rest of the field last time.
Yes.
And
sorry.
Hong Kong is falling back a little bit, falling behind. Not as a comfortable lead as she had before. I'd say there's less than half a canvas of difference between Femke and.
Yeah, they clocked less than a second between them, and the winner of this race will win the Pax Labor. That's a bronze statue from 1915. I've seen it standing there at the facilitated terrain. It was a beautiful statue, so I'm very excited to see if Wine Hung from Hong Kong, China rowing will get this prize, or maybe it will be Femke van der Vliet from Triton.
It appears that Femke has listened to your beautiful explanation on what she's able to win, because it's Femke now taking over the lead from Hong Kong rowing. She is building on that lead. The tempo is going up a bit further, and we see that the typical Dutch compact rowing, she's extending her strokes now, actually, as I'm saying, that putting a lot more backswing into it, extending on that stroke, on that rowing that she has here, and building on her lead. I'm going to drop.
From earlier races, we know that Femke van der Vliet performs well on endurance, and that's what you're going to need in this second half of the race, especially moving towards the last 500 meters. And that's exactly what she's showing here, that endurance to stay calm during the race all the way through
That's
to
exactly
the
what's
finish line.
happening here. Yes, Koopman, you're totally right. What was at first a comfortable position by Wine Hung is now a comfortable second position, as she has to acknowledge that Femke van der Vliet is the better rower, the faster rower in this match, and she's taking that head position. I'm going to turn back and going to give this one to you guys.
Yeah, this is the moment where the medals are won and lost, and for now it's looking like Femke van der Vliet is winning this race. Very nice rowing of her, very good in the hands. Guys at the facilitated terrain, can you see her?
Yeah, we can definitely see her. She is in front of the pack, and now she only have to finish, and that are about 300 meters left. And if she finished that strong as she did perform in the second half of this race, I don't see any problems for her winning this race here.
Yeah. Even though she is the favorite here today on the lightweights women's event, I think it's still impressive to see that she kept her head so cool after the strong opening from the women, the rower from Hong Kong. She was quite a bit behind there, and she just kept her head cool and showed that she is the one with the endurance in this race. And that's all paying off now as she is passing by the enclosure and is into the final sprint for the finish line.
As we can see here, it's definitely a big distance that she has managed to create compared to the rower from Hong Kong. It's a multiple boat lengths difference now. So I think at this point we can definitely say that it's Femke that was the bigger player here and is the one that is going to win this lightweights women's single sculls.
Yeah, she's really emptying the tank here, and it's not for nothing because it's a deserved win here by Femke. What a dominant performance in the second half of the race.
Yes, it's Femke van der Vliet winning this lightweights women's sculling race, leaving the other boats behind from Triton. Very nice rowing here.
Little hand into the air to the coach. Small gesture, but also very composed.
Yeah, next up.
Winning.
Next up, the lightweight men single sculls. Currently leading there is Alexis Lopez from Mexico in that race. Still packed that race as far as I can see from the timings coming through here at the 500 meter mark.
It's still quite close together, and Alexis Lopez, remembering from this morning, not sure if you can quickly get his time, but I remember that it was a very, very fast time this morning. And again, he's leading this field here today. It's starting to fan out a little bit more. It's Alexis Lopez still leading. But then the second position, there's very much still a fight going on. It's Hong Kong rowing versus Justin Schmidt from Pennsylvania in the US here, trying to consolidate on that second position. But it's still very much Alexis Lopez from Mexico here in the lead in boat number 5.
Yeah, and my laptop here is very much heated and it's getting really slow. So times are not coming through that fast. So I need to lean on you, Boris, to know about what's happening because
it's all good.
Getting the live stream over here at the victory platoon is very difficult.
I can imagine. No, it's a boat number 3 here from Hong Kong rowing in the second position. Quite a distance between the boats now at the moment. Alexis Lopez keeps building on that dominant position that he has here, really pushing that boat away with his strong catch at the end of his stroke, at the beginning of his stroke, and then it's between boat number 1 and 6. So it's D.S.R from Euros, all the way in the east of the Netherlands, versus the rower Justin Schmidt from Pennsylvania, all the way from the US, that are battling it out for that third position, trying to gain on the Hong Kong rower, Hin Chun Chu. And yeah, to be honest, guys, the first position quite confident to say that it is going to be Alexis Lopez in this case.
Yes. Leading as a sovereign, we would say normally, Boris.
Absolutely right here, Joost. He is very determined. You can see it in the way that he's rowing right now, and he keeps on dominating here at the front of the field. Hong Kong rowing falling back, perhaps not enough energy conserved for the latter part of the race here, because he is falling back into the field quite a bit, and it's Justin Schmidt taking over that second position, and then Hong Kong rowing even falling back further, that he might lose his third position to D.S.R from Euros.
Yeah, so it was Hin Chang Chu from Hong Kong rowing who had the fastest time in the heats with a 7:45, and after that Alexis Lopez with a 7:49. But it seems that it's Alexis Lopez right now here in the lead, having a very high rate.
Yeah, I've turned around and I'm going to give the rowers to the commentators at the spectators area over there. But it will be Alexis Lopez coming into your view at first. But who's in that second position? Perhaps you can tell me in a moment.
Yeah, no doubts about the first place, but the second place is much harder to see from my position now. I'm waiting for them to be on the same line for me so that I can see who's actually at the second place. It looks like it might be in the higher lane Justin Schmidt, but I'm not that sure because the rower here in the lower lane, Ivar Schukke, is still coming through as well. But it's Alexis in the front, and I don't think that will change very soon.
No, it's the final stage of this race. Only a few meters to go, 100 meters to go, and it's indeed Alexis Lopez still in the lead with some very exquisite rowing he's showing us here. At second place, I think it's
lane 6. It's Justin Schmidt. in the second place with a very good sprint here in the last few meters. And I am very sure he will remain at that second place because the finish is really close now, Anne.
Yes, the finish is happening right now. It's Alexis Lopez winning this race. The hands up in the air and really happy to see that he is so happy because it's a very nice rowing he has shown us. Second indeed, Justin Smith, also a very nice finishing stage he has put on this race.
Yeah, and then going to the under-19s men quadruple sculls. Boris, it looks like it's the Amstel-Laag combination in the first place.
That could very well be. I am. It's a bit difficult to say at the moment, but I'm looking for that characteristic orange bib that they have, right, from D.S.R, and I can confirm that it's lots of orange and green that I'm seeing here coming my direction in the first position.
Yeah, they took already 5 seconds at the 500-meter mark on the rest of the race, so that it's already a great start for them. So I expect them to continue that later on in the race. Normally this is a very fast rate, 8 oars in action in each boat. So that makes me enthusiastic about this race, Boris.
Now, and it's a good reason to be enthusiastic, but it's not going to be very spannend, as you would say. It's not going to be very close or whatever, because it's definitely that D.S.R combination leading the field here. They have built, I'd say, around 2 to 3 boat lengths of light already compared to the boat of number 5.
Yeah, the boats.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's the crew from Denmark, if I see it correctly. Yeah, it's not a very dense race, as far as I can see from the times. It's
it's far from a dense race. It's quite spread apart, and it's that D.S.R Amstel-Laag combination here at the front. I don't think there's much that is going to change in that anytime soon, unless they catch the biggest of crabs that we have here in laying around in the Bosbaan. Of course, I shouldn't say jinx those kind of things on air, but I'm still doing it anyway. It's the Danish crew, yeah, still consolidating that second position, and then at the back of the field we have the Hemes Amstel combination. Just. Yeah, and nipped, I think, in front of Lyngby, but that also can change any moment now.
Yeah, and they're already playing "We Are the Champions" here at the podium with the band playing music all along here. So that might be a song meant for that Amstel D.S.R crew coming through here in the last 500 meters of the race.
Yes, the camera crew really needs to zoom out to get also the other crews into the screen. It's the Amstel D.S.R combination crew in the lead right now. Very nice in sync with each other. Very supreme rowing for their age.
Yeah, and if we luckily we have the best view here from our tower, and we can see that it's still the Amstel D.S.R combination that is on top of this race and really gained a confident head start compared to the rest of the field. And then it's the crew Lyngby Dirk, so the crew from Denmark in the highest lane in lane 5. It has still rowing at that second position, yeah. I don't know if that's enough for this final part of the race to make a difference, because the head sprint or the head start of the Amstel D.S.R combination is really big. I don't know, Joost, if you can see how big this head start is for this combination crew.
Yeah, it's a really great rowing from the Amstel combination right in front of me. Very strong every stroke again. So I don't have any doubts about that. They are the right winners of this race. It's very exciting to see this quality of racing in the late afternoon of the Sunday of the Holland Beker Regatta.
Yes, also in the last few meters
leaders here. They're crossing the finish line right now. Still very much one with the boat and with each other. Feet in the water, hands in the air. They're exhausted, but they put on a quite nice race here. Definitely good winners.
Yeah, and then coming in on second place is the crew from in the higher lanes, a crew from Denmark, which clocked here in the second time. And then for the third place, actually a more close call. We see the combination from Hope and Rick battling it out with Hemus Amstel, and it might be the combination from Hope, Rick, which have the very slightest of advantage here in this race. It is for the third position, so they won't be winning this race, but it's very nice to see that they give it their all here in those last few strokes of this A final of the men's under-19s quadruple sculls.
And then we're switching to the under-19 men's 4 all Dutch crew race. In lane 2 we have a combination of Hope, Gehouden and de Hunse. In lane 3 Hope, Delighten.
Yes,
in lane
Anne,
4.
and that means that we're going to switch to Dutch for only this race, and then there's going to be a little break, some announcement to make, I think, for all the people here at the enclosure. In any time now, we're going for the medal ceremony of the Holland Beker and the Ladies Trophy. So it would be nice if everyone would gather here to see the winners of the Holland Beker and the Ladies Trophy. We're going to start anytime soon.
Ja, en als we dan in het Nederlands mogen praten, dan ga ik ook maar gelijk even vol op het orgel natuurlijk. Ik eer de hele middag al Mark Rutte met mijn prachtige Engelse accent. Gelukkig hebben we jou nog, Boris, op de fiets, waarbij dat een stuk soepeler gaat. En jij kijkt volgens mij ook naar een hele soepele race, naar de mannen 4 zonders die onze kant op aan het stormen zijn. Het zijn een aantal hoopcombinaties die deze kant op gieren. En het is de Hoop, Gehouden, Hunse combinatie in baan 1 of in baan 2 op dit moment aan de leiding.
Nou, nee. Het is niet die combinatie met de Hoop die aan de leiding gaat. Maar het lijkt erop dat het de Hoop Willem III Gouda Tromp combinatie is in baan 4. Onder leiding van Marnix Mulder die hier aan de leiding gaan. Ja, het ligt nog behoorlijk dicht bij elkaar. Ik zag net, ik zie aardig wat backsplash eigenlijk komen van de ploeg van de Hoop Gouda. De Hunze combinatie in baan 2. Dus dit kan nog behoorlijk spannend worden.
Ja, dan laat het beeld wat wij nu zien een soort vertekend beeld zien. Dus we geloven jouw ogen maar al te graag hoor, Boris. Maar het ziet eruit als in ieder geval een hoopvolle race voor de Hoop. In ieder geval nu in de top 3 liggen deze boten. Met dus volgens jou aan de leiding de Hoop Willem III Gouda Tromp combinatie.
Yeah, and a small remark from our side. We are also looking for the number 2 and 3 of the Women's Trophy A final. Christy Wagner and Laura O'Connor. You are also expected at the victory pontoon. So if you are in the neighborhood of the victory pontoon, please come with us for the ceremony. Back to the race.
Ja, terug naar de race. Het is de ploegen in baan 2. Toch wel die Hoop Gouda de Hunze combinatie. Die hier nu inmiddels hun eerste positie aan het consolideren zijn. Onder leiding van Douwe Krijtenburg. Ja, gaan zij hier aan kop. En dat zal ook niet aan het aanmoedigen liggen hoor. Dat gaat ook hartstikke goed hier aan de kant. Het is die Hoop Gouda Hunze combinatie. Die boten netjes en soepel weten te versnellen. Er vindt ook wel weer een aanval plaats op de tweede positie. Want daar is het ook nog behoorlijk spannend. Daar heb je een Hoop Willem III Gouda Tromp combinatie. Die nu een beetje aan het inzakken is. En een aanval moet gaan pareren. Zowel links en rechts. Want daar gaat het nu om die derde en tweede positie. De eerste positie nog steeds aangevoerd door de boot in baan 2. Zij weten die voorsprong goed vast te houden hier in dat 4 zonderen.
Ja, dus de Hoop Gouda, de Hunse combinatie nog steeds aan de leiding in deze junioren mannen 4 zonderveld A-finale op de Koninklijke Holland Beker. En dat doen ze zeker niet onverdienstelijk hoor. Ze zijn mij mooie halen aan het maken en het lijkt erop alsof ze steeds verder weglopen van de andere boten in hun veld.
Nee, absoluut. Ze bouwen er zeker op. En ook die jongens in baan 4 van de Hoop Willem III Gouden Tromcombinatie laten zich niet de kaas van het brood eten hier, zoals we dat wel eens vaker zeggen. Al moeten zij nog steeds wel die aanval van de boot uit baan 5 zien te pareren. Ik ga hem even omkeren of niet? Nee, hoeft eigenlijk helemaal niet. Ik kan deze wel even mee uitfietsen. Hoppatee,
ja, dan kan jij even wisselen, want we gaan dus zometeen naar de prijsuitreiking van de Ladies Trophy en de Holland Beker binnen een paar minuten.
Ja, direct hierna, dus verzamel u alvast allemaal hier bij het podium, want daar gaat het zo allemaal gebeuren. Dan valt de rest allemaal even stil en dan focussen we ons alleen nog maar op die uitreiking. Maar eerst nog even die junioren vierzonders.
Precies, de junioren vierzonders, daar wordt nu op gefocust. En het is de boot in baan 5, hè, die light combinatie, die nog steeds bezig zijn met die aanval op die tweede positie. Ze bijten zich vast in ieder poppetje wat ze over proberen te pakken. Ja, daar zijn ze druk mee bezig voor die tweede plek. Als zij die eindsprint hier echt weten uit te bouwen, dan kunnen ze die tweede plek nog pakken. Ik ga zelf ook even eindsprinten om hier wat fietsers in te halen op het fietspad. Maar het is nog steeds in baan 2 die Hoop Gouden, de Hunse combinatie hier, die nog steeds aan de leiding gaat en dat niet hebben weggegeven.
Nee, dat gaat ook niet meer gebeuren hoor, Boris. Deze mannen die hebben het heft stevig in handen genomen en trekken zichzelf ook in die laatste meters nog stevig uit dat veld. Die tweede positie lijkt in handen van de combinatieploeg daar in baan 4. En ik vraag me af of die jongens in baan 5 nog een potje kunnen breken hoor, in de laatste meters.
Moeten ze wel echt flink eraan gaan trekken hoor, maar ik denk dat de bosbaan daar toch echt te kort voor is. En dat het toch die combinatieploeg uit baan 4 is die hier met de tweede positie ervan doorgaat. Maar prachtige overwinning ook.
Ja, prachtige race hier neergezet door die Hoop Gouda, de Hunse combinatie. De mannen Douwe, Krijtenburg, Ruben Beuning, Constantijn Bergman en Daan Munneke die hier een tijd klokken van 6:52. Inderdaad, de tweede plek wordt nog gepakt door Hoop Willem III Gouda Tromcombinatie en de derde plek voor die Light Willem III Viking.
Yeah, and after this wonderful A-final, we will be switching to English again to go to the ceremony, the prize ceremony for the Ladies Cup and the Holland Cup. And we will be putting down our mics and leaving your mic on, Martijn Koopman.
Yeah, but before a small remark for the viewers at the live stream, we have a slight delay between the audio and the video because of some technical difficulties. So if you're watching closely to the medal ceremony, please know that we are a bit delayed in the audio part of the ceremony.
Yes, and in the late afternoon, they welcome back to the medal ceremony of the Holland Beker. We'll be starting anytime soon with the Ladies Trophy. Yeah, there's quite a big crowd gathered here today. They're still hiding in the shade because of the fierce sun, but everybody will probably gather here in front of the podium to welcome the winners of the Ladies Trophy anytime soon. So we'll be right back to you with the ladies from the Ladies Trophy in a minute now. And I can see that the cup is already in the hands of the ceremony master or the head of the ceremony. As they're preparing for the medal ceremony, we can see the winner, Alexandra, here. She's standing here, but we're still waiting, I think, for the second and the third place of this ladies' trophy, as they're also being put on the podium to receive a prize. Not like the other races we've seen today with the Ladies Trophy and the Holland Beker. There's actually a prize for the first, second and third place. And there will also be prize money for these spots here in at the Ladies Trophy.
And if I could have your attention towards the podium, please. Right now we'll be announcing the winner of the women's single scull from Club Mechelen, Alexandra. And for winning this prize, she'll also receive the Ladies Trophy, handed out by Laila Yusufu.
Yes, it's the ladies' trophy won by Alexandra Forster from Ruderclub Meschede. She's now receiving her medal, and she will be moving up the podium to receive her cup also. And her 3,000 euros worth check, handed over by Olaf. And the ladies' trophy handed over by Laila Youssoufa from Laga, Dutch national team rower. But all attention here goes to Alexandra Forster from Ruderclub Meschede as she wins the ladies' trophy. And of course, winning such a prestige event also requires some champagne to be popped. There it goes up in the air. Ah, look. There we have Laura O'Connor from Arion, who finished in 3rd place, and also Christy Wagner from USTC Boston, who finished in 2nd place, with her child, I think, also. What a lovely sight to see. And just like the 1st place, there's also a check for the 2nd and the 3rd place. So again, it was Alexandra first from Ruderclub Meschede in 1st place, Christy Wagner from USDC Boston in 2nd place, and Laura O'Connor from Arion in 3rd place. And the winner of the ladies' trophy is Alexandra Forster from Ruderclub Meschede. And now I think for the watchers at home, we obviously have some questions for Alexandra, if she has some time for us. I'm looking at her right now. Yes, she has some time for us. That's great. Alexandra, yes, if you would come down, that's great. What a remarkable race. You were a bit behind in the first 1,000 meters, but then that push at the 1,000 was so well performed. How did it feel on the water and in the boat?
Yeah, I just tried to do my own race and be consistent, and yeah, it felt quite good, and I know I can do something at the finish, and yeah, it was a good race. So.
And did you feel like you could really make the difference at the 1,000 meters, or were you just focusing on yourself?
Yeah, I literally just focused on myself and like on the technique, and yeah, I think that worked out quite well.
It worked out remarkably well because you had the 1st place. Are there any upcoming events that you're participating in?
Yeah, I will be in Lucerne at the World Cup, and also, of course, in the European Championships and World Championships. So, but the first one is next week in Lucerne. Yes.
All right. Well, we're definitely keeping an eye on you, and congratulations on your win. Enjoy the rest of your day here, and very well done. Congratulations.
Hoorde jij ook veel ruis? Ja, ik denk. Maar daar gaat het dan. Of het is de DZ.
We krijgen nu toch ook gelijk de Holland Beker erachter, hè?
Ja, tuurlijk. Hoorde je de ruis hier ook?
Weet ik niet eigenlijk. Ik hoorde het hier wel, maar ik had mijn mic even aan, omdat er toen hier ook een omroep. Maar ik zag, dit komt uit dat speakertje daar, die JBL?
Nou, wij niet.
Nee, ja, maar hij riep ook nog om van dit
Ja,
is de winnaar van. Dus toen ben ik met mijn mic naast de JBL gaan staan.
Gaan ze nog beginnen met de mannen? Niet.
Nee, maar met dat nu nog goed.
Ik hoop dat die iets makkelijkere namen hebben.
Mexicaan.
Oh ja.
You can find them. Ja.
Met zijn moeder heb ik ook nog een keer gereden. Marjan, voordat zij met Marjan en Deze een andere korte periode met Marjan een relatie
Maar zijn ze als ze weer naar de Holland Beker kijken? Ja, kunnen we doen. Nee. Ik heb net even een foto geappt. Ik zal best wel leuk
Ja, en in de tussentijd de winnaar van de Holland Beker is nog heel even zoek. Laat nog even op zich wachten. En dat betekent dat wij alvast gaan kijken naar de junioren die deze kant op komen. De jonge vrouwen in de dubbel 2.
Ja, en dat doen we zeker. Dat betekent ook dat alle mics, inclusief wanderzender, ook weer hot zijn vanaf onze kant. Zeg. En dan kunnen we in ieder geval ons op gaan maken voor die onder 17 dames dubbel 2 die onze kant op komt.
Ja, ik denk dat alles wel hot is vandaag met deze temperaturen. Maar waar er in ieder geval hard geroeid wordt, dat was vanochtend in die voorwedstrijd door die twee ploegen van de Amstel. En jullie hebben natuurlijk al beeld vanuit de Ivoren Toren op welke ploegen daar het snelst uit de start zijn gekomen.
Zeker, en dan lijkt het er inderdaad op dat het Amstel 1 op dit moment is die hier aan de leiding gaat. Het is Amstel 1 in de baan 2 onder leiding van Coco van Essen. Als we het timeteam moeten geloven, dan is het eigenlijk de Maas in baan 6 die op dit moment dan een tweede plek heeft weten te bemachtigen. Verder zien we in deze race nog een ploeg van Delight onder leiding van Josephine Gillette. Dan een ploeg van Viking in baan 4 onder leiding van Hanne Tuinenberg. De Amstel 2 boot van Suze Potman. En dan hebben we Willem 3 met Sophie Akkerman op slag hier in baan 1. En inderdaad zijn de beelden ondertussen wat meegeschoven. En dan zien we dat het nog steeds de Amstelboot in baan 2 is. Onder leiding van Coco van Essen die hier aan de leiding gaat. En lijkt er ook best wel een gat te zijn geslagen ten opzichte van de rest van het veld. Met het licht tussen de boten. Ik zie wel dat het beeld verspringt even. Zij moeten denk ik... zijn we aan het wachten op onze razende reporter daar langs de lijn die op zijn elektrische stalen ros die kant op aan het chasen is. Ik weet niet,
Zeker.
Boris, hoe ver ben je?
Ja, ik val weer met mijn net ingesmeerde neus in de boter. Dus dat komt helemaal goed.
Vet op vet, dat werkt natuurlijk altijd wel lekker.
Vet. Nou, als dat niet goed komt, dan weet ik het inderdaad ook niet meer. En wie het ook vet goed doen hier inderdaad, zijn die dames van de Amstel. Die hier aan de leiding gaan. Er komt een armada van coaches op mij af, dus ik ga me heel even omdraaien. Het is baan 2, momenteel, met Amstel 1, onder leiding van Coco van Essen, die hier aan de leiding gaan. En die blijven hun voorsprong behoorlijk uitbouwen. Delight heeft hier de tweede positie in handen, maar moeten nog wel wat aanvallen afslaan links en rechts. Even kijken van andere Amstelploeg en ook van Maas. Goed.
Dat is wat er aankomt, Boris. Is het een spannende race? Want ik kan vanuit mijn positie hier op het...
ik ga jullie even onderbreken, want we gaan door naar de uitreiking van de Holland Beker die ondertussen gaat plaatsvinden. Dus jullie mogen jezelf er even uitdraaien.
We are switching back to the victory ceremony of the Koninklijke Holland Beker. The word is yours, Martijn.
Yes, everybody gathered here today for the winner ceremony of the Koninklijke Holland Beker, the Royal Dutch Cup. And a few for you who won the Royal Dutch Cup. That was Lucas Vertijn Ferreira from Brazil, the Brazil national team. He's standing here with the flag around his shoulder, and he's accompanied by Tom Granitz from Germany and Andrew Gaart from Proteus in the third place. And they're ready to receive their medals. It was a very tight race towards the end with a dominant performance out the race by Lucas Vertijn, who really took the lead from start to finish, but was almost caught up by the rower from Germany. And it is now Andrew Gaart from Proteus who's receiving his medal for the third place. Still in his rowing suit, the characteristic blue, white and orange from Proteus. And in second place here we see Tom Granitz from Germany in his Berliner Ruder Club rowing suit with the star on the back. And in second place. And now we go for the first place and the winner of the Dutch Royal Holland Cup. It's Lucas Vertijn Ferreira from Brazil. And besides receiving a medal for his performance, he's also receiving a check and obviously the Dutch Royal Holland Cup. There he goes now onto the podium with the national flag of Brazil in his hands. So again, we have in third place Andrew Gaard from Proteus, second place Tom Granitz, and in first place Lucas Vertuin Ferreira.
Best wel, hè?
And he's handed over the Holland Cup by Cor Scheffer, who is also congratulating the second and third place. And there comes the characteristic photos for the single sculls. Lucas being carried by the second and third place, giving his mark to the Holland Cup here today at the Holland Beker. And the mandatory champagne. So I often say, watch out for your equipment. What a performance and what a race by these three men. They were so close. They were really racing from head to start. And Lucas really had to fight off the other two for this amazing victory. And obviously we're going to ask him some questions about how he experienced his race here yesterday and today at the Bosbaan. A little striptease here from the winner. He's switching t-shirts. Lucas, can we ask you some questions for the watchers at home? First of all, congratulations on your amazing performance here today. What a race. You had a head from start to head. You were in front of the rest, but then Tom came in so close towards you. And did he cut you off guard there a bit, or were you in full control?
Well, I knew that I had to do like a very strong start from the beginning and then just position myself so I could get a big distance in the last 500. And I was expecting the German Scully to have a last strong 500. So I just kept pushing to the first 1500. And then in the last 250, I was completely dead. And I was just doing my best, so I didn't stop rowing. And it was kind of a test for me. Surely I'll be here in August racing the men's singles in the World Championship. And I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy for the people who are supporting me and the people who are just watching this streaming. And then I'll keep doing my best. And cheers from Brazil, cheers from Rio de Janeiro, and cheers for all my supporters. Thank you so much.
Well, I don't have to ask you any questions. What a great interview so far. So we're going to see you in August here on the World Championships. Is there any events you're going to join in between?
Right now I'm going back home tomorrow, just doing some more training. Hopefully I'll be just training a little bit here in Europe before the World Championship. Probably either in Varese or Germany, I still don't know. We are going to figure it out when I go back to Rio. And once again well, I'm very proud to be the first Brazilian ever to win the Holland Beker, this regatta that is amazing. And I would like to congratulate all the organizing committee for doing this amazing regatta. And I expect to be here next year for sure in the upcoming years.
I was just about to ask, I assume we're going to see you back here next year racing at some more international competition. And it's so nice to see this international participants here at the Holland Cup, and again, congratulations on your big win.
Thank you so much, and I would like also to be thankful for my coach who is here with me, who helped me a lot through all this process. Last year we had a lot of setbacks, and now he is helping me to get back on my feet in my best shape. So Daniel Dalmau is the best coach in Brazil, and thank you so much for support me all this time, and let's go for Los Angeles 2028.
Well, thank you so much for answering these questions, and again, congratulations also to the coach, obviously, and enjoy the rest of your time here, and we'll be seeing you in August.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, back to racing then. There are a few races have been passed during the victory ceremony. We saw the under-17 women's double sculls won by Dijleite, Josephine Gillette en even kijken, Fleur Kelder. And we also had the light women's quadruple sculls won by an Okeanos combination crew. Yeah, we missed out on those races. Maybe you can give us a short summary, fellow commentators.
Yes, am I back on? Yes, I can hear. Okay, perfect. Well, I'm not going to give you a short summary. Well, okay, a little bit then. From the lightweight women's, it was Okeanos combination crew dominating pretty much the whole race. I did cycle along with it, and when I left them behind at the 1,000-meter mark, they were still in a firm lead. I'm now cycling along with the lightweight men's quadruple sculls, and here it's Teta taking the lead and the initiative here in the field. It's a Teta Triton Proteus-Eretes combination that is also. Whoa, wait, is it? Yes, that's in the other lane. I think maybe they've switched. No, they are a full Teta boat here in lane 6, and in lane 5 it's a Focus Orca Argo combination led by Aaron van der Wal. But they are having to fend off attacks, especially from Triton. Triton is taking over that second position here in this race, and it's going quite fast. There's these quadruple sculls, 8 blades into the water, coming up about 20 kilometers an hour here on these boats, which is quite fast, especially for light men's rowing.
Yeah, so for now still the Teta Triton Proteus-Eretes all in the same Teta suit,
yes,
still in the lead, and the other crews participating, the Focus Orca or Argo combination, Laga, Triton and Focus, but for now it's still the Teta combination crew.
Absolutely, it's the Teta combination crew here consolidating on that lead, still building that lead and continuing to push ahead. Then it's the Focus Orca Argo boat that has managed to fend off that attack from Triton and has taken over that second position again. I'm going to turn around for the next race.
Maybe nice to notice that right now it's the Amstel Cup that's been handed out. The cup that was so old from the 19th century and has been lost for quite a while and has now been regained by the Holland Beker and is now handed out to the rowers from Egeer who are singing their club song as is tradition in Dutch student rowing. And now we're going back to the last 4 races of the day as we're nearing the end of this spectacular racing day here at the Holland Beker with the lightweight men. And even though it's only Dutch crews, I think we're going to continue speaking English since it's only 4 more races. And the rest of the races are all in English anyway.
Exactly,
but
might
it's
be nice also for the spectators there.
It's the crew from Teta who is still in a firm lead with a very composed set of rowing. Really, you can really see that these guys are training a lot together. And they're not going to give away that lead anymore. Behind them, about 2 boat lengths behind, is the Focus Orca Argo combination and another Triton crew in 3rd place.
Yeah, and here from the finish line we can see that Theta combination crew is really picking up the pace, even though they were already in 1st position, and they're really showing off some confidence power here in their final strokes as they are currently crossing the finish line in 1st position, and they are followed by the crew, the Focus Orca Argo combination here in 2nd place in this A final of the lightweight men's quadruple sculls. And then in 3rd place coming in is the crew from Triton, being led by George Vasiliev. And then we have the Laga coming in with and then there's a Focus crew closing in here during this A final of one of the last races we are going to see today. And another race that we are still going to watch today is the women's quadruple sculls. It's both women's and women's under 23. They are being mixed in this field. It's an A final once again. And we have several international crews here in this race. It's in the lowest lane, in lane 1. We have the UTS Haverfield Rowing Club. They are being accompanied by Sydney UBC, led by Alyssa Vickers in lane 2. And then we have 3 Dutch student associations. They are from Proteus-Eretes in baan 4. Then we have Saurus in lane 5 and Proteus-Eretes Skull combination in lane 6. And I think they have just started. Boris, I don't know if they're in your vision yet.
No, not really. I think they just crossed that 500 meter mark just now, so there's still about 500 meters to go until they are here. I see one of the LVC Toyota Yaris's speeding here over the bicycle path to catch up with the race. Doing a handbrake turn at the end? No, not really. That would be quite spectacular if they did that. But the race is getting closer and closer.
Yeah, and if you can see on the screen from the LVC committee you were just mentioning, it's actually the boat in lane 4 that's ahead now. So that will be the boat for Proteus-Eretes, led by Evie Rademacher, who are coming in first here during this first part of the race. And they are being followed by the Proteus-Eretes Skull combination. So it's a really good race for the Proteus Association, the club from Delft here of the Netherlands, in this first part of this women's quadruple sculls A final. And I see on the screen, Boris, that they are slowly coming towards you. You can see the flag from the 1,000 meter on our screen. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. They are approaching with the rassenschede, as we would say in Dutch. Not sure what the English translation for that would be. But yes, they are moving into my field of vision. And it's unmistakably that blue, white and orange from Proteus-Eretes moving here into that first position. And then you might be wondering, which Proteus-Eretes is it? Well, it's the ones in the middle lane, in lane 4. And they are being closely followed by that combination Proteus-Eretes skull boat with Marit Knevel leading it in number 2.
Yes, indeed. They're putting on a quite nice race. Still, Evie Rademacher, Proteus-Eretes in the lead with her boat and her crew. Very nice together in the hands. Very smooth rowing of them here, and closely followed by the other crews in lane 2 and lane 6.
Yes,
if I'm correct.
Absolutely. It's a battle for a second position here between crews number 2 and number 6. But it's Proteus-Eretes in lane 4 still maintaining that lead. It's quite close. The contact has not been lost yet by the Proteus skull combination. And depending on the last phase of this match, yeah, there could still be some changes for sure. However, at the moment, Proteus-Eretes led by Evie Rademaker still maintaining that lead here.
Yes, and in this A final we see here of the quadruples women's, also a royal cup is handed out to the winner. So
of course.
That's a nice thing at the Koninklijke Holland Beker here, always prizes.
It's one big prize festival, not only a festival on the side here in the spectators area, but also here on the water. It's raining silver cups left, right and center. And as I'm saying that, the crew from Proteus-Eretes in lane 4 is building on that position, that first position that they are still able to maintain. Will they keep it in the final moments of the race? Depends.
And
because
can you maybe see the crew from Cyrus, because if we have to believe time team, then
they are all the way at the back. So
did something happen there, or?
I did not see it. It could be that something happened, but I have not been a witness of that. It is the crew in lane 6 now. Proteus Skull still maintaining that second position that they have in hand, but not firmly, because it's still the crew in lane number 2 that is also trying to catch up with them. I'm turning around and giving them back to you.
Yes, and we will be watching closely here from our ivory tower how this race will end. And as we can see, and as Boris has just told us just so. Sorry, it's also the end of the day for the commentators. It's been a long day, and English is not our mother language.
In the meantime, there's a bit of Black Sabbath playing here in the back, so
well, that's quite
also
nice.
a nice oldie for all the.
Quite nice to hear, and for the people being worried about the Cyrus crew, they're still rowing. They did not turn the boat. No, they're still rowing, but far behind indeed. It's still the Proteus-Eretes crew in lane 4 in the lead with the in this race.
Crew from Proteus is still in the lead, yes, in the final 250 meters. They just started their final sprint about 100 meters ahead, and I'm not sure if they're gonna get a hold on that first position. It seems like they're gonna hold on to it, but they're definitely still being challenged by the combination crew of Skull and Proteus.
Yes, indeed, and as soon we will also see the men's quadruples A final with again a Proteus-Eretes combination crew with afkomstig. Uruguay is joining too. UTS Haberfield Rowing Club and Skull. The UTS Haber Rowing Club is one of the rowers is Jack Power, a friend of the studio. So that's nice to see that he's rowing in this quadruples men A final. But right now we're still at the women's quadruples A final, and it's indeed the Proteus-Eretes crew from the ladies that is finishing first. Very nice race. So then we move to the men's quadruples A final. Boris, are they in your sight yet?
Well, I'm afraid I have to give the same answer as the last time you answered that question. They just crossed the 500 meters mark, and I am right about that 1,000 meter mark.
There's only another 2 races to go, actually. That's.
I am yearning for a cold Gruner Veltliner.
Yearning for a cold white wine at the enclosure.
But, I think we have deserved it just as much as these rowers here today. What an amazing day!
I think actually this is the last very serious field that we're going to do commentary on, since the last field is going to be the mixed 8. Which is one of our favorite fields, obviously. Mixed boats, the love 8.
You can already feel the love boat lining up at the end of the Bosbaan there. Perhaps we can also tune in our special love team for that one. But not before we have done some commentary here on the men's quadruple sculls. Twice the oars, twice the speed, you would almost say.
Twice the fun.
Twice the fun. And it's that Uruguayan crew who we've seen before here already, right? We've seen them yesterday as well in those quadruple sculls, if I'm not mistaken. And there they were also already throwing the dice and throwing some high numbers here at the Bosbaan during the Koninklijke Holland Beker. And they have taken that first position, grasped it firmly, and they are never going to give that away again if it is up to them, because they are here in the lead. They are about like 3, maybe 4 boat lengths ahead of that Proteus-Eretes Azenpostenvliet combination, and then there's another big hole, and then there's the skull crew, and then UTS Haberfield rowing club.
So it's the crew from Uruguay is still in the lead, and we've seen a lot of decent rowing from them here at the Bosbaan, and I think they're also common visitors of the Royal Dutch Cup.
Yeah, Uruguay here leading the race, quite sovereign. I need to navigate these cyclists here. And the fun thing is that they have 3 different sets of blades on board. So that's quite nice. But Uruguay still leading the race here, building on further and further on that dominant position that they have here. Quite excited to see what the times are actually for this crew as they're going to cross the 1500 meters.
Yeah, and time team is a little bit behind. We're still looking at the 500 meter times, and now we just got the 1000 meter time. So based on that, it is 3 minutes and 3 seconds that Uruguay is closing on that first part of the race. So if they manage to expand that during the second part, then they will be low in the 6 minutes. Maybe we see another 6-7 coming by during this weekend. That would be a party on its own. And well, I'm speaking, I can see the first 1500 meters
and a quick interruption. I've just been asked to say something about the lightweight man who single sculls winner. He's just about to head on to the podium. It is Alexis Lopez, who we've seen earlier today. And yeah, he's standing ready here, and I think it's... Oh, wait a second. No, he was a bit too quick. But now there is the committee to hand out the medal he won. So, and there's also someone with the cup. We just missed the lightweight women's single sculls. So unfortunately, we've missed that. But we're now looking at Alexis Lopez, who is handed out the trophy for the lightweight men's single sculls. Alexis Lopez from Mexico.
Yeah, and congratulations, Alexis. Is it okay, Martijn, if we're turning back to the race?
Yeah, we can turn back to the race where I see it's still the crew from Uruguay who is in a firm lead and is now sprinting towards the finish line.
Yeah, they're really in their final sprint right now. Only a few meters to go, I think a meter of 30, and they're really in the lead here. And the race only getting up and up, so they're really performing even though they left the other boats behind.
Very commanding performance from the crew from Uruguay there in the last part. Actually, throughout the entire race, I would say. So looking forward to see them later on at the podium to receive their medal. And unfortunately, we're moving on to the final race of today, the Mix 8, where it's men and women mixed together in an 8. And
saving
kind of
the best for last, I'd say.
Save the best for last. Yeah, the love boat, the big love boat that we've all been looking out for.
Not even a triangle, but a square relationship here on board that you can have. Maybe they even put in some bucket rigging for that free speed.
I'll probably be an interesting shower session afterwards if they earned their coin for the shower here with the win in the A final. Direct A final. Boris, can you see these 8s coming towards you?
No.
They haven't started yet.
They haven't started yet.
Well,
no, I cannot
so they're
see
not
them.
coming towards you right now. But the crews you will be seeing are the Laga D.S.R combination, 2 Australian combination crews from Mercantile, and Laga Theta Maas Hope Proteus-Eretes combination. So a lot of mixed here, very quite nice to see that they're all at the start right now. They're lining up, so they will be any minutes until they will start off.
Yeah, and if we look at the rowers inside these boats, we see a couple of names that we've seen earlier this weekend, such as Amos Keizer and Ole van Bohemen, who will be starting in the Laga combination mixed 8. They've already done an outstanding performance in their earlier single races, so I'm really excited to see if they can push with the same fiery enthusiasm in this mixed 8 doubles.
I think also the Mercantile Rowing Club was thinking, all right, well, we've come all this way here to do a bit of rowing. Both the men's and the women's rowing. Let's then just combine 2 8s onto the water and do a little encore of Mercantile Rowing Club rowing here. And also Amos Keizer, who is maybe also hoping for a bit of revenge, because in his race in the Holland Beker, something happened. Perhaps he caught a crab or something else here in the water, which caused him to drop back into the field quite a bit. And therefore losing his place at the top of the field.
Yeah, so it's very fun and nice way to maybe close the session of Mercantile here, and also the Koninklijke Holland Beker 2026. It has been a quite nice weekend, if I say so. What was your favorite part, Boris?
My favorite part of this weekend, that's a good question. I really enjoyed cycling along with the Ladies Trophy and the Holland Beker, of course, but also especially the heats in the morning. Being able to see how the playing field is going to level out, and then seeing those best competitors being put head to head here at the Bosbaan.
Yeah, and I think also if you watch the races this morning and then again in the afternoon, the finals, it's so nice to see how some of these rowers evolve into a better version of themselves, especially with the women's single sculls. We saw Alexis, I think, who was doing so much better in the afternoon in the final than the heat in the morning.
Yes, and the mixed 8 has been started. The last race of the Koninklijke Holland Beker, the Royal Holland Cup, the race 2074. So that has been a lot of races, but right now the mixed 8 are coming our way. And it's a very nice race here with 4 crews over the Bosbaan. Very a lot of, well, how can I say that?
A lot of oars, a lot of competitors,
a lot of rowers.
A lot of love in these boats as well, as we can see in this mixed 8. And whilst we hear the closing tunes of Hold the Line, we are definitely holding the line here before these 8s are going to cross the line on the final race of the Koninklijke Holland Beker 2026. What a weekend it has been so far, blistering heat.
And don't immediately leave the terrain, because there's still some medals to be handed out
meets
for
and
at least another 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And obviously there will be meets and greets with the studio, as we will be sitting here having a drink to relax. But also, like I said before, there will still be some medals handed out by the committee and by the board, because only 45 minutes after the finish the ceremony takes place. So please still also enjoy a bit of the nice weather here, and there's a band playing at the enclosure.
Yes.
So love to see you all here, hang out into the late afternoon. But we'll be looking at the last race of the day here at the Bosbaan.
And if you're looking at the screen, we can give a first heads up about how this field is unfolding. And we see that it's actually the Mercantile crews from the Mercantile Rowing Club that are doing great businesses here on this water today. It's, I think, the Mercantile boat in the higher lane, if I see the screen, that is in first place.
Absolutely correct. You don't need any screens, Lara, because I am here with my buttered up nose right next to the content, not next to the races, and I can see that it's Mercantile Rowing Club in lane 4 taking the lead here in this mixed boat, firing up my good old electric steel horse one more time to bring them home here on the last race of the Koninklijke Holland Beker. And I see the cocks looking to her right-hand side of Mercantile Rowing Club in lane 4, because they are having to fend off an attack from their own rowing club, but especially from that from the Laga, Theta, Maas, Hope, Proteus-Eretes combination. Yeah, they are also picking up the pace here.
Yeah, and they're participating quite nice at this moment. And it's nice to see that the mercantile crew, who are relatively younger, are doing so well in this race against their other opponents who are a little bit older. So that's
it's the Mercantile Rowing Club here in lane 4, still managing to keep that head position here in that mixed 8 race. It's the combination, the Dutch combination boat in lane 4, which are trying to remain connected to that, but even with the powerhouse Amos Keizer in the boat, they are starting to lose it from Mercantile Rowing Club, and it's the Mercantile Rowing Club number 2 in number 1, sorry, in lane 5. Apologies, it's a long day. In lane 3, that are also making an attack on the Mercantile Rowing Club in lane 4. But it's still Mercantile number 2 in lane 4 that are clinging on to that top position. We are now crossing the White Bridge. It's not going as fast as the regular men's 8, but it's still quite fast because we are rowing in an 8 here. And very nice to close off the day with a bit of 8 rowing here.
Yeah, only 500 meters left for this race, for this weekend.
They are closely matched, Anne. Still Mercantile rowing number 2 maintaining that lead, but Mercantile rowing 1 still able to keep the connection just with the stern of the boat from Mercantile rowing 2. Actually, they are gaining a little bit. They are starting to come into that final part of the race. They're going to start sprinting. Will it be enough to maybe gain a little bit on their club colleagues from Mercantile Rowing? It's the combination boat from Laga in the far lane, in lane 5, dropping back with every stroke. Actually, it's Mercantile 1 opening the attack still, but it's Mercantile 2 is fending it off. They are not going to give this glorious victory in the mix 8s away here on the last race of the Koninklijke Holland Beker. Yeah, very strong rowing, very controlled. I don't expect that these guys and girls combine in an 8 very often, but they have a remarkable rhythm and efficiency in their strokes, I must say.
Yeah, maybe sometimes they do train together as a club, but it's indeed very supreme rowing what Mercantile is putting here for us. It's very...
Even here at the finish part, they managed to just break loose from Mercantile number 1, and they crossed the finish line here during the last race of the Royal Holland Beker, the Koninklijke Holland Beker, ending it with the mix 8 field. What a day, what a weekend it has been, guys. What a day of full commentary, English, Dutch. We thoroughly enjoyed it at Studio Bosbaan. If you enjoyed our commentary as well, don't forget to follow us on Instagram. You can find us at studiobosbaan.nl. If you want to hire us for your international events, you can always reach out to us. Who knows if we'll show up. And it was really amazing to be here today at the Bosbaan and see all these international crews come to the Netherlands to battle it out here at the Koninklijke Holland Beker. I mean, we've seen Brazil taking home some cups, Uruguay, we've seen Germany, we've seen Australia, we've seen a lot of honorary medal going all over the world, and that was great to see.
Ja, bedankt Boris voor dit mooie einde van de livestream van de Koninklijke Holland Beker. Een mooi weekend vol roeien. Wel een weekend met een zwart randje. Laten we nog even memoreren dat we een jonge en talentvolle roeister zijn verloren. Dit weekend voor Neerhuis en Willem III. Alle nabestaande familieleden daarvan nog veel sterkte vanuit ons. Wij willen een aantal mensen bedanken. Natuurlijk in de eerste plaats de organisatie van de Koninklijke Holland Beker. zeker het bestuur, maar ook de commissie van Skull die hard heeft gewerkt om dit evenement in de bouwput van de bosbaan mogelijk te maken. Onze vrienden van de live videocommissie voor de livestream en natuurlijk alle vrijwilligers langs de baan en aan de knoppen die deze wedstrijd mogelijk hebben gemaakt. Uiteraard natuurlijk de deskundige jury en de motorbootbestuurders hebben gezorgd voor een veilige race. Dus dat belooft veel goeds voor de rest van het seizoen. Volgende week is er weer roeien op nationaal niveau op de Willem-Alexanderbaan op de Noordweefregatta hier op de bosbaan. Volgende week de Orca slotwedstrijden. En uiteraard niet te vergeten deze zomer waar het allemaal om te doen is. Deze grote bouwput hier op de bosbaan natuurlijk het WK roeien in Amsterdam. Dus zorg dat als je daar nog geen kaartjes voor hebt dat je daarbij bent. Want dan ga je nog meer internationaal roeigeweld zien dan dat we dit weekend hier hebben meegemaakt als voorproefje op de Koninklijke Holland Beker. Rest mij niets anders dan mijn mede-commentatoren van vandaag te bedanken. Martijn Koopman, Thij Steevoorde, Anne Persoon, Lara Evers en Boris Lamp die vandaag het commentaar hebben voorzien van 's ochtends vroeg tot hier rond de klok van 5:45. Ik kijk er naar uit om jullie weer terug te zien. Wij zijn met Studio Bosbaan terug bij de Dutch International Youth Regatta. Dat is op 4 en 5 juli op dezezelfde bosbaan. En Boris, heb jij nog wat concluding words voor de laatste 30 seconden?
Nou, niet per se hoor Joost. Ik wil bedanken dat jij toch op je vrije zondag nog ook nog even bent afgereisd hier naar de bosbaan. Toch fijn om jou weer even on-air te horen hier, want dan is het een weekend toch niet helemaal compleet. Ja, wat een dag. En ik kijk wel uit naar een verfrissend drankje.
Nou, die gaan we voor je klaarzetten. We zien u graag terug bij de Koninklijke Holland Beker volgend jaar in 2027. En hetzelfde weekend. Ik heb de exacte datums niet paraat, maar tot dan.
Volg Studio Bosbaan op Instagram of ga naar de website studiobosbaan.be.